Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was true heir of darkness? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. In a rather large house in the center of London, a toddler was staring intensely at a floating toy, and as the seconds passed his face started turning red from exertion. But even after the intense effort, nothing more happened, and as he gave up, the magical runes kept the toy flying. The toy was a dragon, a miniature one that is, and could be seen in most wizarding houses in the world. Dragons had something about them that made them ever so intriguing, which was why this toy was so popular. But what really mattered here was not the toy, but the toddler. His name was Ethan Rimmer, and he was a reincarnator. Well, he wasn't really sure of the term as he didn't remember dying or even how he crossed over, but he had somehow landed in another world, one way or another. He had started out as early as within his mother's belly, and got the luck to experience his own birth. That was a terrifying experience he did not want to think of ever again. It wasn't just painful, it was indescribably dreadful. The following months, and even the first year, weren't very pleasant either, as it turned out a baby had a very poor control over their body, older soul or not, and that resulted in shameful accidents. There was one thing he could rejoice over though, and that was the discovery of the world he was in, the magical world of Harry Potter. It didn't take long for Ethan to know he was different from his past life. Different names aside, he was pretty sure he hadn't released a burst of force around him at birth in his past life. After that, it didn't take that long for Ethan to guess he had been reincarnated into one of his favorite worlds of fiction, Harry Potter. Even better, he did not even have to live with the fear of being a muggle or a squib, having already shown a feat of magic early on. Imagine being sent into a magical world, even worse being stranded into a magical family, but be unable to use magic in any way. That would be quite the tortuous life. At least, it would be for Ethan. In his past life, Ethan had been quite a fan of Harry Potter. He hadn't just read the books and watched the movies, he had also read his fair share of fanfictions, and so after learning he had magic, and having to spend his days unable to move, he immediately went for magic. Maybe it was an instinctual thing, or maybe it was because of all the fanfictions Ethan had read. But the first thing he had tried to accomplish was telekinesis. For some reason, this was the simplest form of magic that came to his mind. Unfortunately for Ethan, those fanfictions had made magic much simpler than it actually was, which was probable since none of them actually knew what magic was like, or Ethan wasn't a heaven-defying talent capable of defeating a full-powered Voldemort at the age of 11. Probably a bit of both. Well, although he was a bit disappointed, this didn't hamper Ethan's drive to master his magic. It wasn't like he had much else to do anyway, and he had already confirmed he had magic. But even now, after 4 years into this world, Ethan had made a pathetic amount of progress as he wasn't even able to move a toy with his magic. But while Ethan had been terribly disappointed the first few years, that disappeared once he understood the reason. When he was 3, he gradually learned to read with his parents, and this led him to read a book called, What is Magic? This book wasn't written by a singular author, and was instead more of a collection of thoughts and quotes from famous wizards across history, going from Dumbledore to Andros, passing by famous figures like Merlin. It wasn't an incredibly difficult book that delved into the mysteries of magic though. As the title suggested, it was a book that roughly explained what magic was. This was usually given to the parents of Muggle-born children so they may understand magic better, and how they should handle their child suddenly grasping such a power. Most of the stuff written in this book turned out to be useless to Ethan, but he did learn a few things that clarified him on many things. Most magical schools like Hogwarts took in children starting at the age of 11 for a good reason. That being that this was the age at which the magic within their bodies would experience a stupendous change. Prior to the age of 11, the magic within a child's body would be volatile, in it being easily influenced by the child's emotions, which resulted in what was commonly known as accidental magic, such as what Ethan did when he was born, and plenty of other magical children showed through their childhood. As they turned 11, the volatile magic within the child's body would experience a mutation, a change that would calm it down, thus congregating to form a stable core. Is allowed magic to be probably anchored within the body, and to be accessed more easily through will, and more resistant to emotions. Willpower was a very important component of magic, and could even be said to be at its core. But before the age of 11 it was very hard to manipulate magic through sheer willpower because of its nature. Ethan remembered reading that will was born from the spirit, while emotions were born from the soul. One was grounded, while the other was fleeting, explaining why it was easier to perform a certain kind of magic at different ages. In other words, under 11, magi would easily be affected by the soul and the emotions it released, while it would be hard for the spirit to get a proper grasp on it through will. After 11, however, the situation did not exactly reverse. Instead, a balance would be formed, with every aspect being strengthened. This was why some of the most powerful magic even adults could cast were tied to strong emotions. But this balance allowed for better control, which was why adults did not release bursts of accidental magic, if they were well trained at least. This was the first explanation as to why Ethan struggled so much with his magic. But it was not the only one. The other was the magical focus. Wizards and witches above 11 years old would usually buy a wand, or any other magical focus, which would serve them as a focus for them to channel their magic through. It made manipulating magic many times easier. To use magic without a wand was a feat known as wandless magic, and was something usually only mastered by the very best of wizards, or those who were trained in it from their childhood. Ethan read about a school in Africa that took in its students when they were only 8 to spend 3 years to teach them wandless magic from an early age. This brought up the argument about the usefulness of wands, as many wizards would be rendered completely defenseless if they were disarmed of their wand, making some see it as a weakening crutch more than anything. But it also made magic much more accessible, and more powerful. After all, if it wasn't useful, it wasn't be used by nearly every wizard and witch in the world. In any case, that was only to show that what Ethan was trying to do was very difficult. Even in that African school, the students would only start when they were 8, and they would receive the continued guidance of teachers for 3 years. Meanwhile, Ethan was only a toddler, and he was on his own. Still, Ethan didn't despair as he made some progress through the years. Although he still hadn't managed to do any actual magic, Ethan had managed to get a much better understanding of his body and his magic through the last 4 years of intense training. Ethan had used underage magic twice since that one time right after his birth. One was when he was 2 years old. He had grown so frustrated with his lack of progress that his emotions made his magic burst out of his body, destroying one of his favorite toys. He had been sad for a whole 2 hours, which he blamed on his baby brain. The other was a year ago, when he was 3. Not long after Ethan had convinced his parents he was capable of reading. He had managed to get a hold of his father's newspaper, and what he read from it shocked him so much he accidentally tore it apart with his magic. And Ethan was understandably shocked, as that day, he had learned that he wasn't just in the world of Harry Potter, but he was also within an alternate universe, commonly known as in fanfictions. In this world, Harry Potter was still the boy who lived. But his parents were also still alive, and he even had a twin sister to make matters worse, bringing quite a change to the timeline. It meant that most of Ethan's foreknowledge had suddenly turned useless, so indeed. That was quite the shock for him, and resulted in another bout of underage magic. Anyway, those 2 instances had allowed Ethan to get a better feel of his magic, and so he actually knew what to search in his body when executing magic. Nowadays, although Ethan wasn't able to perform magic, he could at least move a small amount of magic through his body, and project it onto the world. All he had to do now was to find a way to gather more magic for it to start producing a meaningful effect. What he was doing at the moment was comparable to blowing air. Fortunately, He still had 7 years until Hogwarts. And he was confident of mastering at least one spell before then. Chapter 2. Honey, did you take your toothbrush? Yes, Mom. Ethan watched the flying luggage's WITH shiny eyes as his parents quickly checked every room of the house, checking for anything they might have missed. It was August 1984. Ethan had turned 4 barely a week ago. He was born the 15th of August. And for Ethan's birthday they were leaving for a vacation. Ethan's mother, Helena, was a renowned runemaster who worked with different companies. For example, the company who sold Ethan's favorite toy, his small dragon, had many of their toys designed by Helena. Of course, Helene's rune mastery did not stop to harmless toy making. She also specialized in home security, and was quite proficient in curse breaking. As for Ethan's father, Henry, he was a dueling master in his younger years, and nowadays often worked with Helena when she had to go to more dangerous locations. Their jobs allowed them to have a lot of time with Ethan, but they also often were unable to free up enough time to make a vacation as they had many demands, and refusing some of them could result in soured relationships. But today they finally got the opportunity to get some vacations thanks to a contract. From what Ethan understood, a Buddhist temple hunting dangerous beasts in Japan had contracted his mother to create different kinds of artifacts to help them in hunting those beasts. Ethan wasn't too sure of the details, but he sure was thrilled of getting to visit Japan. He had always wanted to go there in his past life, as he was quite fascinated by the culture. And so the family of 3 left for Japan. For such a long-distance trip, they had to use a portkey, which usually could be quite costly. But as a runemaster, Helena also created portkeys, so that was a non-issue for them. Runemaster was a useful line of work in many ways. Once in Japan, Ethan and his parents moved to Kyoto, known by many as the most beautiful city in Japan. At least, if anyone told Ethan it was, after seeing it himself, he would only nod along. For their first week, neither Helena or Henry worked as they spent their time with Ethan, visiting the city together. Both of them had actually already visited this city in the past, but it wasn't the same with Ethan. Since his earliest age, they had both known that Ethan was special. In a good way, of course, but special nonetheless. They had never really caught on to the fact that he was trying to perform magic, but at the same time his fascination for it was obvious. Ethan also showed a capacity to learn that was superior to any other children they had seen, as their boy already was capable of reading like an adult would, despite being only 4 years old. Sometimes, they also noticed that he wouldn't act like a child was supposed to, sounding and acting more mature than he was supposed to be. But this was a world of magic after all, and it didn't do anything to alter their love for him. Besides, while Ethan's fascination for magic was number 1 in his heart, they also knew that he liked discovering the unknown, often catching him trying to explore. A part of it could be attributed to him being curious about the outside world, but it was rare for children to explore the dark, dusty attic on their own. Unfortunately, no matter how much they wanted to spend more time with Ethan, they still had a job to do. A week after arriving in Kyoto, Henry and Helena presented Ethan his caretaker, a monk known as Sadanobu Shoki. The man was a Buddhist monk, and was chosen as his caretaker because he spoke English fluently, and was a patient man, although that last part wasn't revealed to Ethan. His interest for magic was praiseworthy, but his parents knew their son forgot boundaries when magic was at stake. And just as they would have expected, once left alone with the man, Ethan's first question was, "How do you use magic?" Sadanobu, who had been RNED of the child's interest in magic by his parents, smiled and grabbed a wood stick on his hip. As he took it, it extended into a staff, and he explained, "This is my magical focus." Ethan looked at it up and down, before asking, "Isn't this inconvenient?" In more ancient times, all kinds of magical foci were used, but nowadays most wizards settled for the wand, because it was the best for combat. Its small size allowed for quick spell casting, and did not slow the user down. Sadanobu also knew where the question came from, so he smiled and explained slowly, "Magic can be used in many ways. In my temple, we all were taught martial arts, and we use them in conjunction with our magic to fight." His interest drawn, Ethan asked with shiny eyes, "Can you show me?" Sadanobu shook his head and replied, "Hardly. It is better used against moving targets, and there are none." Ethan was slightly disappointed, but remembering some research he had made about this place, he asked, I read monks are great at controlling their magic. Do you have any advice? Sadanobu was surprised by the question, and after a moment said, we mostly use meditation. It strengthens the mind, which in turn strengthens the will, which makes controlling magic easier. But you are a little too young for that. Ethan wasn't deterred though. Can you teach me? Please. Sadanobu hesitated for a while, before saying, it's not really something for a child to master. Ethan grinned, try me. Sadanobu looked at the child in silence. Meditation could be seen as boring, especially for beginners, and it wasn't really something he saw a child mastering. Still, he had already been told not to treat Ethan as an average child, so after some hesitation he finally agreed to it. Sadanobu explained, meditation is a technique spread to both the magical and non-magical world, and has similar effects in both cases, although they are boosted for a magical like us. Meditating allows for the mind to not only rest, but also stimulates it for the rest of the day. If used on a long term, it can also strengthen the mind, allowing you to get a better grasp on your emotions and control them through a stronger will. Ethan asked, will it turn me into an ascetic monk then? Sadanobu smiled slightly and replied, no, you won't lose your emotions, you will only get a better grasp on them. This will enhance your control over your magic, and form a basic defense for your mind. Like occlumency. Surprised Ethan had heard about the mind arts, Sadanobu nodded, exactly like occlumency. Even without any training in the mind arts, a stronger mind is a harder one to decipher. Ethan nodded, before asking with some doubt, this sounds almost too good to be true. Is there a catch? If there isn't, how come not everyone uses it? Sadanobu shrugged and replied, be it the magical world or the Muggle world, many people don't practice meditation despite its benefits. I think many treat it as a boring endeavor, and humans aren't the most patient beings. Why meditate when you can spend your time learning a new spell? I see. I still would like to learn. Sadanobu nodded, and so he guided Ethan to learn meditation. The first thing to learn was posture. Meditation was supposed to last for some time, and so sitting in the right position was very important, to allow the blood to circulate well in the body. Most adults would take a while to get in the right position because it demanded some flexibility, but as a toddler Ethan didn't lack any, so he managed to get in the right position quickly. Then, Ethan entered his first state of meditation. It wasn't as hard as one might think. All Ethan had to do was to empty his mind of unnecessary thoughts and focus on one thing. This would have been a hard thing to do, had he really had the mind of a child, but he had experienced enough in his past life to have learned to empty his mind. According to Sadanobu, most monks focused on their breath, feeling their breath travel through their body, entering through the nose, going down the trachea, entering the lungs, before exiting through the mouth, forming a cycle. At first, Ethan followed this, but soon something else caught his attention, which wasn't good normally. Any stray thoughts were to be avoided. It still rejoiced Ethan though, as the thing he felt was his magic. He could feel it flow through his body. The feeling was much more distant and obscure, and only appeared for a second, but it was there. Then, a thought came to Ethan. What if he replaced air with magic as a mind focus? Maybe it wouldn't do any difference, but it just might. Chapter 3. Following the path of his magic was much more complicated for Ethan because it required a deep, continued focus. Unlike with air and his respiratory system, his magic did not really have any pathways or systems to travel through his body. It was an ethereal energy after all, and as a child under 11, it simply drifted in random directions at all times within his body, not following any sense or logic. But that was exactly why it was much more interesting for him. In the first place, Ethan sought to learn meditation to enhance his ability to control magic. So a more complicated exercise that focused more on the magical aspect would only benefit his training. For air, Ethan could feel it at all times within his body, but the same couldn't be same about his magic. Although Ethan had grown his perception through his training, he wasn't to the point he could feel his magic at all times, but that was still better than nothing since most children seemed to join Hogwarts without having ever felt their magic. Moreover, in this state of meditation, Ethan felt like everything was much clearer, and that was after only a few seconds. Who was to say the effects this would have with years of training? Eventually, the goal would be to turn this ephemeral energy into something he could feel at all times, and that before his 11th birthday. This was quite the big project, especially considering he had just started learning meditation, but if he was right in his assumptions, then this could allow him to master his unruly magic before entering Hogwarts. And even if not that, it would always be better to have it than not. This was something he really wanted to do, because Ethan felt that only with power would he be able to control his destiny. Even if the timeline hadn't changed, his mere presence would most certainly have changed the timeline, not to mention with Harry's parents being alive now. Since he couldn't rely on his meta-knowledge, and would most certainly go to Hogwarts, because why would he go anywhere else than the place he had dreamed so many times of going at in his past life, then he would certainly face great threats. And Ethan didn't want to rely on Harry to face them for him. Besides, who wouldn't want to learn magic? So Ethan wanted to master his magic, and although he had been fumbling into the dark until now, he had finally found a path to follow. All things said, however, Ethan had long broken out of his meditation with his internal musing. Sadanobu wasn't surprised to see Ethan break out of his meditation after only a few seconds. But he was surprised to see Ethan only try again with renewed vigor. And so Sadanobu's caretaking suddenly became much easier than he expected it to be as Ethan became obsessed with meditation. To the point Sadanobu feared it would cause him trouble. Fortunately, neither Helena or Henry were either surprised or mad with Ethan's new obsession, since it was something related to magic and its mastery. Him falling deep into it was more of a question of when than if. Days quickly went by, and before long, 3 weeks had gone by. Ethan and his family had already been in Kyoto for a month now. And it had been quite the fruitful month for Ethan. First, he had visited the beautiful city and learned the rudiments of Japanese. It was quite absurd how easily his Ong mind could absorb knowledge like a sponge. He wasn't sure whether that had to do with his progress in meditation, innate talent, if it was related to his magic, or it simply could be attributed to his young brain. But he was going absurdly fast. Ethan also made greater progress in his meditation than he could have ever dreamed, going from bouts of a few seconds to ones of 5 minutes. He had also been able to confirm his theory on meditation, as with the increased meditation time, Ethan not only was able to keep a sharp mind for longer periods of time outside of meditation, but also feel more of his magic, which had directly increased his control over it. Ethan could feel that he was really close to managing to influence the physical world with his magic. He was almost able to gather enough magic to pull out a spell. All he needed was a little push, and he could feel he would be able to do it. It would seem this last push would only be for their return to England, though, as Ethan didn't plan on meditating for their last day in Kyoto. His mother had already completed the contract, and so after much begging from Ethan, she and Henry agreed to follow the monks in the taking down of an Oni. The Oni was a fantastical beast exclusive to Japan, and was a cousin of the troll. They were generally a little stronger than their European cousin, mainly because they were somewhat smarter. Since they had guests with them, the monks of the temple decided to bring a few more of their members, and so a group of 10 monks accompanied Ethan and his parents to go hunt an Oni. The group moved out of the city, toward a natural cave in the forests surrounding Kyoto. There, it did not take them long to find their prey, as a 12-foot-tall blue-skinned humanoid roared in delight as it smelled human flesh. Onis were known for their taste for human flesh. The Oni was bigger than a troll. It had a large mace in its hands, and several animal furs were grafted together to make a cloth for it. It was rudimentary work, but both did their jobs. With the Ona's arrival, the monks spread out in a fan-shaped formation as they all took out a small wooden stick from their hip. Whipping it out, stick turned into a staff as the monks had their magical focus out. The Oni roared and swung its large mace toward the monks, who whirled their staffs up as a magical shield appeared above their heads, blocking the blow. At the same time, those not hit by the blow ran to the Ona's side, and with a coordinated blow all struck at the same time at its legs. The force of the blow was strengthened by magic as the Ona's knees were forced to cave in. Finally, one monk used his staff to propel himself up, jumping several meters up as he descended onto the Oni, smashing his staff down as an explosion. Charm was triggered as the staff smashed into the Ona's head. Ethan watched in awe on the side as his father lowered himself to his level and informed him, this is martial magic, they mix martial arts and magic to fight. It is quite the peculiar way to fight, as their magic is dictated by not only their will, but also their body. I fought a few of them in my tournament day, they always were tricky to handle. Ethan gave his father a big grin, which he returned softly, before turning his attention back to the fight. As the dust settled, the Ona's body was revealed to be laying on the ground, now headless. Onas could be considered strong beasts in the magical world, but a single monk was supposed to be able to kill one, so 10 of them fighting together to kill it was a bit of an overkill. The Oni was an 4x magical beast, meaning it was a dangerous beast that could hardly be domesticated, and required a skilled wizard to put down. Fortunately, the monks were all trained wizards who specialized in hunting monsters. However, as they were about to leave, one of the beads hanging at one of the monks' robes started shining, and instantly they all put up their guard. In this bead was engraved a detection rune, meant to detect any strong life form in the surroundings. This was actually one of the things Ethan's mother Helena had been contracted to create. After a moment, a life form did appear, but it did not look threatening to Ethan. It was actually a small fox, probably a child considering its size. Looking at it, Ethan couldn't help but find it quite beautiful, its silver white fur highlighted by a few blue streaks. Ethan almost wanted to go pet it the moment he saw it, but the monks looked even more alert than before with the Oni as their leader said in a grave voice, "Kill it." Ethan was shocked by the order, and looked back at the little fox, wondering what compelled the monks to kill such a cute being. While Ethan was in deep thoughts, he felt his father harshly tug at his shirt, sending him flying backwards. Ethan couldn't understand what was happening as he crashed into the ground and rolled to the back. His body was only 4, and the fall was quite violent enough to shake him. But Ethan felt his magic circulate a little faster as the pain started fading, and he looked at the scene. The cute little fox was still there, and looking at its alert eyes. It seemed to be as confused as Ethan. But then, as the young boy looked up, his eyes widened in shock. Of the 10 monks, 6 were on the ground, their heads separated from their bodies. Also, right in front of his earlier position, Ethan spotted a blue magical shield, covered in cracks as it was fizzling away. And the cause of all this was in the middle of an encirclement, the remaining monks and Ethan's parents surrounding it. It was an extremely beautiful woman, probably the most beautiful Ethan had ever seen in both of his lives. However, this woman's hands were not human hands, but claws, covered in blood. Behind her, 7 tails danced as the woman quickly morphed into a large fox. Chapter 4. Magical beasts were split in 5 ranks, going from X to XXXXX, the more X's, the more dangerous the beast. For example, dragons were XXXXX rank beasts, and the one standing in the middle of the wizards was also one such beast, the Kitsune. The Kitsune was a legendary beast in Japan, a fox spirit with up to 9 tails. The more tails, and the older, wiser and stronger the Kitsune would be. Among the XXXXX rank beasts, the Kitsune was quite special as it could be as harmless as an X-beast, or even stronger than most XXXXX beasts depending on the number of tails it had. This adult Kitsune they were facing was a very dangerous one as it had 7 tails, making it one of the most dangerous magical beasts in the world. 9-tailed Kitsunes were more of a legend than anything, as no Kitsune had ever been seen with so many tails. Some had probably existed, but their shapeshifting capabilities by then had probably grown so strong that finding them became impossible. Even 8-tailed ones were rare in history, but each of them were devastating monsters capable of bringing destruction on entire bands of accomplished wizards with ease. As a comparison, an 8-tailed Kitsune was capable of shredding apart most dragons, apart from the most dangerous ones, in a singular fight. This 7-tailed Kitsune, although it had 1 less tail, it was probably capable to match against a dragon, but to a wizard, it was much more dangerous. A Kitsune was extremely fast, and was proficient in illusions, which was a much better advantage to have over humans than large beasts of physical prowess like dragons. Unfortunately for it, it had crossed the wrong opponents. The Buddhist beads of the Onks shone with a blue light as the mist spreading from the adult Kitsune was forcefully dispersed. One of the beads Helena had made for the Buddhist was an illusion dispersing one. Helena yelled to the others, "Keep it busy." Not even waiting for their answer, She began waving her wand as runes started forming in the air above her. The Kitsune was an intelligent being, even more intelligent than most humans. And was well versed in magic, so it understood right away what the woman was trying to do. Now in its fox form, the Kitsune leapt toward Helena with swift speed, intending to sever her head from her body. But as she was about to reach her, the ground below her feet turned into liquid as an especially powerful knock-back jinx forced her back. The Kitsune's furious eyes turned to Henry, who had stopped it. But it didn't have time to wallow in its anger as several more spells were fired from Henry's wand in rapid fire. The Kitsune's fur had somewhat of an immunity to charms, so the spells didn't do much damage. But Henry's expertise showed as he forced the dangerous beast to enter his rhythm despite the lack of damage, forcing it away from his wife using both the environment with transfiguration and charms that specialized in pushing the opponent around. At the same time, the remaining Buddhist monks worked together to send tremors through both the ground and the air, making it impossible for the Kitsune to get a stable footing and burst with speed anymore. The tremor in the air also sent the Kitsune's balance into disarray as its inner ear was shaken. On the side, Ethan watched in both horror and amazement as a magical fight of a rarely seen intensity took place before him. The Kitsune, although in a bad posture, clearly wasn't done as blue fires lit up at the tip of its tails. The wizards quickly put up their defenses, but two of the monks were eventually too slow as the blue flames moved deceptively fast, and reached the two monks at the speed of lightning. Nry had placed a large and powerful Protega spell over himself and his wife while the monks whirled their staff around to form a barrier, but two of them failed to do it in time and the blue flame struck them. Their body jumped in shock as the blue flame covered their entire body in nearly an instant. They screamed in pain as the blue fire licked their skin, burning through it with ease as it attacked their flesh, their bones. In a matter of seconds, the two monks were reduced to ashes, leaving only two of them, as well as Ethan's parents. Despite their losses, the two monks and Henry did not break the encirclement though, as they saw the runes above them had already formed a large circle, and an array was quickly being formed. The two monks showed impressive martial magic while Henry used his experience as a dueling champion to keep the Kitsune at bay, although it was becoming painfully obvious to everyone present the Kitsune would get the better of them before long. Now, the only question was, would Helena finish her array first, or would the Kitsune finish them before that? Ethan, whose life depended on this, was getting nervous as his fists clenched in anxiety. Not only for him, but also for his parents. But as his face turned red from watching the dangerous fight, he suddenly felt something bite his arm. Ethan yelped in pain as he hurriedly shook his arm, easily slamming whatever had bitten him into a nearby rock, making it yelp in pain too. Looking at the bite mark on his arm, Ethan saw it was the young Kitsune who had bitten his arm. It hadn't hurt much, he realized, and he had cried out more from the surprise than anything else. As for the main battlefield, when Ethan yelped in pain, Henry lost some of his focus as he looked at his son for a split second. However, in such an intense fight, losing his focus for even a tenth of a second could be fatal, and the Kitsune well intended to use it to her advantage. However, as it was about to slash its claws at Henry's neck, the little Kitsune also made a sound of pain, making the adult Kitsune look away too. Of everyone present, only the two monks did not look away as their years of meditation and lack of affection paid off. Their attention still on the fight, both of them slammed down their staffs onto the Kitsune's back, who failed to dodge. Both monks roared as they put all of their strength in suppressing the Kitsune down, who did its best to fight back, but right as it was about to overpower them, blue chains suddenly covered it from head to toe. Helena, who was panting on the side, had finished her array as the Kitsune was sealed. The fox spirit tried to fight back, tried to struggle, but the grip of the chains was too strong as it felt its forces were rapidly leaving it. Through an impressive feat of willpower though, the Kitsune managed to slowly raise its claw toward its child, who was whimpering in pain against the rock Ethan had thrown it against. As it turned out, in his shock at being suddenly bitten, Ethan had infused his arm with some magic and threw it against the rock with a strength much greater than a normal 4-year-old should have able to use, in a manner not too different from what the monks used. Despite having seen it kill 8 monks with utter ease, as Ethan watched the desperate mother Kitsune struggle to free itself to save its child, Ethan felt sad. Ethan, did not claim to know a lot about kitsunes, but he knew they weren't man-eaters, and although they were known as dangerous tricksters, as an intelligent being, this kitsune definitely wouldn't have attacked their group if it wasn't because it felt forced to. It became painfully obvious to Ethan that it was nothing more than a mother trying to protect its cub, who had revealed itself to humans. Unfortunately, no matter how pitiful Ethan felt, he also knew it was impossible to let it go. Not only did he not have any say in this, even if he did, he understood that if the mother kitsune was freed, it would kill them all. Still, despite his reason telling him this, as he saw the two monks ready their staff to deliver a killing blow to the kitsune, he still yelled, "Stop!" Ethan, who was feeling strong emotions at the moment, felt his magic churn powerfully as an even stronger spell than before was thrown toward the two monks. However, before the energy wave could even approach them, Henry raised his wand, blocking it with experienced ease. The two staffs moved uninterrupted, and pierced through the kitsune's chest, crushing its heart. The mother whimpered as it felt its life quickly leave its body. The young kitsune, who had been groaning in pain earlier, seemingly sensed its mother dying, and limped toward its mother. Chapter 5. Ethan felt great pain as he watched the cub limp toward its dying mother, who tried to move, but could do nothing. Much to Ethan's shock, as the two monks saw the young kitsune limp over, no trace of sympathy could be seen on their face as they readied their staff, about to end the baby fox's life. Ethan outstretched his hand toward the baby kitsune, but his father had already raised a magical barrier in between them as the emotional magic was once again easily stopped. But this time, Ethan gritted his teeth as he felt his connection to his magic strengthen, and with his willpower he commanded his magic to move as a feeble light left Ethan's hand. Henry was surprised at his son's persistence. He understood why he wanted to save the young fox, but Henry knew better than to let his son try to help. Still, the amount of magic was quite unusually high. But to his shock, as he expected the light Ethan had projected to crash into his magical barrier, it actually curved around it as it suddenly picked up in speed. Although fueled by his emotions, this magic was also very much under Ethan's control as he had taken out his magic through his will, allowing him to turn it into a rope that grabbed the young kitsune, and with a jerk he pulled it over. Everyone present was shocked at the prowess of magic, and despite their years of experience with magic, the stun from the feat and the exhausting fight gave Ethan enough time to pull the young kitsune past the magical barrier. However, it wasn't enough still as the three adults woke up from their daze, and each attacked, to take the young fox spirit back. But at that moment, the chains by Nding the mother kitsune disappeared as Helena watched her son with a small, lovable smile. The mother kitsune, already on the verge of death and unable to muster much strength, still sent all 7 of her tails toward the 3 attackers, who hurriedly summoned shields to defend themselves. But as the tails slammed against the shields, they understood this was only a feint as the tails harmlessly knocked against the shields, barely brushing against them as the kitsune fell. Still, its eyes were still opened as it stared at Ethan, and the baby kitsune in his arms. Ethan knew it was bad to look into the eyes of such a beast, for it had strong powers of compulsion, but he felt a force compel him as his eyes inexplicably looked toward the mother kitsune despite his attempt at looking away, and he met its gaze. However, as he gazed into its dying eyes, Ethan did not see any of the earlier savagery, but sadness, and some relief. "Take her, companion." An exhausted female voice sounded in Ethan's mind, which he knew without a doubt belonged to the mother kitsune. This time, under no external force, Ethan nodded, while the kitsune's eyes turned to its youngling, who was trying to move away from his arms. Seeing the exchange, Henry sighed as he stopped trying to stop his son, but the 2 monks seemed intent on killing the young fox. However, before they could approach Ethan any closer, the ground in front of them rose into a wall, and Henry warned, "Don't." Henry wasn't heartless. It had pained him greatly to try to stop his son from saving the baby fox spirit earlier, but he had steeled himself through it as even as a baby, the fox spirit could still prove to be a threat. Still, as he saw his son hug the struggling cub, he finally had enough. He was raised to trust his logic over his emotions, but today, he decided to take a break from logic. Understanding they wouldn't be able to get any closer even if they wanted to, the 2 remaining monks also stopped. Although the Ong fox spirit represented a potential danger, an angry Henry and Helena Rimmer were not just a potential danger. As the mother kitsune locked eyes with its cub, Ethan believed it said its last words. As he felt the fox cub in his arms calm down. Looking at it, Ethan saw its watery eyes slowly close, tears tracing down its foxy face. Looking back at the mother kitsune, its eyes had also closed, finally drawing its last breath. Ethan, who had gone through one life and reincarnation already and believed himself to have a great grasp over his emotions, felt his own eyes tear up at the death of Wa. Chi had essentially been a harbinger of death. Still, Ethan knew it wasn't time to show weakness, so after a few tears he wiped his eyes, and said to his parents, "I want to keep it. She asked me to. I won't budge." Henry sighed, and looked at his wife, who was smiling. Of course she was as big of a softie as Ethan was. Well, that's why he loved her. Seeing neither Henry or Helena were objecting, one of the monks said, "You can't be thinking of agreeing. Did you not see how dangerous a kitsune can become?" Ethan hugged the baby kitsune tighter as he reasoned, making her an even greater companion. "You already took your revenge on the mother anyway. If she makes any trouble, we will be the ones who will deal with her." The baby kitsune was a female, and Ethan fully intended on taking her as a pet. Of course he understood it was a dangerous pet to have, but the human mind and its emotions were a wonder filled with many surprises, and here, Ethan's emotions were overwhelming his reason. Besides, he believed what he said. The mother kitsune must have told the cub to follow him, and with how intelligent kitsunes were, she should understand following him was the best option. If they formed a strong enough bond, then this kitsune could become a valuable ally to deal with the dangers the future promised him, as well as a greater friend than any. Seeing the family wouldn't budge on the matter, the two monks sighed and turned to their companions, or what remained of them. After a quick prayer, they levitated their corpses and brought them back to the temple. Ethan and his parents did not follow them to the temple as it was time for them to leave. They all were tired of the day, so they all were thankful they had magic to put away their luggages once they returned. As soon as he returned, Ethan crashed into his bed in exhaustion as he had severely emptied his magical reserves today, and he was having trouble remaining awake. Placing the baby kitsune next to him on his bed, Ethan quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Helena and Henry were more experienced and not as tired, and they both stood at their son's doorstep, looking at him sleeping next to his new pet. Looking at the kitsune, Henry sighed. "It's going to be a pain to legally have it as a pet." Helena smiled and rubbed his arm. "A few calls to the right people should get it done, shouldn't be too much of a problem." But then, Helene's smile slowly disappeared as she asked with more seriousness, "When Ethan pulled back the kitsune?" Henry nodded and confirmed her doubts. It definitely wasn't accidental magic, he manipulated his magic. "That was a carpe retractum if I have ever seen one." Helena sighed and said, leaning her head against his shoulder, "Performing wandless magic at the age of 4. He is quite the talent, isn't he?" "Yes. To think we laughed when he said his meditation was actually helping him master magic. Sometimes, I wonder what exactly is going on in that head of his." Helene's smile reappeared as she looked up to him and replied, "Wonders, for sure." Henry pecked her on the lips and repeated, "For sure." Chapter 6. Waking up, Ethan comfortably stretched his body and opened his eyes. Sitting in his bed, Ethan thought about what happened yesterday, and looked around his room, but didn't see the kitsune anywhere. Thinking she must have left his room in the night, Ethan got up. But as he was about to leave he felt something tickle his ankle. Crouching down, Ethan looked under his bed, and was surprised to see the kitsune there, sleeping as her tail swayed slightly. With a smile, Ethan stretched out his arm and scratched her neck. The kitsune, who was still in her sleep, was slowly awakened by the scratching as she released small sounds of satisfaction as she turned onto her side. However, as she opened her eyes she suddenly jumped back at the sight of Ethan. She went as far as possible under his bed. Seeing this, Ethan smiled and said, "Come here, I'm not going to hurt you." However, his words did not have any effect, so after a moment Ethan switched to Japanese, using the little of what he knew to say approximately the same thing. This time, it seemed the kitsune had understood as she took a few cautious steps toward Ethan. Ethan had a cat in his last life, and she made him think of one, so he intended to treat the kitsune in a similar manner, although a few Changes would be necessary considering her intelligence was no lesser than a human. Once the Kitsune completely left from under the bed, although she didn't come to Ethan, he got a paper and a pen and wrote his name in Japanese. Before pointing at himself, "My name." Then, he pointed at the Kitsune and asked, "Your name?" The Kitsune looked like it was at a loss at what she should do, but after a moment she jumped onto Ethan's nightstand, and pushed down the glass of water there. "Mom must have placed it there while I was sleeping," thought Ethan. The glass, which was magically reinforced, did not break as it fell. But the water was spilled everywhere. The Kitsune wetted her paw, and wrote on the paper, "Miyuki." In a very human-like manner, the Kitsune nodded. At that, Ethan smiled. That was already a first step. Then, as his eyes turned to the spilled water, he focused on his magic as he outstretched his hand and tried to move the water. Ethan managed to grasp a part of his chaotic magic as the water started moving in one direction, but the force affecting it quickly ran out as the water returned to its previous state. Still, a wide grin split Ethan's face as he had successfully cast some magic. It wasn't very strong, but it still confirmed to him that he had managed to get past that barrier he had met. Now, all he needed was to continue his meditation, and learn to feel and control more of his magic. Following Ethan's return to England, he aimed to improve his relationship with Miyuki while training his meditation, but things rarely go as planned. A week after their return, while Ethan was meditating on a mat he had brought back from Japan, and Miyuki sat on top of his head, which had somehow become her favorite spot, his mother walked into his room and said, "Ethan, come say hello." Exiting his meditation, Ethan noticed his mother had already left, making him wonder who could be visiting. His parents didn't have many friends as far as he knew, and most of them lived overseas. As Ethan got up, Miyuki woke up too and moved from the top of his head to his shoulder, slightly rubbing herself against his cheek while doing so, making Ethan smile. The two had met an unlikely bond in a much faster time than Ethan thought they would as they were already friends. Just now, Miyuki had actually also been meditating. Ethan had no idea whether it had any effect on a magical being like a Kitsune. But that wasn't why Miyuki started in the first place. Apparently, it seemed to amuse her to imitate him. In the past week, Ethan had also been improving his Japanese. While he tried to teach English to Miyuki, Ethan walked to the living room, and before entering quickly rearranged his hair. Once done, Ethan walked in, and his eyes scanned the room. His parents were both on their feet, meaning whoever was visiting wasn't just a friend, it was someone they either felt respect for, or were guarded against. Then, his eyes went to the guest. He was an older man, he looked like he was in his 50s. But considering the longer lifespan of wizards, he probably was in his 80s. He was rather tall, his graying brown hair was kept short, although it looked a little unkempt. He was rather lean, and was dressed in a long blue coat, with a brown vest and dark brown trousers. Meanwhile, the older man, who had been discussing with Ethan's parents, stopped as soon as he saw Ethan as his hazel eyes looked at Ethan up and down, before stopping on his face, gaping ever so slightly. The boy had light blonde hair, and harrowing blue eyes. His face would definitely grow to become handsome in the future, although he already had somewhat of a wild look. He's just like him. Finally, the old man muttered, still loud enough for everyone in the room to hear him. Ethan frowned slightly, wondering who the man was talking about. To his surprise though, he saw his mother look away. What exactly was he missing? Henry, feeling the tense atmosphere, coughed and said, "Ethan, this is Newt's commander. He is here from Itsuki. He is a very famous zoologist." "Yes, I know. Your work is legendary, Mr. Scamander." Ethan cut off his father and extended his hand toward Newt, who looked surprised before he hesitantly shook Ethan's hand, his eyes still fixed on Ethan. But finally, his attention finally moved from Ethan to Miyuki, who was eyeing the old man warily too. A smile came to Newt's face as he didn't try to pet Miyuki, and said, "I never thought I would see a domesticated kitsune one day." His eyes moved back to Newt, and this time he looked at him in a calmer way as he added, "You must have done something remarkable for her mother to entrust her child to you. Does the pup understand English?" Ethan shook his head and replied, "Only Japanese, although I'm working on it. Her name is Miyuki." Newt smiled, before saying, "As far as I know, this is the first time a kitsune had willingly become someone's pet, so the knowledge on raising one is quite scarce. Can you tell me more about your interactions with Miyuki?" Ethan nodded and proceeded to tell Scamander about everything he did with Miyuki in the past week, while wondering who exactly Scamander thought he looked like. Thinking about anyone he might look like that Newt would know, Ethan quickly stopped that line of thought. After a while, Newt said, "A kitsune can be a very good companion, and can protect you from many dangers. A kitsune's main ability is to manipulate illusions, and if well mastered, these illusions can not only fool the eyes, but all 5 senses. Fox fire is also quite terrifying. It has the properties of both fire and lightning, so it is very hard to guard against. Also, a kitsune is capable of mastering the magic of an animagus, and turn into a human. That is a true change of the body. Not just an illusion." Ethan, excited by the prospects of what he could do with Mitsuki, asked, "How does she learn all of this? She doesn't seem to know any of it." Newt, who looked as excited as Ethan, pointed at Miyuki's only tail and said, "This gauges not only a kitsune's age, but also their power. With a single tail, a kitsune doesn't have anything different from a normal fox. Except for their great intelligence. So she will naturally gain those abilities with time, as she gains her tails. Is there any way to hasten the process?" Newt shrugged and replied, "Much remains unknown about kitsunes to this day, so maybe there is, or maybe not. What I can tell you is that a kitsune gains its second tail at the age of 3, and the third one comes at 10. That day, Ethan learned a great deal about Miyuki, and struck an unlikely friendship with Newt's commander. Ethan even learned that it had been thanks to Newt that the ministry had agreed so quickly to grant him legal ownership of Miyuki. However, one thing remained on Ethan's mind. Who exactly did Newt think he looked like? Chapter 7. London was quite the bleak city as it often rained, and so children generally all went out on sunny days. Ethan was no such child though. Instead, on a particularly sunny day near the end of summer 1986, Ethan remained in his room, sitting cross-legged on his mat. It had been around 2 years since the first visit of Newt's commander to their house, and Ethan was already 6 years old. In her favorite and claimed seat, that is on top of Ethan's head, sat Miyuki, W. Ho had visibly grown in size in the past 2 years. Ethan himself had grown up, but so had Miyuki, who barely fitted on top of his head when she could easily do so in the past. The most remarkable change about her though was her tail, or tails, as another had grown. 2 tails were now swaying back and forth behind her, sometimes tickling Ethan's ears as she meditated alongside Ethan. The growth of her new tail hadn't been a slow process either. A couple months ago she had woken up with her second tail, and no one had seen how it appeared. The appearance of a new tail was quite the big change for a kitsune. And that was especially so for a young kitsune as their magic would manifest. Miyuki was now able to create small illusions around herself, such as her favorite one to this day, manifesting small butterflies around her. They weren't really useful now, but with time her illusions could become fearsome. Her body had also become stronger. She could give any domestic cat a run for their money in both speed and agility. While her claws could be used as knives. As for Ethan himself, he also had grown in both body and magic. He didn't grow any tail, but he did grow about 10 centimeters in those 2 years. His hair was kept short while his body was a little more developed all around. Because of all his meditation, Ethan feared his body would grow weak, so he decided to exercise his body in his free time, which he usually did with his father. They would run in Greenwich Park several times every week. It was nothing too intensive, but enough to get into shape. However, most of his time was still spent on his magic. Ethan would meditate a first time every day when he woke up, a second time at lunch and finally a last time before sleeping. He had stopped meditating as much as P.O.S. Cybele as he realized it didn't really improve anymore after 15 minutes, so he stuck with sessions of 15 minutes. Thanks to this, Ethan was now able to feel around 70% of the magic in his body at all times, and control with great mastery about 40% of it. Considering how much his magical reserves had grown in the past 2 years, this allowed Ethan to use actual useful magic. It was still wandless magic, and Ethan also decided not to use any incantations. It would make spells much easier to cast, but Ethan decided against using them because they were highly restrictive. Incantations were magica, words that would automatically shape the magic within someone to cast a certain spell, and while it made casting said spell easier, it also restricted the wizard or witch's creativity. No variation could be added to such a spell, and so Ethan decided not to use them as he instead relied on nothing more than his will. This made spell casting much more taxing, but Ethan was free to change his magic mid-casting thanks to this. Moreover, Ethan wasn't too pressed for power at the moment. What mattered the most to him at the moment was to learn more about manipulating his magic, and for that avoiding incantations was better. For now, Ethan stuck to relatively simple spells, mainly revolving around telekinesis. This was indeed one of the simplest forms of magic, and so it could easily be achieved with wandless magic. Ethan had tried to cast a Lumos charm, but although he had enough magic to cast the spell, he had failed many times because although he could control his magic, that was only with simpler commands. As Ethan's magic was always volatile and erratically moving around his body, simply maintaining it in place was complicated. For now, Ethan could maintain around 40% of his magi. In place to cast simpler magic like telekinesis, but harder spells would ask for an even better malleability of his magic, and that he was still incapable of. However, Ethan was only 6, and he had 5 years before entering school, which was more than enough time. Speaking of schools, Ethan obviously intended to join Hogwarts. Not only did he live in England, but even if he didn't, that was the school where everything would happen. Of course he had to head there. But it seemed the choice wasn't as obvious to everyone as it had been to him. Going back a couple of years, when Newt had joined, he had warned him. When you join school in the future, you should warn them in advance about Miyuki, as you can't simply show up with such a dangerous animal at school. Believe me, I tried. Back then, remembering what he saw in the movies from his past life, Ethan had smiled, but then Newt asked, "By the way, have you decided which school you want to go to? Ilvermorny, Durmstrang, or Hogwarts?" Ethan wasn't surprised by Hogwarts and Ilvermorny. He lived in England, so Hogwarts was his given choice, and his father, Henry, was American and had studied at Ilvermorny, so the question was legitimate. However, what he couldn't understand was why exactly would Newt ask about Durmstrang. When he asked him, Newt looked surprised as he replied, "Well, because you're." However, before he could finish, his mother coughed and stopped him. "He will go to Hogwarts." Since then, Ethan had asked many times his parents what Newt meant by Durmstrang, but neither was willing to reveal what he was talking about. Still, Ethan couldn't help but link what he already knew. His mother refused to talk about her childhood, and Newt had talked about someone he looked like. This was probably someone of his family. Possibly from his mother's family. Then, adding in his knowledge from his past life, Ethan quickly ended with two particular characters that could make Newt lose his composition from their appearance. Since he himself had light blonde hair and blue eyes. One was Queenie Goldstein, Newt's sister-in-law, whose fate was still unknown in Ethan's past life as he left before the Fantastic Beasts movies were finished. The other was Gellert Grindelwald, most dangerous Dark Lord before Voldemort, and according to some, even to this day. And considering how Helena refused to tell about her past, Ethan was almost sure it was the second one, meaning he might be the descendant of Grindelwald. Of course, he couldn't be sure, but it would explain why Newt had been so stunned at his appearance. The striking resemblance would make more sense if he was Grindelwald's descendant, as they were both men. It would also explain why his parents had almost no friends, and almost always kept to themselves. From what he knew, before his birth they didn't even live in one place, they constantly moved all around the world. Ethan thought when he was young that this was because they were adventurers at heart. But maybe there was more to it. There was also his father. Henry had always refused to talk about his past too. All Ethan knew was that there were some disagreements with his family, but his father refused to tell him more. That frustrated Ethan, but he didn't give up. One day, he would learn what they are hiding from him, and confirm his identity. Until then, he was going to continue working on his magic, and for that, his father came to him one day. Chapter 8. While Ethan was meditating after lunch, Henry called for him in the study. Curious about what his father wanted from him, Ethan asked, "You called me?" Henry nodded and told him to sit. before asking, if I remember correctly, you once expressed interest in learning the mind arts, didn't you? With the monks, 2 years ago. Ethan, excited of where this discussion could lead to, nodded and replied, I do. Meditation is a first step toward the mind arts. Henry looked at Miyuki, who after 2 years had warmed up to Eth. Anne's parents and treated them like family too, before looking back at his son and saying, I originally wanted to wait a few more years, but considering your progress with your magic, as well as Miak, I being suited to learn it, I'm going to teach you occlumency and legilimency. Both of you. Miyuki, who could already understand English, squealed in delight as she agilely jumped from one of Ethan's shoulder to the other, her tails slamming into Ethan's face. However, the boy himself was too excited to care as he asked, seriously. Henry smiled seeing their excitement and nodded. The mind arts, and especially occlumency, are very important for a wizard to learn. A legilimens can be an extremely dangerous individual to the unprotected mind, and manipulate someone without them even realizing. Ethan asked, how come so few people learn it then? Henry replied, most children coming from magical families are taught occlumency as children, but most stop once they have built sufficiently strong defenses around to their mind to warn them of someone invading. Muggleborns often learn of them much later, or don't bother learning them. Then what are we waiting for? Impatient, Ethan couldn't wait to start. Henry looked into Ethan's eyes and warned, to start, you should feel what your mind being invaded feels like first. As he said that, Ethan started feeling weird. It was quite an oppressive feeling. It felt like someone was trying to barge into his room, a room he only managed to sense he was in with the attack. After a few seconds, Henry stopped and with a surprised face said, your mind is very strong for your age. I didn't expect meditation to have such a great effect. Young minds do evolve faster than adults, however. What do you mean? Ethan couldn't help but ask. Henry explained, the art of occlumency isn't to strengthen the mind, but to use the mind to set defenses around it, which passively strengthens it. Right now, your mind is already as strong as an accomplished occlumens, which is quite the achievement. Ethan titled his head, clearly still having some questions, so Henry continued, let's quantify the mind to better explain. We will say that the MIND of an accomplished occlumens has a value of 1. The attack of an equally skilled legilimens would have a value of 8, so if left undefended the mind of the defender would be intruded easily. However, with the proper defenses erected, the defense value will reach a 10, allowing him to defend against the attempt. Ethan mulled over the words of his father and asked, so a strong mind will allow me to defend from the intrusion of a much weaker legilimens, and my defenses will always be stronger than the attack of a similarly skilled attacker. Henry smiled and shook his head, that depends on the quality of your defenses, as well as the attack of your opponent, and that brings me to my second point. Henry opened his palm, and a blue ball of light appeared in his hand. Ethan wasn't surprised at the feat of wandless magic as he was aware of his father's proficiency in magic. Henry explained, this is your mind. Then, blue wisps of energy extended from the ball of light and formed a barrier around the light, and Henry said, the occlumens will use his mind to create a barrier, the quality of which will decide the factor by which their defense will be strengthened. Then, a red fog appeared all around the barrier, and tried entering, but failed to do so. This is the mind of the opponent. The fog gathered in one spot to form a ray of light, which clashed with the shield, and destroyed it. This defense was a weak one. However, if I do this, the blue barrier, which had been shattered, appeared once again, but this time turned into a complicated structure as a rampart appeared all around the mind. The ray of light once again clashed against the rampart, and this time was stopped. Seeing the light show was over, Ethan asked, why is the defense at an advantage? Henry replied, both defense and attack have their attributes. The defense has to be set in advance, and can't change form while being invaded unless one is extremely skilled in the arts, so it lacks versatility. However, it has the home advantage. And with the mind being right next to it, the defenses will have a stronger integrity and the ability to last longer. As for the attack, although it only has a finite amount of energy, it can be shaped accordingly to the defense, so if the defense has a glaring weakness, the attack can easily take advantage of it. If the defense shows no weak point though, Then the attack would exhaust itself before even reaching the mind. Ethan said, so I have to find a good structure for my mental defenses. Henry smiled and replied, in the beginning, yes. But as the mental defenses come from the mind, the strength of your mind will affect the strength of your defenses, and what you can do with them. For now though, you should only focus on finding the best shape. Ethan, although curious about what his father wasn't telling him, nodded and began working. Meditation had allowed Ethan to strengthen his mind, but it also gave him the ability to feel his mind more easily than others. And visualize it more easily. Meditation, he had learned, was all about finding the perfect balance between body, spirit and soul. As for Miyuki, who had been passively listening since the beginning, her race had a natural ability for the mind arts. Actually, if they waited for more tails to grow, Miyuki would grow to become a natural Legilimens and Occlumens. A natural Wa-s someone born with great talent in either skill, and was generally a fearsome opponent to deal with using the mind arts. And so Ethan's lessons with his father started as they trained in the mind arts every day. This was actually something Ethan had asked. Henry had planned for a lesson every week, but Ethan insisted on working on his mind arts every day. Since he had a lot of free time, Henry happily accepted. No one wanted their close ones to have their mind easily intruded upon by any Tom, Dick and Harry. Of course, dealing with the mind arts, Ethan always had the apprehension of having his father read too deep in discovering his knowledge about the future, or a variation of it at least, as this wasn't something he wanted other people to know about, but his father was careful not to ever cross any boundaries. Besides, Ethan wasn't about to give up on a whole discipline because he feared his parents might someday find out about future knowledge. Besides, his parents were not the only Legilimens in the world. And not everyone was as well-intentioned as they were towards him, so he would rather train while he could to stop any possible future mind rapists. Also, Ethan found his studies with his father to actually complement his own meditation in the shaping of his mind, which was always good news. Of course, adding occlumency and legilimency lessons turned his days quite busy. And it wasn't even over, as his father wasn't the only one who had something to teach him. Chapter 9. A couple of weeks after Ethan started learning occlumency, Helena called him over to teach him something. However, right as he arrived in the study, of course there was his mother sitting, but there was also a pile of books. Letting out a devilish smile, Helena said, "Sit down, we are going to learn runes." Shivering inside from the smile, Ethan obeyed his mother as Miyuki hopped off his head and left the room, ignoring Ethan's betrayed look. Helena rolled her eyes at her son and said, "Runes aren't as bad as you think. The only tedious part is learning a few ancient rune languages. Then, if you are talented enough, you will be able to derive all the other ones, and then runes become really fun." Ethan sighed, and asked, "How many ancient rune languages do I have to learn?" Helena grinned and replied, "Norse, Egyptian, Chinese, Gobbledygook, Murmish." Ethan stopped her. "Fine, I get it." Helena laughed, before saying, "Don't worry, it's not as complicated as it sounds. Besides, the power of runes is not one to laugh at. With enough preparation, a rune master can give any wizard a run for their money." "You remember the Kitsune?" Ethan nodded. Of course he did. Helena gestured at the rest of the room and said, "Runes will also protect your house, and they are necessary to explore runes. Exploring a pyramid without a rune master would be suicide." Then, with a snap of her fingers, Ethan's favorite toy, the small dragon, appeared in the room, and Helena said, "Runes can also allow you to easily make a living. If they can be used to animate toys, they can also be made to create an army. The terracotta army once swept through China." Ethan said, "I know runes are important, and I'm going to learn them. But look at all those books." Helena smiled and comforted him. "Don't complain when you have it so easy. Your ability to memorize is already quite fearsome, and your street rank-themed mind from occlumency and meditation only accentuates that. You don't know how much I wished I had your capacity. Believe me, if you don't learn them as a child, you are going to regret it in the future." Ethan nodded, and Helena said, "Unlike your occlumency classes, we aren't going to have a class every day, that would be useless. Instead, we will have one per week, but you will have homework. First, I want you to read all of these books, and then we will work on memorizing certain chapters. Ethan nodded again. At least he would only have to read the books in the beginning. But King about how tedious it was going to be. Ethan once again sighed as he lifted a finger and levitated the books. Helena didn't look surprised at that, as both her and her husband knew about his magic. How could they not with how much he used it? They had already seen it once with the Kitsune crisis, so Ethan didn't bother hide his advancement from his parents. However, with a twitch of her finger, all the books dropped back on the table. Ethan, who had just gotten up, looked at his mother curiously, and saw her gesture at the seat. Sitting back down, Ethan saw his mother sigh, something she very, very rarely did. "We are going to talk about your grandparents." Ethan, who was wondering what exactly she wanted to talk about, was shocked. But after a moment, he asked, "Is your father Gellert Grindelwald?" Helena froze, and Ethan explained with a smile, "I did my research. Someone Newt Scamander knew, and feared. Someone who would force us to live in hiding. Someone you are ashamed to be related to. Someone related to Durmstrang." Helena remained silent for a few seconds, before sighing once again, "I should have known you would have guessed." "You know what he did too then?" Ethan nodded, "I do." "Do people know of our existence?" "Our existence? The entire world, I guess. However, very few really know who we are. I think the latest rumors were that we are hiding in Dracula's castle in Transylvania." Ethan smiled at that. He already knew about the paranoia of the wizarding world. However, Helena added, "People still know of your existence though. They are expecting your appearance when you turn 11. "How so?" Helena revealed, "Your legal name isn't Ethan Rimmer, but Ethan Grindelwald. The ministry knows about it, and the information was quickly leaked that you are the same age as the boy who lived. Since you will be entering school at the same time." Ethan finally understood why his parents would forget to pick up the newspaper so often, as they weren't actually forgetting it, but simply not picking those that would mention the name Grindelwald. He could imagine the headlines too, which had probably been prepared for years already, and as soon as he made a public appearance, all they would need would be a picture. Ethan smiled imagining it, but still asked, "Why use your name as my legal name? Why couldn't we use Dad's?" Helena replied, "Because it isn't only my family who's complicated." Ethan raised an eyebrow as he tried to recall any mention of the Rimmer family, but he never had heard of it, be it in this life or his last one. "You remember the Sacred 28? Ethan nodded. They were the 28 remaining families in the UK who were truly pure blood, meaning their families were only made of wizards, the squibs and those who married non-pure bloods erased from the family line. However, that was more theory than reality. More than pure blood families, those 28 families were the families who had been controlling Britain for centuries. The majority of the members of Wizengamot, Britain's highest court of law and magical parliament, were members of the Sacred 28. Helena added, "Several other countries have similar families. The US has the founding 16. They are 16 European families who first settled in the US, and their grip on the US is even stronger than the Sacred 28 on Britain. They not only wield high positions in the Makusa, but also in the Muggle US, as they don't really care about blood purity. The Rimmer clan is both a political and economical giant, whose influence stretches on all 5 continents." Ethan asked, "Let me guess, Dad didn't leave the family on good terms?" Helena shook her head and said, "Your father was originally the prodigy of the family, you know about his dueling career. However, while the founding 16 can be said to have more power than the Sacred 28, they are also more restrictive. His marriage was arranged, but he didn't agree to it as we had already met." With a shit-eating grin, Ethan exclaimed, "Don't tell me you ran away together." Helena had a small smile herself as she nodded, which made Ethan burst in laughter. He never would have guessed that his parents were actually the heroes of a romantic story. Helena shushed the laughing Ethan, and continued, "Because he fled, especially with me, the clan expelled him, and so you can't legally use the Rimmer clan, so we had no choice but to use my name." Ethan asked, "What about you then?" "My name also is Grindelwald, and so is your father's. However, I use a fake name for work. No one would want to work with me otherwise, no matter how skilled I am." "Did you ever try to change your name?" Quote, "No, I am not ashamed of my name, unlike what you think. Your grandfather did terrible things for sure, but he had more than one side to him. He truly wanted the good of magic kind. In his own twisted way. She looked a little lost for a moment, before she added with a smile, "Besides, running away from our name will not bring us anything." Ethan nodded as he shared a similar ideology. After a moment of silence, Ethan got up, levitating the books off the table as he began walking away. Before leaving though, he said, "Thank you for telling me, Mom." Chapter 10. Near the end of July 1991, Ethan received 3 letters, something very rare as barely anyone knew of their address. It didn't seem to be much of a problem to the 3 wizarding schools though. As they all sent their letter on the same day. One was a letter from Hogwarts, another was from Ilvermorny and the last one from Durmstrang, as Newt had predicted a few years ago. The 3 letters said almost the same thing. The main difference being in the supplies needed for school, as every school didn't need the same books. In his past life, Ethan almost knew by heart the letter of Accepta. NCE from Hogwarts from how many times he read it in either the books themselves or fanfictions. However, after nearly 11 years into this world, it was nice to read it again. Besides, having his invitation to the magical school he had longed for so long was something else than reading about it in the past. Since every student received their letters on the same day, Ethan and his parents decided to wait for a week before going to Diagon Alley, as every family would go there as soon as possible, so waiting for a week should allow them to cross less people. Unfortunately, Diagon Alley was a busy place all year round, and so even though there were less people than there would have been a week prior, there were still a lot of people. Thankfully, the family was able to quickly finish their shopping without raising a fuss. Or so they thought. The next day, as Henry brought back the Daily Prophet in the morning, he did so with a grave face, and both Ethan and Helena immediately saw why. On the front page were 2 pictures stuck together. On the left was Ethan, looking into the distance, his face serious and somewhat mysterious. His light blonde hair had grown slightly longer, and was straightened to the right, Italian style. His face had matured a lot compared to when he was 4, the wild look to it had grown and made him look quite handsome, but also a bit dangerous, as if he was thinking about mischief. And on the right was an old photograph of none other than dear old Grandpa, Gellert Grindelwald himself. The resemblance was actually striking. Their hair looked very similar, both in color and style. And they had the same look. It wasn't one of pure malice, again, but rather one of a mysterious charm that would bring people to them. The only difference between the 2 would be age, as Ethan was only 11. While Gellert was in his 40s, but if a random person was shown the 2 pictures, and was told the one of the left was a younger version of the one on the right, about anyone would believe them. Funnily enough, Ethan remembered Grindelwald looked vastly different when he was young than when he appeared in the later Fantastic Beasts. In the movies at least, although that was mainly due to the difference in actors. Above the 2 pictures, big black letters danced threateningly. Third Dark Lord of the Century. Single quote. Helena, upon seeing the headline, growled, "I'm going to sue the shit out of them." Henry, still frowning, wasn't much more accommodating of the breach of privacy. "I would have hexed their ass if I saw them." Meanwhile, Ethan only laughed at the title. It's going to be a fun year at school. This had happened 2 weeks ago, and every edition of the Daily Prophet since then had been about either him or Harry Potter, often both of them, comparing. The Boy of Light and the One of Darkness. Not one picture of Ethan was used twice, meaning they had taken quite a few of them of him back in Diagon Alley, which was quite surprising since they hadn't stayed for long, as they had skipped the shop in which they would have to wait the most, Ollivander's. This was because Ethan, unlike nearly every other student in Hogwarts, wasn't going to buy his wand from Ollivander's, but from the Japanese wandmaker, Ishida Yuji. This wasn't because Ethan thought less of Ollivander. The old man was a well-recognized genius in wand making, and anyone dismissing I am as anything lesser than that would be a fool, but because Ethan wanted his wand to be specially made for him, and use materials Ollivander's did not deal with. It was said that the wand chose the wizard, and while true, the affinity a child would have to a wand could be somewhat predicted. For example, Harry Potter would get the twin wand of Voldemort's own wand, because of his scar. As for Ethan, he wanted the core of his wand to be made with the tail hair of Miyuki's mother. She had a major impact in his life, and he shared a deep connection with both her and Miyuki. This was a decision Ethan had made with Miyuki. So the wand would become a memento of Miyuki's mother, and their reunion. As for the hair, it had been given to them by the Buddhist temple, after they asked them. Of course, it had cost a pretty penny. But it was worth it. And today, the 15th of August 1991, was a special day. Not only would Ethan fetch his wand today, but it was also his 11th birthday. When he woke up, Ethan did not feel any difference. His chaotic magic was still roaming unchecked in his body, volatile as ever. However, at 11:43 a.m., Ethan felt something incredible. Normally, children wouldn't feel anything of their magical transformation, as they didn't have the ability to feel their magic at all times. Ethan, however, had for a few years now managed to feel all of his magic at all times in his body. Meaning he felt it go through an unusual pattern. The thing was, before, his magic did not follow any pattern, but in that moment, Ethan could feel all of his magic heading in the same direction, forming a vortex within his body that sucked all of his magic, and some more from the surroundings. Before long, a magical core was formed in Ethan's body, made up of all his magic. Thanks to the countless hours Ethan spent meditating, as well as his constant use of magic, Ethan had more magic than peers of his age, and all of that magic was gathered in one core. As Ethan's magical core gradually formed though, Ethan noticed it was not growing in a perfect sphere, as he had always imagined it, and so a childish part of him willed for it to change shape, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Ethan did not know whether the shape of the core changed anything to magic, but for him, who felt his magic at all times, an uneven sphere would be very disturbing, so he shaped it into a more even shape. After a couple of minutes, Ethan's magical core was finally created. Opening his eyes, Ethan raised his hand, and all the furniture in the room started floating. With a grin, Ethan put them back down. While he may have mastered his volatile magic, the feeling of having an actual core was completely different. Now, all that was left was to get his wand, and he would be ready for Hogwarts. And thankfully, Ethan wouldn't have to go back to Japan as his parents had already fetched the wand a month ago. Later in the afternoon, after Ethan ate cake with his parents, they gave him a wooden box with many runes carved in the wood. Looking them over, Ethan saw a few preservation runes, as well as other runes, some he could identify the function of, and others a bit too advanced even for him. That had to be his mother's handiwork. Taking a deep breath, Ethan opened the box, revealing his wand. The wand was 12 inches, and almost white in color. On the side, Helena informed, it is made of maple wood. And for the core, you should know. Ethan nodded slightly, and feeling trepidation and some nervousness, he grabbed the wand. Instantly, Ethan felt a connection create itself between his magical core and the wand in his hand. With a flick of his hand, a small tree started growing from the wooden table. His parents were quite astonished by the feat of transfiguration. Ethan quickly stopped though, resetting the table to its original state. He fiddled with the wand for a while, before putting it in the wand holster that came with it. Honestly, Ethan had been a bit worried about his wand. He feared it would have some kind of negative impact on him, but thankfully, it didn't. Also, Ethan feared it could be a bit useless, as his mastery of magic was already impressive enough. Even before he was 11. When his magic was still volatile, Ethan didn't just manage to sense all of it at all times, he was also capable of manipulating it in its entirety to perform several spells. So after his core manifested itself, his control was only further elevated, making it extremely easy for Ethan to control his magic. Hence, in a way, the wand's ability to better his control over his magic was indeed useless. However, that wasn't the only ability of a wand. Ethan could feel his magic flow faster while he held the wand, and it could even amplify his spells to a certain extent. So overall, he was relieved the wand didn't turn out to be useless or harmful. Chapter 11, September 1, 1991. Ethan and his parents arrived early on platform 9 3/4 to avoid trouble. Although Ethan would have to wait longer. With less people Ethan wouldn't have to deal with too many stairs. Still, a few anxious parents had arrived ahead of time, but thankfully it would seem many of them were Muggles MPNing their magical children as they didn't throw second glances at Ethan for the most part. Of course, there were a few magical families who stared, but Ethan ignored them. Henry, who had been carrying Ethan's luggage, put it down as the family went for a group hug, Miyuki happily jumping from shoulders to shoulders as they did so. Then, Ethan picked up his luggage, which was much smaller and lighter than the others here. This was because it had been enchanted by his mother. Normally, expanded suitcases were heavily monitored by the Ministry of Magic, but Helena, as a famous runemaster, possessed enough authority to legalize it herself. After the group hug, Helena straightened Ethan's clothes and whispered, "Remember, don't let others influence your mood, okay? If other students or shares treat you differently, ignore them." Ethan smiled and said, "Don't worry Mom, I'll be fine. If they go overboard, I'll just hex them, or send Miyuki in their room at night." Henry ruffled his hair, "I'm sure you will do fine. Learn well, aim for the top, and ignore the jealous ones below." Ethan nodded, and with a heart full of eagerness, boarded the Hogwarts Express. The train was nearly empty because of how early they arrived, so Ethan chose one of the compartments at the front of the train. As he entered, his luggage floated to the rack above him as he sat down, Miyuki laying beside him. Miyuki, just like Ethan, had grown, and much faster than she was supposed to. She was already too big to rest on Ethan's head, so she now walked beside him, much to her chagrin. For a few years now too she had 3 tails, and seemed to not be too far from her 4th one. If she aged normally, she shouldn't even have her 3rd tail yet, but for some reason she was growing faster than she was supposed to. Ethan theorized it was because of their joint sessions of meditation and occlumency, but he had no way of verifying it, so he simply accepted the fact. Since he had nothing to do, Ethan took a few berries from his luggage and began playing with Miyuki, controlling the berries to make Miyuki run across the wagon. As the minutes passed though, more and more people arrived and boarded the train. Some passed by Ethan's wagon, and while some did not react when they saw him, most of them reeled back in fear. So Ethan decided to ignore them as he continued playing with Miyuki. However, at some point, 2 particular boys with more courage than the others stuck their head in curiously. Looking over, Ethan spotted 2 heads covered in red hair. The 2 boys were a few years older than him, red-haired and were twins. Their identity was pretty obvious. "George, you reckon he would use one of the unforgivable curses if we pranked him?" one of the twins asked, and the other replied, "Don't know Fred, we should ask him." His attention fully on the twins now, Ethan smiled and said, "I won't. You seem to know who I am, would you care introducing yourselves?" Fred and George looked at each other, before nodding resolutely as they jumped into the wagon and sat down in front of Ethan. With a serious face, George presented them, "George and Fred Weasley, pleased to meet you." Fred quipped in, "Fred and George Weasley. Always start with the most important." George shook his head and turned to his brother, "Why do you think I said George and Fred then? Really, you think this is the time?" Ethan laughed at their interaction, and said, "I think the polite way to introduce yourself is to start by the other one. This is Miyuki, and I am Ethan. Ethan Grindelwald, and yes, to everyone hiding outside, I am the grandson of Gellert Grindelwald, and no, I am not a serial killer or a psycho." Rumbling sounds came from outside the wagon as the many students sneakily listening to the conversation ran away in fright. While the twins guffawed, "That was bloody awesome. Say, would you mind if we buy a polyjuice potion and disguise as you to scare people?" Ethan nodded, "I would. People are scared plenty of me already. I don't need your help to better my reputation." However, Ethan could see that neither brother really seemed to mind his words, though he didn't know whether they agreed with him, or were already thinking of where they would get their polyjuice potion. So he decided to remind himself to be careful of any hair he could leave behind. On that, the 2 brothers got up exactly at the same time. And one said, "Well, it was nice meeting you, O Dark Lord from the deepest depths of infamy, but we'll have to go. If you ever need anything, and it doesn't involve starting a world war, call us." The 2 left, but after a second their heads popped back up and they added, "Seriously, don't start a war on us." Ethan smiled and nodded, and spoke to Miyuki in Japanese, "Funny people, aren't they?" Miyuki, who could completely understand what they were saying, nodded while laughing herself. Ethan had decided to communicate with Miyuki in Japanese only while outside, both so that people wouldn't eavesdrop on their conversation, and so people would think Miyuki doesn't understand English. After the twins, Ethan was left alone for a while. He could still hear some people whispering out of the wagon. But there were less people than before, and as the Hogwarts Express was about to leave, they all went back to their wagons. So as the train started, Ethan was on his own, which wasn't very surprising as he half expected it already. But life was always full of surprises, as after a couple of minutes, after they had already left the station, he felt Miyuki nudge his leg, and saw she was looking toward the door. Looking over, he saw a head shyly looking over. It was a girl. She had medium-length dark hair, and light green eyes. As Ethan looked over, her face turned red, and she fully revealed herself as she said, the other wagons are full, so can I. Ethan, who hardly heard what she was saying, asked, you want to come in maybe? The girl furiously nodded, making Ethan smile as he gestured toward the opposite sit. Keeping her head down, the girl entered the wagon, and tried to lift her luggage to the rack, but it was obviously too heavy for her spindly arms. Taking out his wand, Ethan asked, need a hand? The girl, who had her back to him, replied, and no, it's fine. It's a bit too heavy even for the two of us anyway. Ethan snorted slightly and with a wave of his wand, the luggage was raised to the rack, while the girl watched gobsmacked. She turned around, and seeing Ethan's wand, commented, you can use spells already. Ethan nodded slightly, and said, I can. My name is Ethan Grindelwald. What about you? The girl made no reaction to the name of Grindelwald, confirming to Ethan she was a Muggleborn. My name is Sophia Highburn. Nice to meet you. Then, an awkward silence planned, before Sophia's eyes settled on Miyuki and she asked longingly, a fox with several tails, you must come a magical family. Is that why you can already use spells? Ethan replied, I do come from a magical family, but rest assured, most first years arrive in Hogwarts without the ability to throw a single spell. I am the oddball here, not you. The girl seemed to sigh in relief at his words, so Ethan reassured her, you shouldn't be so nervous, Hogwarts is a wonderful place to be in. Have you heard about the houses? Sophia nodded, and after a couple of seconds said, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Yes, the first thing we will do once in Hogwarts will be our sorting. No matter which house you end up in, you will find that everyone else will be about as lost as you are. Sophia was somewhat relieved, but it was obvious she was still nervous, so for the rest of the way Ethan shared with her some of his knowledge about Hogwarts. It wasn't like he had anything else to do either way. Chapter 12. The ride to Hogwarts was rather calm for Ethan and Sophia, as they would lightly chat from time to time, and play with Miyuki when they didn't have anything left to say. Despite being capable of slitting a grown man's throat, Miyuki was very friendly to people she liked, and Sophia happened to quickly fall into that category. At some point, Sophia brought out her charms book, and fueled by Ethan's abilities, she tried to learn a spell. Meanwhile, Ethan could hear the noise outside. Most students left their compartments to visit others. Meeting the other students, however, none approached their compartment. It seemed the word had spread he was in here. A few hours later, as the night had already fallen, they finally reached their destination as the students, who had changed into their robes in the meantime, walked out of the train. As he did, Ethan heard a gruff voice call out, First years. First years, over here. Turning around, Ethan spotted a giant of a man, waving a lantern from left to right. The older students left in another direction as the first years headed for the man. That was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds of Hogwarts. As the first years formed a crowd in front of Hagrid, he yelled, Come on, follow me. Mind your step. While the giant man led the way, Ethan looked around the crowd, which was bigger than he had expected. His memories of his past life had started getting blurry after 11 years into this world, but he didn't remember there being so many students in the movies. There were definitely more than 100 students around him, so spotting any particular student was hard in this crowd. They followed a long, narrow path, until they took a sharp turn, and were delivered with an astonishing view. There was a great black lake, on which both the moon and the mountain under it were reflected. And on the mountain, was a great castle. Hogwarts. They were quickly brought out of their stun by Hagrid though, who shouted, No more than 4 per boat. Ethan, who was at the front of the crowd, quickly got into one, followed by Sophia, while Miyuki had already perched herself on top of his shoulders. She was obviously too big to be there, but she was somehow managing to stay stable. Ethan did not expect anyone to join them in their bark, and he was right, but as he stared at the magical castle, he heard a whisper, "Is that a real Kitsune?" Ethan turned around in surprise and saw Hagrid look down at him, or rather at Miyuki. Ethan nodded and introduced, "Yes, her name's Miyuki." Hagrid mumbled, "I didn't know they were legal in England. You were lucky to have bonded with such a rare animal, you should treasure that bond." Ethan nodded slightly, and Heir. It went to tend to the other first years. In a couple of minutes, everyone got into their boats, and the boats started magically moving across the Great Lake. As they reached the other end of the Great Lake, they got out of their boats before climbing a set of stone steps, before finally arriving in front of a great castle door. Checking one last time every student was there, Hagrid raised his gigantic fist, and knocked thrice. The door swung open at once, revealing a tall black-haired witch. She looked stern, and as her eyes traveled across the eyes of the students, Ethan saw Sophia smile slightly next to him, silently waving at the professor. After a couple of seconds of silence, Hagrid coughed slightly and presented, "First years, this is Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid, I will take them from here." Hagrid nodded, and fidgeted on the spot a bit awkwardly, before walking away. Still, he sent a last conflicted look in Ethan's direction. Ethan could perfectly understand it. He knew of Hagrid's love for unusual, and especially dangerous, magical animals, and should know the difficulty for a Kitsune to bond with a human. To think that a Kitsune would decide to bond with Ethan Grindelwald out of all people. It sure was problematic. In Hagrid's eyes, it was probably as if a phoenix became Voldemort's pet. That was just nonsense. And honestly, Ethan did not blame Hagrid, or anyone else for that matters, to treat him the way they did because of his name. He knew his name had a history, and although he personally had nothing to do with it, he still had to deal with it. It wasn't fair, but he would have been apprehensive as well as he reincarnated as anyone else and known about a descendant of Grindelwald. A normal 11-years-old child would feel angry at the injustice, but Ethan fortunately wasn't one. Ethan was already in his 20s when he reincarnated, and his life experience now added up to more than 30 years, and he had even gone through life and death. He understood that the world wasn't fair, and complaining about it would only make it worse. Of course, like any other human being, he had his limits, but for now, dealing with a bunch of children, he should be fine. Although Ethan had to admit, McGonagall had done a great job at hiding any kind of different treatment towards him, and so it was with a pleased mind that he followed the woman into the castle. They didn't have to wait for long to enter the great halls. Looking around, Ethan couldn't help but take in his surroundings with relish, as he had to admit, despite having lived in a magical world for 11 years. This was like nothing before. Not even Diagon Alley could rival the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Thousands of candles floated in the sky, lighting the room, and if one looked up the sky would be astonished to see the starry sky, and because of the location, no light pollution wasted the experience. Below the candles, 4 long tables practically went from one end of the room to the other, and were big enough to accommodate the 1,000-student body of Hogwarts. At the other end of the hall was one final long table, smaller in size, but just as important, as it was where the professors sat. Professor McGonagall, who had left the students a moment to admire the Great Hall, started moving once again, and the first years started following obediently. Finally, they stopped at the end of the 4 long tables, right before the stairs leading to the professor's table. In between was a stool, on top of which sat a hat. To every first year's shock, except a few who knew about it, the hat started singing, in a rather deep voice, "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true. and unafraid of toil, are yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, wear those of wit and learning. Will always find their kind, or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap. As the talking hat finished singing, the hall burst into applause, either out of tradition, respect or admiration, Ethan could not tell. Ethan could hear many whispers around him, of students being relieved they wouldn't have to go through a harsh and difficult test to get into their house. Ethan even saw Sophia sigh in relief next to him. It would seem she too had heard such rumors. Had he known, he wouldn't have been so mysterious about the house selection in the train. Chapter 13. McGonagall then stepped forward, a long roll of parchment having appeared in her hands at some point. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah, a blushing blonde girl came out of the crowd, and before everyone's eyes she sat on the stool as Profe. McGonagall placed the hat on top of her head. Hannah was obviously feeling extremely nervous at the moment, but thankfully for her, the hat didn't take long to announce loudly its choice. Hufflepuff. The table filled with yellow scarf-wearing students cheered loudly as they got the first of the first years to come up, warmly welcoming the shy girl with their applause. The Hufflepuffs were known for their friendliness. Next, McGonagall called one student after the other, and honestly Ethan had no impression of most of them. He remembered some of the famous names, but he couldn't remember most of the secondary characters. Not to mention those who were mentioned a couple of times through the whole series. Actually, Ethan had no idea whether Sophia had been in J.K. Rowling's books, or in any of the movies. But it didn't really matter in the end, reasoned Ethan, as this was an O. Granger, Hermione. Finally, one character Ethan recognized was called as they got closer and closer to his name. The girl, who would grow to become Hogwarts' brightest witch, didn't seem as stressed as the other students as she nearly ran to the stool and slammed the hat on top of her head. The head too. Okay, relatively more time than usual too before finally announcing loudly, Gryffindor. Again, the Gryffindor table clapped loudly, maybe even louder than the Hufflepuff table, but Ethan was pretty sure. It was out of competitiveness more than camaraderie. Greengrass, Daphne. Ethan, who expected it would be his turn, faltered in his step, and to not appear too awkward, he leaned over to Sophia's ear. As if it was what he wanted to do from beginning, and whispered, "No matter what, do not enter Slytherin." Sophia was puzzled at his words, and asked, "Is it a bad house?" Ethan shook his head as the hat nearly immediately screamed the name of the House of the Snake as it sat on the witch's head, and explained, "It's not about good or bad, you simply aren't suited for the house. Trust me, and you will understand later why." Grindelwald, Ethan. Before Sophia could ask any more questions, McGonagall called for Ethan in a loud and clear voice. Out of respect, the older students would remain quiet while the students were called up. But this time, as they heard the infamous name, whispers broke out in the four tables and among the first years. Ethan, who expected it from the beginning, simply walked forward, keeping his gaze straight on the hat, not daring to look any higher. Since he had arrived in the Great Hall, Ethan had evaded the teacher's table with his gaze despite his curiosity because of a simple reason. One called Dumbledore. As he was in an O, Ethan had no idea of how Dumbledore would behave. Maybe it was one of those universes where Dumbledore was a Dark Lord in disguise. However, one thing Ethan knew for a fact was that Dumbledore was as great of a Legilimens as in the original universe, which was something his father had told him. Ethan was extremely confident in his mental defenses, and doubted that even someone of Dumbledore's caliber could enter his mind in an instant and effortlessly look into his mind, but Ethan was confident, not arrogant. Why tempt the devil if he could avoid it? Of course, Ethan couldn't ignore the old man forever, but Ethan still would rather not take any risk. Ethan quickly approached the stool, and as he sat on it McGonagall cleared her throat loudly, quieting the entire room in an instant, before placing the hat on top of Ethan's head. Faced with the hat, Ethan was tempted to try to protect himself from its probing, as a test to himself, but decided not to. If he really succeeded it could become problematic. You wouldn't succeed anyway. A soft yet rough voice appeared in Ethan's head, one he recognized as the Sorting Hat's. Ethan merely smiled at the provocation, and the hat continued, "You have a lot of talent, and a rarely seen passion for magic. Of this intensity at least. You could excel in academics, but considering how much you abhor reading, Ravenclaw is out of the question." At that, Ethan felt like sighing mentally. He too wanted to appear like those cool main characters and always have a book in hand. Appearing mysterious and intelligent all the time, but that would simply be too painful. He didn't like reading very much in his past life already, but his mother had only hammered the nail deeper as she taught Ethan about runes. Learning several rune languages in the span of a few years had been quite traumatic, as that had involved an insane amount of reading, and it wasn't fun reading. Ed with all the books on magical theory Ethan read to better his control over his magic, he really abhorred reading now. If he really needed to, he obviously could read, but he would rather not if he could help it. You have the cunning and the ambition to go in Slytherin, more than enough courage and determination to enter Gryffindor, and your connection with that Kitsune waiting for you is more than enough to tell about your compassion, so Hufflepuff would be a great choice too. Ethan's eyes darted to Sophia, with Miyuki who was waiting next to her, staring at Ethan. The pets of the students should normally wait for their masters in their rooms, but Miyuki was special. As a dangerous species, although Ethan had received the school's authorization to keep her in the school, she also had Obi next to him as often as possible so that no accident would happen. The only exception were classes, where she was allowed to stay in his dorm room for most of them. She may seem not as dangerous while in his room, but if she escaped then she would be a much greater danger, so the school decided he should bring her around. Seeing the hat was having trouble, Ethan said in his mind, "Stop stalling now. And just put me in Slytherin already. Putting me in any other house would do me more harm than good anyway." "If you say so, Slytherin." The last part was yelled out loud for everyone to hear, and so McGonagall took the hat from his head. To Ethan's surprise, many claps were heard from the Slytherin table, as well as cheers. Looking at the snakes, Ethan had to admit he did not expect them to welcome him this warmly. Well, thinking about it, they were pure bloods, so even if Ethan followed in his grandfather's footsteps, they wouldn't have to fear much. Grindelwald did not believe in pure blood supremacy from what Ethan knew, but as they were the most powerful houses in Britain, he had allied with them. Miyuki quickly ran up to his side as Ethan joined the Slytherin table, a smile on his face this time. He couldn't help it. He might be an adult in a child's body, he still felt bothered by the stares of everyone he met, so meeting a group of people who actually did not treat him as a freak felt good. Ethan saw a place in front of the blonde girl who had been called before him, Daphne Greengrass, so he went to sit there, while sending a look at Sophia. He had just told her not to choose Slytherin. While he joined the house himself, he was aware this would probably hurt the shy girl, who would probably take it as him thinking she didn't have the skills to enter the house. Ethan would rather slightly hurt the girl than let her throw herself into hell for the next 7 years. After all, for a Muggleborn, Slytherin truly could be hell. As he finally sat down, Ethan sent a look at his neighbors. One was an older female student who had a polite smile on, while the other place next to him was empty. Ethan wanted to strike up a conversation with his fellow students, but it wasn't the time as others still had to be sorted. Sophia was called up next, and to Ethan's delight, she was sorted into Gryffindor. In his opinion, the house may be filled with many morons, it would always be better than Slytherin, for a Muggle born. Besides, there were some fine people in Gryffindor. He did notice though that Sophia sent a glance his way as she walked toward her table, so he sent her a reassuring smile. To say everything was all right. Chapter 14, Harry Potter, the Boy Who Lived. Harry had already grown numb to the admiration people held for him, and to the media in general. His name had already made the headline hundreds of times despite barely appearing in public. Recently though, something interesting had appeared. Ethan Grindelwald. Although Harry did not go to school in his childhood, his mother had taught him and Cassia, his sister, everything they needed to know, and that included the history of the magical world. To him, who had lost his grandparents to Lord Voldemort, whom he had somehow killed as a baby, he was especially sensitive to Dark Lords in history. So learning the descendant of the previous greatest Dark Lord, a Grindelwald, Harry couldn't help his curiosity. And he wasn't disappointed, as for the first time in his life, Harry saw someone attract as much attention as him, if not more. However, as he read the newspapers, and heard the whispers of his now fellow students, he did not feel the slightest jealousy, but instead some pity. Harry, as someone who had been the focus of the magical world, and the media, for his entire life. He knew better than to believe everything written there, and wouldn't base his judgment on what he read. But he couldn't help but put himself in this guy's shoes, and could only imagine what it would be to already be treated as a Dark Lord before even entering Hogwarts. So Harry expected many things from Ethan, all revolving around an angry boy wishing for revenge against the world. That was the most likely result his father had told him, and Harry agreed with it. But as he finally met Ethan himself, Harry met someone completely different from what he believed. Ethan wasn't a dark, revengeful child who looked ready to jump at anyone's throat. Instead, he always carried a smile. Him joining Slytherin was to be expected, but to his shock, Harry had seen Ethan encourage a girl who joined Gryffindor. That was a wildly different person than what he expected, and it sent him in quite the turmoil. And as he sat down at the Gryffindor table, he heard his sister ask, "Do you think he is hiding something?" Harry's eyes darted to his sister as he replied, "I don't know, he is very strange. But I guess it's a good thing." Cassia smiled as she sent a look at the Slytherin table, and said, "Who knows? He may be able to keep Malfoy in check." Harry nodded slightly, feeling a little lost. After the Potter siblings, the rest of the first years were quickly sorted, and as the last student, Blaise Zabini, was put in Slytherin, and McGonagall brought away the sorting hat, the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, rose from his seat. "Before we start the feast, a few words. This year, our school welcomes an old teacher, Professor Quirrell. He has been away for a year, but has agreed to come back this year to teach defense against the dark arts." A round of applause for Professor Quirrell. Ethan, who had been avoiding the professor's table since the beginning, smiled as he started clapping alongside everyone, and his eyes finally moved to the table to search for Quirrell. However, as he saw the teacher stand up from his seat, Ethan's eyes widened in shock as his hands slowed down. Blurred as his memories may be, Ethan still remembered the most important threat in Harry's first year, Voldemort, who was on the back of Quirrell's head. To hide the Dark Lord, Quirrell had wrapped a turban around his head, but here, Ethan was shocked to discover that Quirrell wore no turban. Instead, the teacher was waving at the students with a smile, no trace of nervousness or dark magic around him. Although Ethan knew he couldn't rely much on his knowledge of the timeline to plan for his safety, he still thought he could navigate around the main events. Unfortunately, Quirrell had proved him wrong. But that set a whole other problem. How was Voldemort going to attack the school this year? Was he even going to attack the school? Was Voldemort really dead in this universe? Ethan was brought out from his thoughts by a nudge from Miyuki, and he noticed food had appeared on the table. Understanding this wasn't the place for such thoughts, Ethan picked a piece of meat and fed it to Miyuki, who was on his thigh. As he did so, he turned to his neighbor on the right, who had come here by himself, and extended his clean hand. "Ethan, you're Theodore, right? Nice to meet you." The impassive boy, Theodore looked a bit shocked. Ethan took the initiative to speak to him, but after a moment realized he was being rude, not replying, so he shook his hand and replied, "Yes, nice to meet you. Is that a kitsune?" Ethan patted Miyuki's head as she ate, and replied with a smile, "She is. We have grown up together, she's like family to me. Do you have a pet?" Theodore shook his head. "I don't, but," he pointed at the girl across them, Daphne, and continued, "She does." "A cat?" Ethan turned toward the blonde girl, who looked surprised she was introduced into the conversation out of nowhere, and after a small cough she said, "She's a Bengal. Her name's Ava. I couldn't bring her here though." Ethan smiled as he lightly stroked Miyuki's back and asked, "That's a nice breed, quite expensive I heard. Anyway, are you guys happy to be in Slytherin?" Theodore shrugged and replied, "I didn't have much of a choice anyway. My dad would have killed me if I got in any other house than Slytherin." Daphne slightly squinted her eyes at his response, but did not say anything, while not looked down. Ethan was curious about their reactions, and a part of him was tempted to take a peek into their minds, but refrained from doing so. As the heirs of magical families, especially from the Sacred 28. They most certainly developed mental defenses, but Ethan was confident to read their mind without being caught. However, he didn't, both out of respect for the two, and Beck. It was a bad habit he didn't want to catch. So he turned to Daphne, who said, "Slytherin is good. Gryffindor would have been a bother. Hufflepuffs are too meek, but I guess I could see myself in Ravenclaw." So it was either that or Slytherin. The Sorting Hat thought I was more of a Slytherin, I guess. "What about you?" Ethan beamed and replied. Funnily enough, the Sorting Hat hesitated between three houses, with Ravenclaw being the only one excluded. "It's because I don't like reading. However, I wouldn't really fit in either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff because of my reputation, so I ended up in Slytherin. It's a good house though." The atmosphere became a little awkward as he mentioned his history, and Ethan, who was expecting it, said, "I'm fine with any questions, you know. Better deal with them now rather than later." The two were quite surprised by his easygoing attitude about it, and after a second of silence, Daphne asked, "Have you ever met your grandfather?" Ethan shook his head and replied, "My mother cut ties with him many years ago. I would like to meet him one day though. He might have been a maniac. He remains an interesting character, and I can't shy away from my family history." Daphne nodded, as she went back to eating, while Theodore asked, "How do you deal with your identity? You don't seem bothered by people's attitude towards you." Ethan titled his head, and replied, "Why should I care? The actions of my elders do not define me. Of course, when I was younger, I was a bit mad at people as they forced me into hiding for my entire childhood, but I guess they helped forge the person I am, so as long as they don't try to kill me, I don't really have a problem with them." Chapter 15. The welcoming feast was quite fruitful for Ethan as there were fruits of great variety on the table. And more importantly, he befriended two fellow Slytherins, Daphne and Theodore. Theodore was quite introverted, and looked like a loner, but Ethan's enthusiasm was more than enough to cope with it as he forced the boy into talking, and managed to pull a few smiles from him through the feast. As for Daphne, she looked like a serious, no-nonsense person, but as he got to know her more, Ethan discovered she could be quite humorous when she wanted to. After the welcoming feast, they were led to the Slytherin dungeons, and led to their rooms. After some asking, Ethan had also been delighted to find out that the Slytherin bedrooms were individual. The Hufflepuffs had rooms of 8, Gryffindors of 5, Ravenclaws of 3, and Slytherin's individual bedrooms, matching the values and personalities of each house. Although being in a dorm would help socialize, Ethan very much preferred having his own personal room. Once he arrived in his bedroom, Ethan decided not to head to the common room to learn more about his fellow Slytherin, but stay in his room as he went to bed early. A part of him urged him to leave his room and go to explore the magical castle, but doing so on the first night wasn't the best choice. The professors and Filch would probably be on high alert as it was the first night. Besides, the next day was a Monday, and so would be their first day of class. That morning, Ethan got to the common room early, even earlier than some of the older Slytherin who started classes early in the morning. One common feature though would be that they all avoided him like the plague. It would seem that despite their warm greetings, they still didn't have the guts to talk to him. At some point though, Ethan was joined by Theodore and Daphne, and together, they left for their first class of the day. Double Transfiguration with Gryffindor. A few students had already arrived in the class before them. As he glanced around, Ethan found Sophia to be sitting alone. Considering the classes were mostly in pairs, Ethan turned to his two new friends and said, "Go sit together, I've spotted a friend." The two nodded. Being a group of 3 could be quite annoying in a class where they had to work in pairs. Sophia had obviously not seen Ethan coming, so with a grin he suddenly grabbed her shoulders, making her jump in her seat as she yelped in surprise. This sent Ethan into a laughing fit, ignoring the glare from the cat on the professor's table as he sat next to Sophia, who was clenching the front of her robe while panting. "So, Gryffindor, how are you integrating in your new house?" Calming her beating heart, Sophia replied, I'm fine. "Please don't do that," Ethan replied, still laughing a bit. "Sorry, I lost myself to the temptation, so, made any friends?" Sophia nodded slightly, but seeing her lack of oral response, Ethan guessed she was lying. Since she didn't want to talk about it, Ethan took out his wand and asked, "Did you start reading Switch's book?" Sophia looked confused at his question, so he pointed his wand at her book, titled, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and below it was the name of the author, Emmerich Switch. Sophia perked up as she saw that, blushing a little as she shook her head, "And no, I haven't yet." "Do you think I'm in trouble?" Although he felt the temptation of teasing her, Ethan simply shrugged and replied, "I wouldn't say you were in trouble, but it would have helped. Transfiguration is one of the hardest branches of magic to master as it is mostly intentional magic rather than incantational spells like in charms. So reading the theory before coming into class would be a plus." I have no clue of what you just said. I'm pretty sure you made up a word or two, right?" "Right, please." Then sighed at the clueless witch's questioning, and with a flick of his wand, he articulated, Wingardium Leviosa. Sophia's book started floating, and Ethan explained, "This is what I call an incantational spell." There was a clear incantation, being Wingardium Leviosa here, that gave a function to my magic, and a certain wand movement to perform one particular action, here being to make an object levitate. Lowering slightly his wand, the book fell back to the table, and Ethan continued, "In this case, the incantation and your wand do most of the job. Wingardium Leviosa is a spell we will learn this year in charms. As for transfiguration, you will have to manipulate your magic yourself, making the job harder." Sophia muttered, "So Professor McGonagall's class is the hardest class." She looked a little downtrodden as she said that, but what Ethan said next relieved her. "Not really the hardest. It is relatively more complex, but different wizards will excel in different magical disciplines. For example, I prefer intentional magic because it allows for more freedom in performing magic, so it perfectly suits transfiguration. However, because I learned not to use charms through their incantations, it makes learning them much harder." Sophia nodded, her confidence raised thanks to his words. She looked at Ethan with a thankful gaze, but after a moment commented, "You haven't brought Miyuki with you." Ethan grabbed the robe in front of his heart at her words, faking a deeply hurt expression as he nearly toppled over, whispering, "Here I am, sitting next to you and being a helpful friend. And yet you failed to notice something so rudimentary. I'm hurt." Sophia panicked, her hands trembling as she didn't know what to do with them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Ethan abruptly rose back to a normal position, so swiftly in fact that it almost looked unnatural, and said, "Apologies accepted. To answer your question, I won't be bringing her to class. She will get more frustrated than me to see others fail, and I fear she will decapitate one of them." Sophia paled. You're joking, right?" Ethan laughed. "Of course I'm joking. She would only decapitate people if I told her to. She's resting in my room, there's not much for her to do here." Ethan had managed to still get some freedom for Miyuki. The school had probably been convinced that forcing a dangerous animal too much would be more counterproductive than anything. Sophia's face remained pale as she couldn't believe such a cute animal could kill people. So Ethan added, "I'm teasing you, Sophia." Actually, he wasn't. Although she only had 3 tails, if given the opportunity, Miyuki could really kill an adult. If caught unaware, even an adult wizard could fall prey to her claws, and she would only become deadlier as she gained more tails, but Sophia didn't need to know that yet. After a moment, Sophia finally managed to rein in her emotions, and she asked the question that had been bugging her since the day before. "Why did you tell me not to enter Slytherin?" She looked hurt as she asked that. As Ethan was about to reply though, an arrogant voice said, "Fancy hanging with mudbloods, Grindelwald. I expected more from someone with your name." Turning around, Ethan spotted a pale-skinned blonde boy of their age snicker, surrounded by his 2 goons. Next to Ethan, Sophia had no idea what a mudblood was supposed to be. But she could feel it was a bad name, and so she gripped the hems of her robe tightly, but did not dare to say anything. Ethan, on the other hand, was clutching his wand hard. But as he felt like cursing the little shit known as Draco Malfoy, he saw a group of people had appeared behind Malfoy and his gang. "Malfoy, apologize, or else." Behind Draco were Harry and Cassia Potter, as well as their childhood friend Neville Longbottom, and their new friend Hermione Granger. Hermione sported a deep frown, being aware of the signification of the word, while N. Evil was obviously uncomfortable being part of the confrontation, but he held his ground. Malfoy merely looked annoyed at Harry's interference, and he said, "Or what, save your boy." Not giving him a second more of his attention. Malfoy turned back to Ethan, and gestured toward Sophia with his wand as he said, "Are you really going to drag your family's name in the mud by talking to?" Before he could finish though, the ground in front of him suddenly rose in time to stop a deep red light from hitting Malfoy. Meanwhile, the boy looked at Ethan in shock, who was ready to fire another spell. "Stop at once." Ethan suddenly stopped his movement as he sent a glance at the cat, who had turned into Professor McGonagall, who had her wand out, ready to act. Chapter 16. Mr. Grindelwald, I will have you know that using your magic against another student is strictly forbidden. As this is your first class, I won't be taking any house points from you, but you will serve a detention with me tonight. Now, lower your wand. Ethan was still angry, but he knew it was unwise to argue against his teacher. Besides, he knew he had messed up. He shouldn't have lost control over his emotions. He would have to meditate some more, it seemed. With a quiet grunt, he holstered his wand back, and the ground turned back into its natural form, the damage gone. However, the old lady who had changed it wasn't. Her hawk-like eyes turning toward Malfoy, she said in an even more severe voice, "Mr. Malfoy, blood purity is a foolish, old-fashioned tradition that doesn't have its place in Hogwarts. That will be -10 points for Slytherin, as well as detention with Mr. Filch. Am I understood?" Malfoy looked like he wanted to spit something back, but McGonagall's stare was more than enough to shut him up. However, as he moved to his seat, he still whispered towards Ethan, "Psycho." This time, Ethan did not react. He pretended not to hear as he turned to Sophia, who looked scared. With a sigh, he whispered, "If he ever bullies you, tell me." "All right, I'll take care of him." Sophia whispered back, I don't want you to be punished because of me." Ethan snorted, "What do you know, foolish girl?" He winked, and clicked his tongue as he said, "I'm a bad boy." Sophia chuckled softly, while feeling grateful inside. She also was a bit curious about Ethan's last name, from the way Malfoy spoke of it. Ethan's family seemed important, but she never heard of it because of her lacking knowledge. Before long, the rest of the students arrived and filled the room. When the school's bell rang, McGonagall did not waste time as she started. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned, Sophia inwardly exclaimed at the introduction, which had been quite similar to Ethan's. This raised his status as a wizard in her heart. McGonagall held a special place to her, as the first wizard she ever met. Then, McGonagall showed another feat of transfiguration magic for those who recently arrived, turning her desk into a pig and back. This amazed the entirety of the class, including Ethan, as this was an impressive feat. The pig was given a conscience, or a semblance of it at least, and although Ethan honestly had no idea how it worked, he could guess how hard it had to be to pull off, especially with such ease. Unfortunately for the class, they were far from learning to turn furnitures into animals. Instead, they all were given a matchstick, and McGonagall made a demonstration. With a swipe of her wand, the matchsticks would suddenly turn into silver as the object was turned into a sharp silvery needle. The teacher asked, "May anyone tell me what are the most important steps in transfiguration?" A single hand shot up, so McGonagall nodded, and Hermione recited, "We need to learn the circuits to transform the basic elements, which would allow us to expand on other materials." McGonagall mused, "Indeed, those are important, but..." Ethan raised his hand at McGonagall's unfinished phrase, and at her nod he continued, "But the most important remains our will. With a strong enough will, we can transfigure even with a rough manipulation of our magic." McGonagall nodded, and explained, "Indeed. However, the influence your will shall have over your magic is not something that can be built overnight. It demands years of experience, so for now, you will focus on learning the circuits. For your first year, you will learn some of the most basic circuits, and only in later years will you be asked to draw patterns for more complicated transfigurations." While McGonagall talked, a chalk was floating behind her, and had started writing on the blackboard. Not Eve. Casting a glance at what the chalk was writing, McGonagall finished, "For today, you will need to visualize the pattern on the board, and execute your magic. If done well enough, you will turn your matchstick into a needle. You can begin. Quote, everyone took out their wands, and some of the more impatient students already started waving their wands at their matchsticks, having looked at the circuit on the board only once. For the moment, most students had trouble deciphering the circuit that had been drawn on the board because it looked cryptic to the untrained eye, and didn't seem to make much sense. However, a few quickly managed to understand the circuit, and those were the ones who had bothered to read the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Actually, the first few pages were about those circuits, and how to decipher them. One would only need to simply open the book to know what it talked about. However, Ethan reasoned that McGonagall did not tell the students about that to both see who had opened the book, or even read it, and to teach the students a lesson. As expected, very few took out their books to read about the circuits, and even less managed to read the circuits accurately. Actually, Ethan believed he was alone in that. As for the children of magical families, Transfiguration wasn't really something taught to children, as many disliked it, and it carried over even as adults. If Transfiguration had to be associated to a Muggle subject, then it would be maths. Not many people liked maths, especially children. Seeing his neighbor was neither taking out her book and was frowning so hard her brows were merging with her eyes, Ethan whispered, the answer is in the first few pages of your book. Sophia gasped in realization before taking out her book. Turning around, Ethan spotted that more and more people realized that everyone around them had taken out their books and decided to do the same. He also spotted his two friends, Daphne and Theodore, who had taken out their books too. Since his friends had already understood what they were supposed to do, Ethan turned back to his matchstick, ready to transform it. The circuit still in mind, Ethan visualized it as well as he could before flicking his wand, activating his magic while doing so. The matchstick turned all silver in an instant, and the squarish form of the matchstick started thinning. However, only the tip end had become thin enough to be considered a needle. Next to Ethan, Sophia, who was still opening her book, saw the transformation, and gasped loudly, gathering the attention of a few, including McGonagall. She approached Ethan's table, and took the transformed matchstick. Analyzing it for a while, she eventually showed a rare smile as she praised, excellent for a first try, Mr. Grindelwald. 10 points to Slytherin. But to everyone's shock, McGonagall broke the needle in two, and said, the change was only superficial, unfortunately. I suppose you've read the second chapter too, Mr. Grindelwald. Ethan, who knew where she was going, nodded with a smile, so McGonagall gave him back the broken needle, which had turned back into a matchstick, a broken one, and he began thinking. This wasn't just McGonagall being mean to him, on the contrary, Ethan felt good because of her gesture. As it turned out, the second chapter of their book was about repairing broken objects. Through transfiguration, one could not only transform objects, but also repair them. McGonagall was also testing Ethan's capabilities as she did not give him any circuit, so Ethan could only rely on the ones he had already read about to conjure a suitable circuit to repair the matchstick. However, about 10 minutes into the class, Ethan heard a loud cracking sound, and like everyone else in the class, turned to see what had happened. Seamus Finnegan, a Gryffindor sitting next to Ronald Weasley, had managed to break his matchstick while trying to transfigure it. In this world, Harry and Ron were not best friends. It seemed that Neville had instead taken Ron's place, as the red-haired boy was always seen hanging around with Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. McGonagall approached their table silently, and repaired the matchstick easily. Ethan, who was watching, felt great shock as he saw the way McGonagall waved her wand. Wand movement was something mostly used by students as it supplemented oral incantations. But someone of McGonagall's standard definitely did not need any particular wand movement to do something as simple as repair a matchstick. However, right now, her wand movement had been quite elaborate. And Ethan understood it was for him. With a new clue to follow, Ethan dived back into his research as McGonagall smiled ever so slightly. Chapter 17. Unfortunately, by the time the class ended, Ethan had not managed to repair the matchstick. By the end of the class, one other person had managed to transform the matchstick ever so slightly, and it was Hermione. However, the girl did not feel much joy at reaching Ethan's initial level after a whole hour, when he only took a single try. Still, she had earned her house 5 house points, so there was at least that. Following their Transfiguration class, the Slytherin students had herbology. Ethan didn't like the class much, no matter how bubbly their teacher, Mrs. Sprout, was. Ethan didn't like theory much, and herbology was almost only theory. To learn about the different plants and their effects. Then, in the afternoon, was yet another boring class, but for a whole different reason, known as Professor Binns, the Ghost. Str. Angely not the most peculiar professor at Hogwarts, Binns was a ghost that died in Hogwarts, but did not even notice his new form. Ghosts could be quite special as they often were one-dimensional sync. They were nothing but remnants of their ancient selves, and for Professor Binns, it was the way he taught. He didn't really care whether students understood his class or not, he was also the only teacher in Hogwarts who did not give out homework, not because they weren't needed, but because he wouldn't bother to read them. Binns would go through his classes like a zombie, and saying it wasn't most interesting class was a bit of an understatement. Fortunately, Ethan's timetable made it less terrible than it should have been. Immediately following his History of Magic class, Ethan had Defense Against the Dark Arts. And for such a class, Ethan decided to bring Miyuki with him as they could both learn from the class. History, Transfiguration, Charms, Potions and basically every class useless to Miyuki as it was filled with knowledge she couldn't use. However, DADA was, as the name suggested, a class supposed to help one defend against the dark arts, but also against dangerous magical beasts. Because students in Hogwarts only had 10 minutes to go from one class to the other, Ethan didn't have the time to go fetch Miyuki between History and DADA, so he brought her at lunch, eating with her. And went to History with Miyuki. So Ethan's history lesson ended up being not so boring as he mostly played with Miyuki, playing with occlumency and legilimency so as to not make too much of a mess. Still, Ethan was quite happy when the class was over. As they headed to their DADA class, the most awaited class by the majority of the first years, Daphne uttered through gritted teeth. "I swear I would have cursed him if he wasn't a ghost." Theodore grunted in agreement, he even made sleep impossible. "I feel like I'm going to become the next Dark Lord if I go through 7 years of those classes." Ethan chuckled. "If only the Daily Prophet knew my two friends were more prompt to become killers. Sigh, what a world." Theodore commented with a deadpan face, "Even if that was the case, that wouldn't really help your case. Don't worry, he's not going to become a Dark Lord, he's just surrounding himself with killers to water his plants." "Yeah, right." Daphne laughed, while Ethan nodded. "I guess they will always find something." Daphne retorted, "More like you will always give them something to use against you." Ethan smiled at the teasing, and said nothing. Although the group had only known each other for a day, they had quickly bonded together. Finding friendship through shared adversity was quite effective, so Ethan did have to thank Binns for that. But now, was time for the most awaited class. Defense Against the Dark Arts. And they weren't disappointed. When every Slytherin had arrived, Quirrell came into the room with quick steps. Watching the professor he was currently the most curious about, Ethan couldn't help but take a peek into his mind as his blue eyes crossed the professor's green ones, and he was quite surprised by what he found. First, the level of the defenses was quite lacking. So much so that Ethan even felt some pity for the professor. Snape and Dumbledore must be reading him all day like an opened book. Second, it was the teacher's surface thoughts, as Ethan had neither the time or the will to go any further. Despite trying to appear confident, Quirrell's mind was pretty much a wreck as he was breaking down from the stress. Ethan was curious for more, but their gazes only crossed for an instant, and it was already quite rude to peer into his surface thoughts without his consent. Quirrell, unaware one of his students, the one he feared the most, had read his mind. Walked to his desk, on top of which was a large object covered by a sheet, and after uneasily clearing his throat, said, "My name is Quirinus Quirrell, and I will hopefully be your teacher for the next few years for Defense Against the Dark Arts. To start off, what do you think this class is about?" Quirrell, despite his nervousness, quickly picked himself up and showed some more confidence. However, Malfoy, without raising his hand, scoffed, "Defend against the dark arts." Quirrell opened his mouth, but failed to find his words for a moment as his panic charged back into his mind. After a moment of awkward silence though, Quirrell lightly coughed and faintly said, "Please raise your hand before speaking. As for my question, although the name of the class mentions the dark arts, you will not only learn how to defend from dark magic, but against any kind of magical threats." Then, his eyes turned toward Ethan, going back and forth between Ethan and Miyuki, the fear clear in his eyes. "Now, children, may anyone tell me what this is?" As he said that, he removed the sheet from the large object, which was revealed to be a cage. Inside was a thin gray snake with black strips and glowing red eyes. The snake was coiled around 3 red eggs covered by a layer of frost. Malfoy, this time raising his hand, replied with a guffaw, "It's obviously a snake, we aren't stupid." Quirrell narrowed his eyes at the blond boy and muttered something under his breath, before turning to the rest of the class. After a moment, a girl rose her hand and, after a nod from Quirrell, said, "This is an Ashwalker, a snake born from a magical fire. This one must be stuffed though, as a real Ashwalker only lives for an hour, and treasure their eggs more than anything. So it wouldn't stay still in front of its frozen eggs." Quirrell smiled and praised, "Excellent answer. 3 points for Slytherin." Malfoy looked like he had something to say, but he clearly remembered what had happened with McGonagall, and he didn't want to lose any more points for his house, so he remained quiet. Quirrell, who had seen this and been ready to punish the boy, smiled even more as he asked the class, "Although we drift into another subject, does anyone know what the eggs of an Ashwalker are used for?" This time, it was Theodore who raised his hand, and said, "If left alone, they produce such a heat that they can burn a house to ashes in a matter of minutes. However, if they are found in time and then they make for very valuable ingredients for potions." Quirrell clapped happily as his stress finally drizzled out, "Just what I was expecting, 2 points for Slytherin." The girl who had answered first sent a look at Theodore, who looked back impassively, while Ethan grinned from the side, elbowing Theodore, who eventually grunted, a little annoyed by his antics. Quirrell looked at Ethan, and although he wanted to reprimand him for bothering his classmate, he felt his newfound courage disappear in front of the young, Dark Lord. He decided inwardly that Ethan was a whole other danger than Malfoy. However, he was glad to find through this class that the boy wasn't as annoying as his fellow blonde, and even participated a few times. Even the Kitsune sitting with him was oddly calm and non-aggressive, when he didn't look at it in the eyes. And so Ethan learned about everything there was to know about Ashwalkers during this class, which ended up being a pretty pleasant class. Voldemort had a pretty nasty influence on the teacher in the original timeline, it would seem. Chapter 18. Defense Against the Dark Arts was the last class the Slytherin first years had for their first day, but because of the incident in Transfiguration, Ethan hadn't finished his day yet. Still, his detention was with McGonagall, and the woman still had other classes, so Ethan got a nice 2-hour break, which he spent with his Slytherin friends. They walked through the long corridors of the magical castle, avoiding the forbidden 3rd floor in their exploration. As they perused through the walls of the castle, it got Ethan thinking, especially about a room he somewhat remembered, the Room of Requirements. If his memory didn't fail him, it was a cheat-like room in which the user could make basically anything inside Hogwarts appear, especially books from the forbidden section and such things. However, Ethan didn't really remember where it was. He somewhat remembered how to make it appear. He probably had to want really hard for it to appear, but he had already tried and nothing appeared. So he probably had to be in a particular place to make it appear. But even if he knew how to get in the cheat-like room, Ethan wasn't actually very interested in it. He really didn't like reading, and did only the bare minimum for his classes, relying more on his practical experience. Ethan wasn't interested much in making potions either, so the Room of Requirements really had no appeal to him. The only real use Ethan saw for the room would be for exercising his magic, which was normally forbidden in between classes, but Ethan had already thought of several places here he could make magic without being seen, so again, it wasn't much. So instead of wasting his time in searching aimlessly for that room, he reasoned he might as well use this time to do things he liked. Speaking of which, as a couple of hours elapsed, and Ethan had to show himself for his detention, he wasn't feeling dejected, because it was with McGonagall, who taught the subject he liked the most, and he was the most talented in. First years had 7 core subjects: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions and transfiguration. Out of the 7, even though Ethan hadn't even started classes for some of them, there were several he wasn't really interested much in. Astronomy sounded cool, and observing the night sky could be interesting, but Ethan didn't fancy learning the names of all the stars very much, despite his talent at memorization. History of magic was by far the most boring subject. Herbology, he hadn't tried yet, but he doubted he would like, and potions, well, Ethan wouldn't say he disliked it, but it, again, sounded a bit like a bother to learn recipes and such. However, charms, defense against the dark arts and transfiguration were already his favorite subjects, despite not attending a single charms class yet. Ethan largely preferred practical magic over theoretical magic, and transfiguration perfectly suited the way he used magic. So it was the subject he had the most ease in. As for charms, it wasn't that the magic didn't suit him as much, but more that the way he cast his spells was much more advanced than first years. So it would be a lot more challenging, which brought satisfaction to Ethan. As for DADA, he simply liked the subject. There wasn't much more to it. Since it was early September, the sun hadn't gone down yet by the time Ethan got into McGonagall's classroom. As he entered, he noticed the teacher was sitting behind her desk, looking at him with a sharp look. It wasn't mean or judgmental in any way, but it told Ethan that if he messed around, he was going to suffer. Ethan silently walked to the front desk, and with a nod from McGonagall he sat. At this, the teacher finally got up, and with a stern stare said, "While it was honorable to stand up for a friend, using your magic against a fellow student is absolutely unacceptable." Ethan nodded and replied, "I understand, I lost my temper." McGonagall's gaze did not turn away though, and she said, "I hope this won't happen again, or your next punishment will not be so light." With that said, McGonagall took out her wand and flicked it, bringing a broken matchstick to Ethan, and said, "Your behavior aside, you have shown exceptional abilities today in Transfiguration. I believe this does not only have to do with the advanced way you use your magic." Ethan nodded and took out his wand as he explained, "The core of my wand is made of a hair from a 7-tailed kitsune, making Transfiguration even easier for me." McGonagall showed a rare expression of surprise, but it was quickly wiped off as she said, "That would indeed help. But that isn't all. Your capacity to read a circuit and come so close to figuring one out by yourself. This has nothing to do with the way you use magic or your wand." Ethan inwardly agreed with McGonagall, and knew exactly where this ability came from: the rune training he got with his mother. In his childhood Ethan had learned all the fundamental rune languages in the world, and while that gave him a light repulsion to reading, it did serve him well. Helena hadn't only taught the rune languages to him after all. She had also spent a great deal of time teaching him to use those languages he had learned to guess what newer languages, which had been derived from those he learned, meant. It was a bit like deriving French, Italian and Spanish from Latin. This was done to set important foundations for Ethan, so that whenever he would set runes, or decipher them, he wouldn't have to spend minutes or hours of his time translating every symbol. Thanks to his training, he was capable of comprehending pretty much every runic language in the world, which was something of an achievement. And this ability projected onto Transfiguration. Although he couldn't yet go at the same speed, he found it much easier to decipher circuits than others, and more importantly, he could use them to devise other circuits. That's how in his first class ever in Transfiguration, he had nearly grasped the first circuit on his first try, and nearly managed to make up another. However, despite the praise she had given Ethan, McGonagall's face still looked grave as she explained, "The reason I am saying this, Mr. Grindelwald," she stressed his name out, "is because I believe you have great capabilities, and I do not want them to be misused. Quote, I, or any other faculty members at Hogwarts for that matters, do not believe that your name should define your future, hence why you were accepted in this school. However, while I will teach you like any other student, I shall warn you. Do not misuse your powers." Ethan was a little stunned by her words, as while they sounded threatening, they were fair. A small smile, not condescending, but one of happiness found its way on Ethan's face, and seeing this, the Transfiguration teacher felt pleased. But she kept a tough front as she explained, "Back to the broken matchstick. While your attempts at figuring out the appropriate circuit were praiseworthy, because of lacking material what you were doing was nothing more than groping in the dark. Rather and waste your time on learning the effects of different nodes in circuits, you should learn other circuits. Ethan couldn't help but ask, "Why did you ask me to do it then?" McGonagall pursed her lips and replied, "To see what you would do." "Of course. Now, let's perfect this circuit and the other to turn this matchstick in a needle, before going on to learn other circuits, shall we?" Ethan nodded slightly, and McGonagall wrote several circuits on the blackboard, 10 of them to be precise. She said, "The 2 circuits you are searching for are among those 10 circuits. Do note that each of those circuits is a valid one, and they all are interconnected." She was about to add a few explanations, but noticed Ethan was already completely focused on the blackboard, so she stopped herself and watched. Chapter 19. Ethan never expected his detention to be even more interesting than his actual class, making him wonder whether he should get more detentions. When he was faced with the 10 circuits, Ethan easily found both the one he had been shown earlier the same day, as well as the one he was supposed to find to repair the matchstick. It took him 10 minutes to truly master the 2 spells, after what he learned the other 8. As McGonagall had said, they all were valid circuits, and would affect the matchstick in different ways. Most were not very useful as spells, but they gave Ethan read research materials as he started understanding more about what the different nodes in the circuits did. In more than one way, Transfiguration was very similar to runes. Nodes were like individual runes, while the entire circuit would be an array. Since he was working on something he liked, the 1 hour of detention seemed to pass like a bullet train as Ethan probably became the first Hogwarts student to wish for a longer detention. Unfortunately, no matter how fascinated McGonagall was by Ethan's talent, she shooed him away from her classroom to head to the Great Hall, as it was time for dinner. When Ethan found his friends, they were both looking at him in pity, as if he had just escaped from hell. Seeing his jolly attitude though, he had to go through some teasing before they finally got to the Great Hall. The next day, Tuesday, was pretty uneventful for Ethan as he discovered another subject, herbology. Professor Sprout had a great personality. She always looked happy, but what she taught did not interest Ethan much. Still, out of respect for the woman, he paid attention to the class. However, it was on Wednesday that Ethan got to discover another interesting class, charms. Professor Flitwick was half goblin or something of that nature from what Ethan heard, and so he was really small, meaning he had to stand on a pile of books to be seen by all his students. Adding to that his squeaky voice, the short teacher earned more ridicule than respect from most students. However, Ethan wasn't among those, as he had received warnings from his father. No matter how weak his charms teacher looked, Phileas Flitwick was one of the most knowledgeable charm masters in the world. While Henry would never admit he would be defeated in a fight, even if it was against Voldemort or Dumbledore. Even Ethan's proud father admitted that the half-goblin outdid him by a large margin in terms of knowledge and academically wise. And Ethan wasn't disappointed. Like all the other teachers until now, Flitwick's first class had them work on a spell. In this case, it was the spell Reparo. The mending charm is a pretty simple spell that allows you to seamlessly repair broken objects if well mastered. The instructions are in the first chapter of your book. Flitwick explained the basic working of the spell at the beginning of the class, and decided to let them work on their own while observing it first. In front of each student was a broken stick. Ethan did not waste time, and at first decided to go by the book as he waved his wand at the broken item and enunciated clearly, Reparo. Along with his precise wand movement, a glint lit up around the matchstick as the 2 broken edges attracted each other, and mended up, repairing it. Flitwick, who, after a warning from his colleague McGonagall, had been watching Ethan closely, was so surprised by the first try success that he nearly fell from his pile of books, gathering everyone's attention. Barely managing to regain his balance, the short teacher chuckled. "Excellent, Mr. Grindelwald, excellent. 10 points for Slytherin." Ethan nodded slightly, and after a moment raised his hand. Flitwick nodded, so he asked, "Sir, I have previously used Transfiguration to repair a matchstick, and I did the same with this spell. While I do understand the fundamental difference in the way to cast the 2 spells, what's the simpler, if you will, difference?" Both of Flitwick's eyebrows shot up to the ceiling in surprise at his student's question. He clearly wasn't expecting the question, although Ethan wasn't sure what was so special about it. After a moment, Flitwick explained, in simple terms, a charm only adds a property to an object, while transfiguration will change the very structure or nature of an object. And in more complicated terms, Flitwick smiled slightly, and said, that is something you would learn after your owls, but I guess it won't harm to teach you now. You have learned that Transfiguration I see has you form a circuit made of nodes to affect an object, right? Ethan nodded, so Flitwick continued, well, following this interpretation of Transfiguration, any object is nothing more than another circuit, made of more nodes. But still a circuit. Transfiguration will have for effect to change the placing of those nodes, while a charm will add a layer of new nodes around the circuit. All the other students looked lost, but Ethan widened his eyes in realization. For him who had been educated as a muggle in another life, he suddenly understood that the nodes and circuit were most probably the atoms or molecules in someone's body, or groups of them at least. If what Ethan understood was right, then transfiguration was actually a work of rearranging atoms in an object, giving it a new form. But then, a frown came to his face as he asked his teacher, if that is the case, then what about alchemy? Isn't it just a redundant way to cast transfiguration then? Flitwick replied with a smile, Mr. Grindelwald, you are delving in extremely complex matters for your first week in Hogwarts. I would suggest you take your time to learn more spells, and figure it out yourself. It wouldn't be as fun if I gave you the answer. Would it? Ethan gaped slightly, there he recognized a Ravenclaw. Still, after a moment he smiled and nodded before looking back at his stick, which had returned to its broken state while he was talking with the teacher. Ethan knew he was missing something, well, a lot of things, but Flitwick was right, he was only in his first week in Hogwarts, he was being a bit amateur in seeking to understand everything right away. Skipping so many steps would only result in him firmly believing in a concept without understanding it, which could end with him taking it as absolute truth and never challenging it, thus stagnating. Inwardly admiring his teacher for giving exactly enough information to answer a few of his questions and feed his thirst for knowledge, while not giving too much. Ethan began working on the current spell, to understand it better. Every time Ethan executed the spell, he observed the way his magic moved and behaved, and silently thought of a way to execute the spell without any incantation. What wizards usually did would be to rely on experience to will their way through their spells. The principle was rather simple. They had used a coin spell so many times through their lives that they started developing a magic memory, which would allow them to throw a spell through intent alone. However, this was obviously quite problematic for Ethan. As he was only starting to learn magic, he didn't really have the time to do this, and it would be extremely inefficient for him anyway. Before coming to this class, Ethan had theorized old simply imitate transfiguration and create a circuit for his charms too. However, thanks to Flitwick's explanation, Ethan understood this was not a valid solution. Ethan thought the two branches of magic could work in the same way because they had the same origin, but only now did he understand there was a fundamental difference in the way the two worked. Although Flitwick had used the transfiguration way to see magic as an analogy for charms, changing a structure and adding a layer to it were completely different. After a few tries, Ethan mastered the mending charm well enough to keep the stick repaired for 10 minutes. And he had already memorized the way his magic behaved. However, even as he spent the rest of the class trying to find a way to better use the spell, by the end of the lesson, he hadn't found the solution. Chapter 20. Ethan's week ended with the class every house other than Slytherin feared potions. Moreover, it was even a double potion, with Gryffindor. Snape's classroom was cold, both literally and figuratively as it was located in the dungeons. But what really gave the students the chills were the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the room, and the teacher himself, who looked ready to murder just about anyone at any moment. Once everyone sat, Snape started, like all teachers, taking attendance, and like most teachers, stopped slightly longer on two names: Grindelwald and Potter. For some teachers, the pause wasn't obvious, and for some it was quite dramatic, like with Flitwick who had toppled over his pile of books reading Harry's name. Snape though was on the opposite end of the spectrum. For Ethan's name, he did not have much of a reaction, other than a stern look, and the other teachers also showed only small signs of recognition. Polite enough not to yelp in fear while reading his name. For Harry though, Harry Potter, our new celebrity. Ethan could almost smell the spite in Snape's voice as he made a comment on the boy who lived. Whose blonde enemy sniggered with his two lackeys. The incident was short though, but Snape didn't fail to keep his dark side. You are here to learn the subtle science and exactive of potion making, he began. While Ethan mentally noted the use of the word science. It was a pretty foreign concept to most wizards who swore by nothing other than magic. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you either to understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. Snape did a great job at spooking his students. But for those left, I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and stop death, if you aren't too similar to the dunderheads I usually have to teach. The class was ruled by silence, and seemingly satisfied, although his face showed none of it. Snape's penetrating hawk-like eyes turned toward Harry. Potter, said Snape suddenly, still with his soft, contained voice, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry seemed surprised by the sudden question, and going by the look on his face, Ethan would bet that growing up in a magical family did not make Harry any better in potions than he was originally. However, as Hermione Granger was holding up her hand, a voice suddenly answered, it would make for a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. And although the potion has been made famous by the European tale of the Sleeping Beauty, the potion was actually created by a Russian potion maker. Enough. Thank you for letting me know you can read a book, Ms. Potter. Snape cut her off, and Ethan saw his gaze grow unsteady as it locked on Cassia Potter, Harry's twin. If Ethan had to guess, it would be the astonishing resemblance the girl had with her mother that disturbed him. Draco and his goons, as well as another group of Slytherin girls, snickered at Snape's remark, making fun of Cassia, but the girl clearly didn't care as she had a smirk. She obviously knew, like everyone in the room, that Snape was talking to her brother, but since the teacher had only said their family's name, she technically wasn't in the wrong. This made Ethan smile a little, as that made him remember his own days at school in his past life. Again, those memories were getting blurrier as time passed, but he remembered he had a similar annoying attitude as a child. Most students did. Cassia was. Lucky Snape was disturbed by her appearance, or else the teacher wouldn't have needed a valid reason to punish her. Oh, the injustice of being a student. Still, as a master of his own mind, Snape quickly set aside the incident and said, in my class you shall always work in pairs, for I fear to discover what insults to potions you would make on your own. Since you are working in pairs, check what your partner does, and correct them if needed. The students were already looking at each other, sending glances at their friends to team up with them. Ethan was personally looking at his Gryffindor F. Reen Sophia, as he had already come to an agreement with Daphne on this particular matter. Theodore was a loner, and if it wasn't for Ethan's push, he probably wouldn't even have befriended Ethan and Daphne. So there was no way he would make friends with any other Slytherin. So the two had decided that when they needed to make pairs, if Gryffindor was there then Daphne would pair up with Theodore. While if it was in any other class it would be Ethan. Back to the class, right as the children were starting a ruckus to pair up with their friends, Snape added dryly, I will be making the pairs. Before any of them could complain, not that they would have dared, Snape flicked his wand, and a colorful flame appeared above everyone's head. There were 2 flames of each color, making the pairs. Looking up, Ethan noticed his own flame was of a light blue, and looking around the room, his eyes finally set on his partner, at the same time as the other did. The other's eyes widened in shock, while Ethan internally sighed. Ethan showed none of it though as he walked to the Gryffindor side of the room. The students had naturally sat in such a way to create 2 halves, with the Slytherins on the left and the Gryffindors on the right, and stopped next to the table of the Golden Quadrant. It doesn't sound right, Ethan thought internally. Still, he analyzed every member of the group of friends, starting with the know-it-all, Hermione Granger, who was looking at him with some degree of interest, but there was also some challenge. She was quite miffed about Ethan's incredible performances in Transfiguration and Charms, although she completely dominated in all other subjects. Then came Cassia Potter, the biggest unknown variable of the school, whose personality he knew nothing of. The red-haired girl did not show any of the fear or apprehension the other kids did either. She mostly looked at him with curiosity. Third came the boy who lived, whom Ethan had been compared to countless times ever since his public appearance. Ethan expected to find a challenging or even spiteful glare from him, but he was shocked to find pity in the green eyes. Ethan was really tempted to look into his mind to know what exactly was going on in the black-haired, green-eyed boy's head, but now was not the time as his eyes set on the last member of the group, and the one he was paired with. Round-faced, short, chubby, dark blonde hair, big brown eyes, he was none other than Neville Longbottom. The boy had somehow become Ron's replacement in this universe. Ethan had no idea how, but at least He seemed to have a relatively similar personality compared to his canonical character. His shyness seemed to only be bested by Sophia, and out of all the students he had met, Neville was most definitely the most scared of him. Ethan pointed at Neville's flame, although maybe a little too quickly as he made Neville flinch, and said, "We will be working together, Longbottom. I'm not going to eat you, so stop shaking and let's grab a sit." Quote. Neville nodded meekly as he rose from his seat, his head bowed. Hermione and the Potter siblings looked like they had something to say, but a certain red-haired, freckled boy suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "You don't have to be such an asshole with him." Chapter 21. The room turned completely silent as every pair of eyes turned toward Ronald Weasley, who had just yelled. Even Neville, whom Ron was defending, was looking at him in shock. "Weasley, no cursing in my class. 2 points from Gryffindor," Snape coldly said. Ethan looked at Ron in derision. Ho now was glaring at him with clenched fists, his face turning red. Ethan couldn't understand the hatred the boy had for Slytherins, especially him. He had met his brothers, the twins Fred and George, already. And Ethan had to say they were quite funny, and pleasant to talk to. And more importantly, they had none of this judgment for Slytherin, or his name for that matters. Or if they did, they weren't showing it. Ethan decided to ignore the boy since he was being more of a waste of time and space than anything, so he led Neville to a table where a cauldron rested. The little incident aside, the students quickly got to their places, and Snape pointed at the blackboard. "Here are all the ingredients you will need. You will choose your own ingredients." Ethan sent a look at the table where all the ingredients were, before looking back at the blackboard with a small smile. Snape had put around 12 different kinds of ingredients on the ingredients table, while only 3 were needed. Without waiting for the rest of the class, Ethan got up and nudged Neville on the shoulder, who flinched before quietly following him to the ingredients table. Hermione, who had been paired up with Harry, was quick to follow him. And the rest of the class quickly got up too, making a lot of noise. Ethan could see the irritation on Snape's face, once again making him smile, before he turned to his partner for today, and said, "Pick our ingredients." Neville looked shocked at the order, and tried to say something in protest, but what came out was only babble. Ethan knocked his shoulder, this time with more force than before, and pressed on. "I heard you were good in herbology. Although those aren't all plants, you should still be able to find good ingredients. Decide now, before the others take the best ingredients." Neville gulped, sending a nervous glance at the nearby Harry, who was waiting for Hermione to pick the ingredients, but seeing his friend shrug, Neville sighed and approached the ingredients table. Ethan saw him whisper to Hermione, asking her what were the ingredients they were supposed to pick, making Ethan click his tongue. "We've never had the chance to really talk to each other. I'm Harry." Ethan turned to look at the boy who lived in surprise. The green-eyed boy was smiling while extending his hand. The smile was genuine, Ethan could tell. Ethan took his hand. "Sir." Prized an 11-year-old took the initiative to shake hands, and said, "I'm Ethan, as you may know. How do you find Hogwarts?" A small smile made its way to Harry's face. "Great, I guess. Both my parents told my sister and I a lot about this place, but it still feels magical seeing it, you know." Ethan shrugged and replied, "My mother went to Durmstrang, and my father to Ilvermorny, so neither told me anything about Hogwarts. But yes, I get it." Hogwarts has something special about it. Harry nodded, and after a couple of seconds of silence, he asked, "You didn't bring your fox today?" Ethan chuckled. "She's a kitsune. And do you think it would be a good idea to bring a pet to a potions class? Even if Snape accepted, there wouldn't be much of a point." "I guess." The silence after that was quite awkward. But thankfully Hermione and Neville quickly came back. Ethan analyzed the ingredients Neville had picked, and found that he had at least found the right ones. As for their quality, they looked good to him. So he decided to trust the boy's judgment. He didn't send him to annoy him, it was simply that Ethan didn't know how to differentiate between the different ingredients. Not efficiently at least. However, as he turned around he was startled to find a person standing right behind him. What he first saw was long red hair as the person, a she, was about half a head smaller than him. Then, he looked slightly lower, and set his gaze into the vibrant emerald eyes. This was none other than Cassia Potter. Before he could ask her why she was standing so close though, Ethan felt someone trying to invade his mind. Someone standing right in front of him. The mental probe could actually be considered more than decent, it could even be called good, for someone her age. If he had to rate the probe, Ethan would say an inexperienced person wouldn't even feel the probe, and the attack would overwhelm a beginner's defense with relative ease. However, Ethan was far from a beginner, and today, he intended to show the girl that it was rude to take a peek into people's minds without their consent. Ethan himself generally avoided peeking into people's mind, despite being able to do so. Not out of fear of the reaction they would have if they caught him, as very few even had the ability, but more because it was simply a rude thing to do. But since Cassia Potter seemingly did not abide to this rule, then Ethan didn't mind teaching her a lesson. Ethan showed no subtlety in his attack as he used his stronger mind to create an imaginary battle ram, which he rammed through the mental defenses of Cassia. The red-haired girl's defenses were broken with a single blow as Ethan was given access to her mind. In an instant, Ethan read her thoughts and her emotions. She was feeling panic mostly, and was shaken at how easily Ethan had broken through her defenses. Since he didn't have much time, Ethan went to her recent memories to find out why she tried to do what she did. What he found actually made him smile. First, just from the way she had attacked, Ethan had to admit it was clever. By standing right behind him, she had surprised him, which would usually reflect into a weakening of one's mental defenses, or even a breach if they were already unstable. Unfortunately for her, while Ethan was indeed surprised, he had long learned not to let such things stun him. At the same time, Ethan was a little surprised by the reason behind her attack. While it was partly due to curiosity, her main reason to read his mind was actually to find out whether he was the one who tried to steal what was hidden in Gringotts. Ethan had no idea the stone had also almost been stolen in this timeline, nor how she was even aware it had been stolen since Hagrid shouldn't have taken them to grab the stone. He was curious about this, and so he searched for the specific memory. Usually, finding one specific memory in someone's mind was a rather difficult thing to do, and it took time. However, since he already had a memory associated to it, then it took only a second for Ethan to find it. While he did, he also felt Cassia's desperate tries at evicting him out of her mind, but Ethan forcefully stunned her with a blast of mental energy before grabbing onto the memory he was searching for. However, the moment he did, Ethan felt something crash into his mind, forcing it back home as Ethan was forced back to reality. Immediately, he noticed Cassia's face had turned pale despite the exchange only lasting for a few seconds. Tracing the mental energy that had attacked him, Ethan spotted Snape, who was looking straight at him with an angry stare. Ethan was shocked, to say the least, that he had managed to anger his potions teacher so much that it showed on his face. Snape seemed to realize his own situation though as he quickly ruled his emotions in, but his stare remained a warning one. Although no words were said, Ethan could understand the message very clearly. Assault the mind of another student, no. Assault her mind again, and you will be in a world of pain. Chapter 22. Ethan kept looking at the potions teacher for a few more seconds, looking straight into his eyes, not making any attempt to use mind magic, before looking back at the pale Cassia. Slightly leaning over, he whispered, "First warning, girl." Cassia, to Ethan's surprise, looked right into his eyes. with no trace of panic on her face as she replied, "Bring it on." There was only challenge in her eyes. At that, Ethan rolled his eyes and walked past her, sitting at his table along with Neville. He hadn't brought the boy to the Slytherin side because he didn't want to scare him too much, but as the Gryffindors sat around him, surrounding him while sending death stares, Ethan started regretting his decision. Still, what was done could not be undone. Well, except if you have a time turner, and even then the rules of time travel were strange anyway. Ethan had already read the instructions, so he said to Neville, "Stop shaking and fill the cauldron with warm water. But the water is cold, then heat it up." Neville looked lost though as he looked around. Sighing, Ethan moved the pot from the table, revealing a stove. "If you don't know the spell, then use the stove. Darn it, have you even read the damn manual?" Ethan cursed, annoyed at the boy. "No cursing in my class, Grindelwald." Snape was quick to remind him. But it would seem his dislike for Ethan hadn't overgrown his favoritism for Slytherin, seeing he hadn't taken any points from him despite taking some from Ron earlier. Neville gulped as he opened his textbook with shaky hands, making Ethan sigh as he slammed the book shut, making Neville jump. "Are you that daft? You need a manual to lit up a stove." Ethan groaned and lit it up. Before asking him if he understood. "Why yes," Neville replied, hesitatingly. "Stop stuttering, that's annoying." Ethan groaned. Neville nodded, and filled the pot with water before placing it back on the stove. Of course, he spilled water everywhere on the crafting table, which Ethan cleaned with a flick of his wand. Once the water started heating, Ethan looked at Neville with squinted eyes and asked, "What are we supposed to do now?" Neville glanced toward the blackboard, and said, "Wait until the water is boiling. And we are just going to stand there." Neville scratched his head and replied, "And no. We could arrange our ingredients and—" Ethan sighed. "No, Neville. Use your head, please, this is agonizing. While we wait for the water to boil, we prepare our ingredients. We were given raw ingredients. And if you don't process them and add them too quickly, then you will end up with an exploding, dissolving acid. Do you want acid in your face, Neville? And no, I guess not. And neither do I. Since this is our first class, let me guide you." Ethan offered, and Neville nodded vigorously, happy he could finally relax. However, Ethan quickly lashed out, "You're going to stand there and watch me? You must have one hell of a good memory if you don't need to take notes." Neville's face flushed red as he hurriedly took out a quill, an ink pot and a notebook. While Ethan waited for Neville to take out his stuff, he could feel the death glares had intensified, and even Harry, who had been pretty friendly, was looking at him with a frown. And honestly, Ethan could understand, with the way he was treating Neville. However, he didn't stop as there was a reason for his behavior. Firstly, he was really annoyed at Neville's incompetence, but more importantly, being lenient with Neville wouldn't help anyone. Neville had more than once in his canonical life been endangered by his own clumsiness, and that was in the relatively safe original timeline, where Voldemort only managed to kill a single student before the Battle of Hogwarts despite his many attempts. But in this world, a single change could possibly be enough to change one of the boy's clumsy but funny incidents into a fatal accident. Ethan wasn't a saint, but if he could help Neville, then why not? Ethan then proceeded to make the potion in front of Neville, starting by weighing the dry nettles. Snape had been kind enough to dry the leaves as they had to have exactly 8 grams of them. Then, he crushed the snake fangs into powder with the help of a mortar. This time the dosage was less precise. They could add between 3 and 8 spoons of the powder, it would work anyway. As for the last ingredient, the porcupine quills, they were already ready. As Ethan took his time to thoroughly crush the fangs, by the time he was finished the water was already boiling, so Ethan put a few of the dry nettles into the water, and stirred the water with circular waves of his wand. He added leaves every 20 seconds, as explained on the blackboard, and when he had put all the leaves, he let the mixture infuse for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, he took Neville's handbook and read what he had written. Ethan was pleasantly surprised to find that Neville had not only recorded every step with precision, but he had also noted down the sequence and timing, which was what Ethan wanted him to learn. As expected, the boy had potential. If anyone bothered to dig for it, every potion were made different ingredients that should be used differently, but the methodology was the same for any potion. If Nevi Ye was receptive to this kind of working method. He could even pick something up and improve his grades in other subjects. Since they seemingly had nothing left to do while the mixture boiled, Ethan gave Neville his handbook back and said, "See, when you put in the effort, you can do good. I knew I didn't judge you wrong in herbology." Neville smiled for the first time since he started interacting with Ethan as he was finally praised after several rounds of abuse. Ethan added, "Now, for the next step. Add between 3 and 8 spoons of crushed snake fangs after 30 minutes. Neville quickly said, which made Ethan smile. It seemed the stick and the carrot worked wonderfully with Neville. Ethan quickly retorted though, "Yes, that is what's written, but if you had started reading your P. Ocean's book you would know there is a golden ratio, so to say, to make our potion as efficient as possible. This ratio is somewhere between 3 and 8 spoons. Neville gulped and asked, "How much is it?" Ethan shrugged and replied, "It wasn't said, and I believe this is intentional. We can either do it randomly and pass, or we can search for it ourselves to make a perfect potion. Now you tell me, Longbottom. Do you want to be average?" Neville widened his eyes, and suddenly rose from his seat, exclaiming, "I don't want to be average." Every head in the class turned toward the Gryffindor in wonder. And Snape was quick to lash out at him, making a few people chuckle, while Neville sat back down with a blushing face. Ethan flicked his wand at the notebook and said, "I like your enthusiasm, but you should calm down a little. Now, a teaspoon of crushed snake fangs weighs around 4.55 grams, but since I took more time to crush it thoroughly, a spoon should weigh around 3 grams. As he spoke, his words were being noted down in Neville's handbook, making Neville's eyes widen in shock. Ethan didn't actually know a specific spell to achieve what he was doing, he was simply doing it out of sheer will as he manipulated his magic like a pen. It was one of the trainings he had found in his childhood to train his control over his magic. To write thin letters in a readable calligraphy was extremely hard to do by simply manipulating magic, with no spells attached, and it had been a great help in allowing him to master his magic. Nowadays, it was still being useful as he never had to manually take notes. Of course, although he could do it without a wand, while in public he always used his wand because he didn't want to reveal his great mastery of wandless magic. This form of magic did not really represent a wizard's strength or mastery over their magic, as if trained early enough any wizard could learn it, but in most of the world people would expect him to become defenseless once deprived of his wand, making wandless magic a powerful hidden weapon. Wandless magic was actually taught to children in Ouagadougou, the magical school in Uganda, Africa, so it really wasn't hard to master. However, if a wizard used their wand for their whole childhood, then as an adult grasping wandless magic would be much harder. If he ever became someone important in the Ministry or Hogwarts, Ethan was definitely going to make wandless classes mandatory in the country, but that was a matter for the future. Chapter 23. Neville finally showed his worth as he and Ethan searched for the golden ratio. They had to take every ingredient into account to find how much of the crushed fangs they had to put to get a perfect potion. Thankfully, the only other ingredients were the dry nettles and the porcupine quills, as well as the water, so it wouldn't be too hard. And although they weren't dealing with only plants, which was Neville's strength, his knowledge of plants and how to work with them could actually be applied with any ingredient, if enough effort was made. And this was where Ethan's ability to extrapolate between several subjects came in place. Just like how Ethan could use the fundamental runic languages to figure out the new ones, or use a few transfiguration spells to create more advanced ones, he could also use Neville's knowledge on plants to figure out the golden ratio. In the end, they only took 17 minutes to find how much crushed fangs they had to put, and the answer was tricky as it was 6.2 grams. It wasn't even a round number, so the probability of GETTING the exact number through luck was very low. After the 30 minutes of waiting, Neville added himself the exact proportion of crushed fangs into the mixture, while stirring it manually. Ethan noticed that in his excitement, Neville had actually stopped shaking. "Interesting. Did you find this on your own, Grindelwald?" While Ethan was observing Neville, Snape had appeared behind them, and he was looking at the notebook. Ethan looked at his teacher, who had a face as cold as usual, and said, "We found the answer together, sir. And about earlier, It was self-defense, as well as a warning. I meant no harm, nor did I dig very deep. Snape coldly replied, I care not for your explanations, Mr. Grindelwald. Don't let me catch you again. Ethan nodded stiffly, and Snape started walking away, but not before adding 5 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Everyone was stunned by the comment and looked at Ethan and Neville's table curiously. Be it through rumors or simply the impression Snape had made on them. Everyone in the class knew that Snape very rarely gave out points to students, even to Slytherins, whom he was known to favor. So for him to award both Slytherin and Gryffindor 5 points, Ethan and Neville must have done something great. Unfortunately for them, the two's workbench did not look any different from theirs. Since they had already done the most complicated, the rest of the potion came along easy. Neville stirred the potion continually for 10 minutes, before putting out the stove and letting the potion rest for a minute and a half. Then, he finally added the last ingredient, 4 grams of porcupine quills. And like that, both Ethan and Neville aced their first potion class, having the best results out of everyone in the class. The only 3 groups that could come close to them were the Harry and Hermione's group, as well as Cassia and Sophia, and Malfoy and Nott in the Slytherin group, but they were still some distance away as they had simply followed the instructions to the letter. They hadn't found the golden ratio. Something worth of being noted down was that Snape had praised Malfoy and Nott quite a few times, while he kept silent for the 4 Gryffindors. Barely giving any praise if a soft grunt of approval could count as one. As their class ended, Neville's confident expression turned slightly nervous as he said, "Thanks you for today." Ethan patted his shoulder with a smile and replied, "No worries, but you better not go back to your old ways while I'm not there." Neville nodded, and Ethan walked away, to his friends. Barrel. Why had they left the room though that Ethan saw a silver flash as a weight appeared on his shoulder? Ethan looked at Miyuki, who had jumped on his shoulder, and asked in Japanese, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in my room?" Miyuki softly purred like a cat and gently nudged his cheek, making him smile as he scratched her behind the ears, whispering, "I guess it saves me a trip." He looked at Daphne and Theodore and said, "I'll be going off now then." Daphne asked, "Are you sure you don't want us to come with you?" Ethan shook his head and replied, "I'll be fine." He walked away, and as he did not notice the few pairs of eyes looking curiously at him, coming from a certain group of Gryffindors. Ethan left the castle's insides, and walked toward a particular hut right outside of the castle. At the border of the Forbidden Forest. Yesterday, Hagrid had invited him to his hut for tea, which Ethan had decided to accept, and so here he was. The hut was larger than Ethan remembered it to be, but considering Hagrid's physiology, it was fitting for a half-giant. Next to the door, Ethan spotted a giant crossbow that was closer to a ballista than an actual crossbow, as well as a pair of galoshes almost a meter long. Those were large shoes. As Ethan knocked on the oversized door, Ethan almost felt like he was knocking on the great door, making him smile. He heard some shuffle inside as he knocked, and after a few seconds the door was opened, revealing the half-giant. Hagrid stared at Ethan and Miyuki for a moment, before coughing lightly, "Come on in." Ethan and Miyuki both entered the house, and as he looked around Ethan commented, "You have a cozy home, Hagrid. Do you live here all year?" Hagrid moved to his stove, and started heating up a kettle as he replied, "Yes I do. Hogwarts. Been my home for 50 years now. Sorry if it's a little shabby for someone like you." Ethan asked with a smile, "A pure blood?" Hagrid did not reply, yet his lack of response was a response in itself as the half-giant didn't dare to look at Ethan, focusing on the boiling kettle. Ethan thus said, "You don't have to fear me because of my name, Hagrid. I am not my grandfather. To be honest, I couldn't care less about your ancestry. I'm not scared of you." Hagrid started defending himself, but he stopped as Ethan took out his wand as he took several steps back. Toying with his wand, Ethan said, "Yes you are, and I understand. I'm not offended. But I want you to understand that I am not my grandfather. You obviously know about animals, so you should know that for Miyuki, a kitsune, to willingly become my pet, I had to earn her mother's approval. For your information, I have had her for 7 years already. And I call her a pet for convenience's sake, but she is no pet. She is a companion, and part of my family." Hagrid stared at Miyuki, who was toying with his dog, Fang. The poor dog was shaking in fear in front of Miyuki, who was only half as big as it was. What Hagrid didn't know was that in Fang's perception, Miyuki looked twice as big as it was, and was turned from beautiful to terrifying. Hagrid finally cleared his throat and said, "I'm sorry for my behavior. It's just that I have dealt with more than enough judgment on my family, and I thought I had moved on." Ethan smiled, flicking his wand at the kettle which was already boiling, and served them their tea as he said, "As I said, no worries, I understand. Now, you asked me to come to see Miyuki." The half-giant blushed as he was seen through, but Ethan didn't mind as he said, "Do what you want. As long as you hold no ill will towards her, Miyuki will be friendly, although a little distant. I've only known one man outside of my family who was capable of befriending her right when they met. Well, to be fair, we didn't meet many people." Hagrid, seeing the cups filling themselves and hovering towards the table, walked toward Miyuki, and crouched, but he was still way too tall. Miyuki showed no sign of fear though as she undid her illusions on Fang, and looked curiously at Hagrid. "Hello. My name is Hagrid." To Ethan's and Miyuki's surprise, Hagrid actually introduced himself in broken Japanese. For sure it was a broken Japanese, but it was still a surprise of a person such as Hagrid could speak another language, especially Japanese. He definitely wasn't as stupid as he looked, or was thought to be. Of course, Ethan didn't reduce Hagrid to the image people had of him. He knew the man was a great magizoologist, but still, it was surprising. Miyuki was not as introverted as she once was, and although she didn't particularly like interacting with people other than Ethan and his family, she could still listen to someone, or be petted without kicking a fuss. Hagrid's kind personality was more than sufficient to melt the ice, and before long Hagrid was playing with Miyuki, even laughing out loud and forgetting his guest and his tea. As for Ethan, he had already served himself some tea as he continued looking around the room, and after a moment his eyes set on a newspaper on the table, today's edition of the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in latest. The bold words stuck out as Ethan read the article, and after a moment asked, "Hagrid, you heard about the Gringotts robbery?" Hagrid, who had almost forgotten Ethan was here, turned around and he looked at the newspaper. Before looking back at Miyuki and speaking without thinking, "I did. Scary, such a place was robbed. Fortunately I fetched the stone before the robbery." Hagrid finally realized. He said something wrong as a grin stretched out on Ethan's lips, and he said, looking into Hagrid's eyes, "The stone." At the same time, Ethan broke his own rule of politeness as he invaded Hagrid's mind. The half-giant obviously had no experience in occlumency as Ethan easily entered his mind. Scenes of Dumbledore ordering Hagrid to fetch the Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid taking it from Gringotts and handing it to Dumbledore surged out, but that wasn't what Ethan was interested in. "Did you tell anyone else about this stone?" Hagrid stammered. I said too much, don't mind me." However, Ethan frowned, not because of Hagrid's words, but because no memory of Hagrid mentioning the Philosopher's Stone to anyone else appeared in his mind. Mind-reading someone while conversing with them and getting caught was arduous as Ethan couldn't just pluck a memory from Hagrid, not quickly at least, and so he had to ask specific questions if he wanted to be subtle and quick. When asked a question, the mind would naturally bring out the related memory, whether they chose to speak of it or not. So Ethan had chosen his question carefully, so if no memory surged out, it meant Hagrid really hadn't mentioned the stone to anyone else than him. That, or Hagrid was a master occlumens in hiding, which Ethan doubted. Ethan smiled and got up as Miyuki ran to his side, and he said, "The tea was wonderful, thank you for the invitation. It's time for me to return to the castle. Have a great day, Hagrid." Hagrid nodded, a bit confused, while Ethan left. However, as soon as he was outside, Ethan's smile faded away to be replaced by a frown as he thought about what he saw, or rather didn't see. If Hagrid wasn't the one who told Cassia and Harry about the Philosopher's Stone in a slip-up, then how exactly did the Potter siblings learn about the stone? It was with his mind filled with questions that Ethan returned to the castle for dinner, hands in his pockets as he failed to see the pair of Virid's eyes watching him from a distance. Chapter 24. In his first week at Hogwarts, Ethan had gotten to meet nearly all of his teachers, as well as the first years from every other house as they had At least one double class with another house every day. On Monday the Slytherin had double Transfiguration with Gryffindor, then double DADA with Hufflepuffs on Tuesday, as well as double Herbology on Wednesday. Later in the third day of the week, they also had double History of Magic with Ravenclaw. On Thursday, they had double Charms with Ravenclaw, and finally on Friday double Potions with Gryffindor. Meaning they had 2 double classes with every house. However, this balance was to be broken on the second week of class as the Slytherin first years noticed a notice had been hung in the common room by one of their prefect, saying that from this Thursday on, they would have double flying with Gryffindor. Madam Hooch, the flying teacher, was the only teacher the Slytherins hadn't met, and it was time to remedy to that. Ethan arrived at the training grounds with Theodore, and asked, "Any idea where Daphne is?" Theodore shrugged and replied, "Somewhere in the castle." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Thanks, Theodore. You're really helpful." Theo shrugged again and looked like he could fall asleep at any moment as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Although he said nothing, Theo had been key. Shaken at Ethan making a better potion than him in their first class. If there was one thing Theo was proud of, it was his skills in potion making, so to have Ethan, someone who admitted not being good at potions, and Neville, a clumsy mess, create a better potion than him, he couldn't accept it. He wasn't jealous or angry at Ethan, but rather at himself for allowing himself to lag behind. So for almost a week now Theodore had been spending the majority of his time with his head in books, reading about anything related to potions. He had already read their first year manual more than twice in the past week, as well as a few other books. Ethan knew about his friend's situation, but he said nothing as it wasn't his place. Theo was obviously very invested in potions, and maybe it was just a matter of pride. But he couldn't let Ethan best him, so he worked harder. Ethan could somewhat understand the feeling, although he doubted he would go to such length if someone did better than him in Transfiguration or runes in later years. Ethan and Theo had arrived a bit early, and so they saw their classmates arrive one after another, among which was the friend they had been searching for, Daphne. However, to their surprise, she was not alone. Accompanying Daphne was a girl with chestnut-colored hair that reached her shoulders, but they were covered by a dark red wool bonnet. She looked like she was trying to make herself smaller, almost hiding behind Daphne. As she arrived, Daphne nodded at them, but said nothing, acting like there wasn't anything different from usual, so Ethan asked, "Where were you?" "We've been searching for you." Daphne replied dryly, "I was in my dorms." "Then why didn't you answer when we knocked?" Ethan asked, although he hadn't. Daphne side-eyed him, calling out on his bullshit. "You can't even come near our dorms." Ethan rolled his eyes, and asked, "All right, who's your friend then?" The girl, who previously had been cowering behind Daphne, suddenly stuck out her chest as she replied with fake confidence, "I'm Tracy Davis. Fellow Slytherin, pleased to meet you." She tried to make a bow, but it was awkwardly wrong. Theo looked at the ground, wet. Her it was out of tiredness or disappointment, Ethan could not tell, while Daphne sighed and murmured, "I told you not to do that." Intrigued, Ethan smiled, amused, and asked, "I heard about you. You are a half-blood, right?" Tracy flinched at the question, taking a step back, so Ethan added, "I won't care about your ancestry as long as you don't care about mine." Tracy, who probably had been expecting for insults, was shocked at his words, and eventually asked, "Can I join you guys then?" Ethan sent a look at Theo, who still stared at the grass, strengthening his impression that Theo was just falling asleep, and at Daphne, who stared threateningly. Chuckling, Ethan replied, I'm not sure what you intend to join. We're just friends, not some secret organization or something, but sure, welcome, Tracy." The girl grinned and seamlessly joined the group. Since Hooch hadn't arrived yet, they still had some time to talk, and Ethan discovered that Tracy was a chatty person, and that was maybe an understatement. But it wasn't to displease him. With the personalities of his two friends he was nearly always the one initiating conversations, so adding someone who had something to say about everything and wasn't scared to say what she thought was only for the better. Meanwhile, Ethan also spotted Sophia, who came with the Potter group. Sophia had gotten closer to Cassia after their potion class working together, and they had started hanging out together since then. Sophia still paired with Ethan for their double transfiguration though. Eventually, Hooch arrived, with a row of brooms flying behind her. The students parted to let her pass, and as she stopped all the brooms lowered to the ground, in 2 rows. Hooch looked at the students like a hawk would look at prey, and barked, "Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone stand by a broom, hurry up." Ethan sent a glance at his friends, and saw them look back at him with a similar gaze. She was the one late, yet she was hollering at them to hurry up. The students moved next to a broom each, looking at them weirdly. They were old, very old, and had obviously been used by many generations. "Stick out your hand over your broom, and say, 'Up,'" called out Hooch. Everyone shouted for their broomstick, but Very actually flew up. Ethan, who managed on the first time, took the time to feel the peculiar connection that had formed between him and the broom. A broomstick worked with runes, obviously, and worked with the user's magic. There wasn't any cost however, as the broom did not simply absorb the user's magic, but instead formed a sort of connection with the user. It wasn't Ethan's first time on a broom obviously. What kind of madman would he have to be to never try to fly while in a magical world? Of he didn't have many occasions to do so, with him being stuck at home for most of his childhood, but it was still enough for him to pick up flying. It took a few more tries until everyone had their broom in hand. Then, Hooch showed them how to get onto their broom, before letting them do so themselves. Everyone got on their broom, and Hooch instructed, "When I blow on my whistle, I want you to stomp on the ground, hard. Keep yourself steady, fly up a few feet by pulling your broom slightly toward you, hover for a few seconds, and get back to the ground by." Hooch stopped in her explanation, though as everyone's gazes turned toward Neville. He was panicking as he quickly rose up several meters. Hooch warned, "Mr. Longbottom, get down right this instant." Neville stuttered back, I can't." Everyone watched him as he rose higher and higher, reaching several meters into the sky. In his panic, Neville could do nothing to control his broom, and was starting to slip away. Ethan frowned at Hooch, who still seemed to think Neville was having fun, and said aloud, "He's obviously not doing it on purpose. If no one helps him, he's going to fall." Hooch's face finally changed, but she did not have any broom at hand as Neville finally couldn't hold on anymore and started falling. Ethan already had his wand out, but a small figure quickly flew up. It was Harry Potter himself. He quickly reached Neville, and grabbed his robe, stopping him from falling. However, Neville was quite heavier than Harry, and Harry being only 11, he couldn't hold on to Neville long enough to go down. However, Harry still managed to bring him down, turning the 7 meters tall fall to barely a meter. Neville was holding his buttocks, but at least he had nothing broken. Chapter 25, Thank you, Mr. Potter. As for you, Hooch pointed sharply. "Mr. Longbottom, did you hear my signal?" Ethan watched in amusement as he brought Neville's broom back toward them with his wand, while Neville looked shaken. Since Neville hadn't been injured, the students continued with their lesson. At first, they only hovered for a few seconds, before Hooch decided to make things more interesting. "Everyone who has already flown and knows how to move properly, come fly behind me." At her words, several students moved out. They were the Potter twins, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Ethan and Daphne. Some others did try to join them, but they clumsily moved. Some planting into the ground or slamming into others. Hooch shook her head at them and said, "For the ones remaining, you are not to move higher than a meter from the ground." She then turned to the 6, and said, "How fitting, 3 of both houses. This will make things easier." She took out a black iron ball, and explained, "This is a bludger. You will form 2 teams. The goal is to be the last one standing." Without much more of an explanation, she suddenly released the ball, which prompted it to fly toward the 6 students, who all tried to dodge in a hurry. However, Draco did not move fast enough, and so he barely flew for a couple of meters before being brought down from his broom. Seeing this, Ron snickered and jeered at Malfoy. That was impressive for someone who has flown for years. Draco had claimed to be an incredible flyer quite a few times already, telling as many people as possible that he was incredible on a broom, which had annoyed more than one person. But while Ron made fun of Malfoy, he failed to see the incoming bludger, which knocked him off his broom too, leaving only 4 students. The bludger then flew toward Ethan, who pulled on his broom to dodge. Right behind him, Daphne dodged more easily by simply going to the side as she had more time to prepare. The ball then moved to the two Gryffindors, who also dodged rather easily. It was obvious to anyone who ever watched Quidditch that the bludger had been tempered with, as it was much slower than usual. However, as time passed, it started getting faster, until it reached the speed of an actual bludger. Ethan, although he had flown before, he did not have much experience, and so he eventually failed to dodge and was hit by the ball, making him fall from his broom. Thankfully, he wasn't very high in the sky when he fell. Less than a minute after him, Cassia followed in his steps, getting knocked off her broom too. However, as she landed beside him, she looked at him with pride. Ethan tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Are you okay?" Cassia snorted softly and replied, "I lasted longer than you." And Cassia smiled triumphantly and said, "Not so tough are you." Genuinely confused now, Ethan shrugged, "I guess." After a moment of silence, Cassia added, "Harry is going to win." Ethan didn't look away from Cassia as he asked, "What makes you so sure?" Cassia replied, not a shadow of a doubt present in her voice, "Harry is a natural at flying. He's so good the school made an exception to let him enter the team despite being a first year." Ethan nodded silently, before asking out of the blue, "What's your problem with me exactly?" "You're the one with a problem." "Yes, and its name is Cassia Potter." Cassia glared at him angrily, and was about to retort when she heard several gasps. Looking up, she saw the bludger was rapidly getting faster, forcing both Harry and Daphne to their limits as they made dangerous but cool-looking dodges. However, everyone was watching with halted breath to see which one would fall first. The bludger suddenly stopped, before flying back to Hooch. She ignored the disappointed gazes and said, "Looks like you two are made for Quidditch." Harry and Daphne both looked at each other challengingly, as if unsatisfied they didn't get to see which one of them would outlast the other. As Daphne got down, Ethan patted her back and said, "You never told us you were this good." Daphne showed a proud smile as she said, "Can't tell you everything about myself right away, can I?" Ethan smiled back, and they slowly hovered next to Theodore and Tracy. Hooch then called an end to their first flying lesson. Leaving the brooms behind, the students walked back to the castle. But on the way back, they all heard a loud voice say, "You were lucky, Potter. It was obvious you wouldn't have lasted a second more." Looking over, Ethan spotted Draco, blocking Harry's path to provoke him. Harry frowned and said, "Buzz off, Draco, I'm not in the mood." Draco grinned and said, "Of course you aren't, you just lost to a girl." "Shut up, loser, before I make you." Daphne suddenly intervened, making the two boys turn their heads to look at her. Draco frowned and said, "Don't you see I'm standing up for you, Greengrass? Stupidity must be running." Before he could finish, Draco choked on his words as he suddenly wiped out his wand. The surrounding students looked at him curiously, before following his gaze. They saw Ethan, standing behind Daphne, with the tip of his wand lighting up. Ethan smiled and said, "Sorry, just thought you were going to start a brawl. Thought I would do the lighting." Draco's face morphed into rage. Others didn't see it, but Ethan had flicked his wand aggressively, as if he was going to fire a curse. So seeing the wand lit up, Draco had naturally thought he was getting attacked again. Ethan holstered his wand and whispered to Daphne, "You shouldn't get mad at childish people, they can't help themselves." Although he was whispering, Ethan said that loud enough for Draco to hear. The latter's face turned tomato red, while Daphne smiled slightly. She nodded and said, "Let's go." Draco cursed lowly, but also walked away, followed by the other students. As they headed inside, Tracy asked, "Daphne, why aren't you joining the Quidditch team too? If Harry can do it, so can you." Daphne shook her head and replied, "Gryffindor's Seeker graduated last year, so they had a position to fill, and Potter happened to be there at the right time. Slytherin already got a Seeker, a 7th year." Theodore muttered, hovering between consciousness and unconsciousness, "He sucks." Daphne smiled and said, "It's fine, I will apply next year. I'm not an attention seeker, it doesn't matter whether I bend the rules to join the team." Since all the students were heading the same way, Harry's group wasn't far away, and as Daphne wasn't holding back her voice, they naturally heard her. Moreover, She looked straight at him as she said that. Harry frowned and said, "No one will like you if you are jealous of others, Greengrass." Daphne replied, "What can I say, there's only one boy who lived." Harry clenched his fists, but he said nothing as they moved away. Meanwhile, Ethan and Sophia sent a helpless glance at each other. Chapter 26. Inside one of the Slytherin's rooms, a boy could be seen carefully engraving a short stick. This was Ethan, and he was working on a personal project. The study of ancient runes was the only subject that went over runes, and it was only taught from third year. Since Ethan didn't intend on simply letting his skills rust while waiting for 2 full years, he decided he would work on his runes while alone in his room. He had been working on this particular project since the beginning of the year, and he was close to completion. Ethan had to infuse a small part of his magic as he carved, so his reserves slowly depleted themselves as he carefully engraved rune after rune into the wood. This served another purpose too, as it allowed his magic to grow. Magic essentially worked like a muscle, meaning that the more it was used, the stronger it would become. However, like every other muscle, the efficiency of one's efforts would depend on their age. For magic, it would experience an astonishing growth from 11 to 17 years old, before stabilizing and slowing down. So Ethan had in mind using his magic as much as possible, so that he may form the best reserves possible naturally. However, this time, Ethan did not stop when he became empty of magic, because he managed to finish his rune carving before his magic could run out. Sweating lightly, Ethan looked at the wooden stick, which had numerous blue glowing runes carved into it. The glow seemed to intensify as he looked into it. Ethan carefully put it down on a nearby stool, before plunging his entire arm into his expending bag, while Miyuki watched him curiously. After looking around for a few seconds, he fished out a target practice, the back of which was covered in runes. This was a gift from his mother, something he could use for practice, as the runes on it gave it a much stronger resistance to basically any kind of damage. Ethan placed the target practice down, before grabbing the piece of wood firmly. After taking a deep breath, he tried to stab it into the target. The tip of the saint. It turned red as Ethan felt the heat from it, and it finally hit the target. The two forces clashed against one another as Ethan tried to push the stick into the target, but the target did not show a change as instead Ethan's stick started deteriorating. Ethan didn't want to give up when he was this close though and kept pushing, but then something unexpected happened. The red tip of the wood cue quickly turned white as it became even hotter, but before it could deal any kind of damage to the target, the rest of the wood suddenly caught on fire. Fuck! Ethan was forced to drop the stick as it started burning his hand. It fell to the ground, and the carpet started burning. Ignoring the pain in his right hand, Ethan opened his palm toward the ground and manifested a stream of water that quickly put out the fire, but also filled the room with steam. Ethan quickly opened his window, letting the smoke and steam out as his sweating intensified. Ethan looked down at his palm, which had been burnt, and grabbed his wand with his left hand as he used whatever was left of his magic to ease his pain. It wasn't a proper healing spell, Ethan hadn't learned one yet, but it was better than suffering in silence. After a few minutes, Ethan's pain disappeared, his hand almost returning to normal, while his room was steam-free. His carpet was drenched though. However, Ethan looked at the target with a smile. A few words had appeared on top of the target. "Are you setting the Forbidden Forest on fire?" Knowing what Ethan would use the target for, Helena had input several phrases about different levels of results, as well as their nature. This message told Ethan that his creation was definitely hot enough. This was a big step forward, as Ethan had managed to figure this one out entirely on his own. Now, all he needed to do was to remove the unnecessary runes, turning this enchantment more compact so that he may add the other enchantments he had in mind. Most of them would have to do with stabilizing the damn thing. If runes had to be compared to a Muggle practice, then it would be computer coding. The runes were commands, and just like for a code, there are several ways to reach one result. But the efficiency would depend on the number of characters. The least amount of characters, the more efficient the code would be. Here, the least runes, the more powerful the enchant. Of course, just like code, a more complex enchant would need a higher minimum amount of runes, so more runes didn't necessarily mean lesser quality. It was a vastly complicated subject. Anyway, Ethan's idea was to make a weapon for himself, knowing the possible dangers he may have to face while in Hogwarts. Fire was only one of the enchants Ethan intended on placing on his future weapon. This was supposed to be a kind of secret weapon, something his opponents wouldn't see coming, and something he could use if he didn't have any magic left. His little experiment over, Ethan turned to look at Miyuki, who looked at him smugly as she bit onto his herbology book. Ethan sighed and tried to grab the book, but he found himself unable to pull it out of Miyuki's mouth. It had already been more than a month since Ethan had entered Hogwarts. Almost two, considering this was Halloween's Eve, and although Miyuki hadn't grown another tail, she had been getting stronger. After a while of unsuccessful pulling, Ethan gave up and let Miyuki play with the book to her heart's content. He didn't intend on doing much with it anyway, and went to sleep, wondering what would happen the next day. Honestly, Mr. Grindelwald, what exactly were you thinking? Ethan looked at McGonagall impassively as he tried. It was an accident. McGonagall frowned and said, I hope it was one who would put their own room on fire on purpose. Ethan scratched his head and said, well, I was trying some things, and it got a little out of control. McGonagall sounded grave as she replied, your sheets turning blue instead of green is a little out of control. Putting your carpet on fire. Before flooding goes a step beyond that. Ethan smiled a little, which prompted McGonagall to add, exasperated, it's not my problem anymore, the headmaster is waiting for you. Ethan nodded sheepishly, before going up the stairs leading to the headmaster's office. As he reached the top though, he saw the headmaster's door open as someone walked out. This person was a young man, either in 6th or 7th year, and did not dress like any Hogwarts students. As they crossed each other, the young man greeted, good morning, Grindelwald. He spoke in English, but he had a strong accent, a Latino accent. The reason was simply because he wasn't a Hogwarts student. Ethan nodded slightly and replied to the older olive-skinned, green-eyed young adult, good morning, Bosco. Diego Bosco was an exchange student from another magical school, Castelbruxo, which was situated in the Amazon rainforest, and which also happened to be the only school Hogwarts exchanged students with. Diego happened to stay in the Slytherin dungeons, since they were the only ones with individual rooms, hence how they knew each other. The two weren't friends or anything though, they simply knew each other. And so they stuck to a greeting as Ethan knocked onto the headmaster's door, while Diego walked down the stairs. Come on in. Ethan heard an old man voice from beyond the door, and after taking a breath, he pushed open the door. Ethan quickly took in the headmaster's office, his eyes lasting on the hung paintings of all the previous headmasters. There was also the phoenix, fox. Then, Ethan's gaze turned to Dumbledore, who looked a little distracted as they stared at each other. For the first time, Ethan looked into Dumbledore's eyes, but he did not feel any kind of intrusion. No twinkle. Of course, Ethan wasn't bold enough to try anything himself. He did not linger his gaze on the headmaster's eyes and greeted with a smile, Headmaster Dumbledore. Chapter 27. Dumbledore nodded at Ethan's words, and said, Ethan, thank you for coming here. Please, have a sit. Ethan showed a good-natured smile and sat in front of the headmaster. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore suddenly chuckled and said, you don't seem very nervous, for someone who almost put their room on fire. Ethan smiled helplessly and replied, I had things under control, I simply made a small mistake in my experiment. Experiment, you say? Ethan nodded, and revealed without any fear, runes, sir. He saw Dumbledore's smile widen as he said, ah yes, of course. Your mother is a very talented rune master. It makes sense for you to follow in her footsteps. Ethan titled his head and asked, you know her personally? Dumbledore sighed softly, and instead of answering, asked, how do you feel about your grandfather, Ethan? How do you see him? Ethan paused for a second, searching for the right words, before saying, he was a largely misunderstood man, both by his own doing and the ignorance of others. Dumbledore looked interested, and Ethan looked into his eyes this time as he continued, I partly admire him for his magical accomplishments. I also know more about him than what the books wrote. He wasn't simply a maniac, he actually acted for the good of magical kind, in his own twisted way. Dumbledore's smile receded a little, but Ethan still continued. I think Gellert was initially a good person, who only wished for the good of his kind. But he must have gone through traumatizing experiences, which wrapped his vision of mankind as a whole, resulting in his disputable ways. Dumbledore slightly pushed up his glasses, also looking into Ethan's own eyes, but the latter did not feel any sign of intrusion in his mind. But with Dumbledore's level, and may not even feel it if Dumbledore tried to read his mind. Disputable indeed. To answer your question, I did meet your mother a few times in my life. Your father as well. Good people they are, and I see they did not fail their duties as parents. Ethan smiled at the praise, but Dumbledore added in a teasing tone, although you do seem quick to attack. Ethan raised his hands and replied, I'm afraid this is my only flaw. No one is perfect, right? Dumbledore smiled, and said, they would be awfully boring if there were. He then got up from his seat, and said, well, this has been an interesting meeting. I hope you will not be endangering yourself anymore, or you might get a punishment. Ethan got up too, walking toward the door as he replied, I won't. Thank you for your leniency, Headmaster. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Dumbledore nodded, and watched him walk out of the office. You got called by the headmaster because you set your carpet on fire. Ethan, who was having trouble deciding which dish to eat, nodded at Tracy's question and said, I was trying out something. Didn't work as intended. As he said that, he finally decided on turkey. However, before he could dig in, the great doors were suddenly slammed open. Everyone's gaze turned in that direction, curious about who was barging in on Halloween's night, and were shocked to see a 5 meters tall creature standing there. Its face looked a little stupid, although fierce, and it held a giant wooden club. The more experienced students who paid attention in defense against the dark arts immediately recognized this as a mountain troll. The troll, upon seeing the large room, released a loud roar, which seemed to shake the tables the students sat on. Ethan, who sat relatively close to the door, couldn't help but be astonished by this development. No matter how fuzzy his memories of the movies and books were, he did remember that while a mountain troll attacked, it didn't barge into the Great Hall like that, and for a good reason. The troll barely took a step when a thick red beam of energy slammed into its chest. All the heads in the hall turned to the other end of it, where Dumbledore had stood up, his wand out. The students, who had started screaming in fear, all stood quiet as they looked at their headmaster in awe. Ethan himself couldn't believe the power of the old man. There was at last several dozen meters between the troll and the teacher's table, yet it barely took Dumbledore a second to launch a terrifying spell at the monster. The little amount of smoke created by the spell quickly disappeared, revealing that the troll had been sent flying several meters back, its entire chest charred black. Considering the natural resistance to spells trolls had, that was only outclass by terrifying beasts like dragons and other XXXXX rank monsters. For Dumbledore to deal so much damage from so far away was a good reminder of Dumbledore's reputation, or rather that it wasn't simply that, a reputation. Children, please approach the teacher's table. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the Great Hall, prompting all the students to retreat. At the same time, Dumbledore was moving toward the doors with great haste. Ethan, who was among those who were the closest to the doors, barely heard a grunt from the doors. The next moment, Ethan saw Dumbledore flick his wand, sending yet another beam of red light past the doors. As they passed by each other, Ethan couldn't distinguish any kind of emotion on Dumbledore's face. Quickly, Ethan arrived next to the teacher's table, or as loose as he could, since all the students were gathered there, and heard McGonagall say, "Students, follow your prefects to your common rooms. Stay in groups, and do not try anything foolish." The CTS from all houses quickly called for their fellow students, while almost all the teachers followed in Dumbledore's steps, to search the castle for any intruder. While the prefects took the time to gather everyone, Ethan looked around the room for certain people, with Miyuki's help, who had a much better vision. The Potter twins, Neville, Hermione and Ron were all there. However, Sophia was nowhere to be seen. Ethan wasn't too worried about her though, as she had missed dinner more than once, holed up in her room. However, there was one missing person Ethan was interested in, and it was the exchange student, Diego Ruiz Bosco. Ethan had been growing suspicious of him, as although he did not have any turban, Ethan did not remember ever hearing about exchange students. This could simply come from his lack of knowledge of the Harry Potter world, or simply this world being different once again, but Ethan hadn't come very far in his investigations of who was trying to steal the stone, if there was anyone. So Diego was among his prime suspects. Although, the appearance of the troll greatly strengthened Ethan's conviction that there was someone trying to steal the stone, probably for Voldemort. Anyway, once every Slytherin gathered together, they headed out, and this time Ethan and his friends were in the front, since they couldn't get deep into the crowd. As they passed by the doors, they could see the limp body of the mountain troll, but it was getting covered by a large cloth, conjured by Flitwick. However, Ethan still managed to see some blood before it could be covered, and G.U.'s that Dumbledore's last attack hadn't been as lenient. "Hurry up everyone, you don't want a troll to catch you," one of the prefects in the front hollered, making the students amp up their speed as they quickly moved toward the dungeons. However, as they approached their destination, Ethan saw the prefects in front suddenly freeze at a turn. The first students following behind, which included Ethan and his friends, ran after them and saw exactly what had made them stop. And it was much worse than a troll. "Hiss, I haven't feasted on children for a long time. I wonder how the little snakes will taste." Chapter 28. Standing in the middle of the hallway was a creature few knew about. It had the upper body of a human female, but everything below the waist was a snake tail. Lamia. Next to Ethan, Theo's eyes widened as he looked at the hybrid monster and exclaimed its name. The Lamia's eyes set onto Theodore, and she licked her lips as she said, "As promised, so many children." Ethan sent a look at Theodore and asked, "What do you know about this monster?" Ethan somewhat knew about the Lamia, as in he had heard of it before, and knew what it looked like, but that was about it. Theodore looked grim as he said, "The Lamia is a child-eating monster, and..." As Theodore was explaining, one of the 7 years prefects yelled, "Bombarda Maxima." A flicker of light was fired toward the snake woman, and exploded on impact. However, as the smoke cleared away, the Lamia laughed, and Theodore added grimly, "It is considered as a very dangerous monster because it is immune to most known charms." The 7th year prefect, who had just fired a curse at the Lamia, yelled, "6th and 7th years, with me." Other prefects, back up with the rest of the students. However, as the 7th years made their way through the frightened crowd of students, the Lamia groaned, "I am not interested in humans this old. Piss off." Several spears made of water appeared above her and were sent flying toward the older students. The 2 7th year prefects, Erwin Selwyn and Gemma Farley, made a large movement with their wand as they said at the same time, "Protega totalum." A bluish barrier appeared in front of the two, and blocked all the spears. However, in the meantime, the Lamia closed the distance between them. It punched into the barrier, which shattered immediately. Both Erwin and Gemma were forced several steps back, but they also whipped their wands strongly and groaned 2 spells. Conjunctivitis. Glacius. A small red light headed for the Lamia's eyes, while the other turned into a small blizzard. The Lamia thrashed in pain from the first spell, her eyes turning red, but the blizzard did not seem to affect her in any way. In her thrashing, she smashed into both of the prefects with her tail, sending them flying into the walls. They slammed into the walls with pained groans, and fell to the ground with a thud. They did not get back up. Their leaders gone, the other 7th years took several steps back in fear. At the same time, the Lamia's eyes quickly returned to normal. Seeing the older students no longer attacking, she sped toward the younger students, and her eyes were on a 3rd year. By now, mayhem was breaking out as the students all tried to flee, but the crowd behind made it impossible. As for the 3rd year who was targeted, he froze in fear, not even thinking of using his wand. But as the Lamia was about to reach him, a wall suddenly erected in front of her, and because of the speed she was going at, she slammed into it. Everything seemed to stop for a moment, as the Lamia's eyes turned toward Ethan. Surprisingly, she didn't attack immediately, but instead hissed, "What are you doing, Grindelwald? Have you forgotten our deal? You let me in, and don't interfere." Ethan heard gasps around him, while he himself frowned. Not caring anymore, he sent a full-blown mental attack at the Lamia, and despite the beast's natural defenses, he managed to brute force his way through them. As he did, he saw the Lamia being led inside the castle by a shadowy figure, who was pretending to be him. Get out of my head. The Lamia looked away, and Ethan felt the connection break. He wasn't skilled enough to keep reading its mind without eye contact. The Lamia hissed, I don't care anymore, you are mine. She coiled her snake tail, and suddenly leapt at great speed toward Ethan. Ethan stood unfazed though as with a wave of his wand, several spikes rose from the ground, smashing into the Lamia and forcing it back. At the same time, Theo cried out, use fire. His words finally seemed to put some courage into the 7th-year students as several of them used flame-making spells, sending several fireballs at the Lamia. Faced with the extreme heat, the Lamia hissed as a water sphere appeared around her, protecting her from the fire and creating a lot of steam that flooded the corridor quickly. Suddenly unable to see the Lamia, Ethan didn't get spooked, as he strongly brought his wand down as he muttered, Flipendo. The yellow light flew in front of Ethan, hitting nothing, but Ethan could hear hurried movement. The Lamia probably had been forced to dodge. At the same time, Ethan groaned. Use wind spells for fuck's sake. And Theo, how strong is its physical defense? The 6th and 7th year immediately did as they were told, regaining their bravado as they shot wind spells. Individually they weren't very strong, but together, and in a small space like the corridor, they formed a strong burst of wind that not only cleared the steam away, but also pushed back the Lamia. However, everyone seemed to miss the light mist that remained behind, which almost looked ethereal. At the same time, Theodore yelled, its magical resistance is even greater than a dragon. But its body is barely any stronger than a regular human. Hearing this, Ethan smiled and made a rotary movement with his wand, prompting the ground around him to rise. Then, with a quick flick, parts of the stone barrier around him transformed into small flying spikes, all sent flying toward the Lamia. It screamed in utter rage as it tried putting up a shield, but the projectiles were too many. And destroyed the barrier, some of them piercing into the creature. As the raised wall around Ethan crumbled, out of ammunition, the Lamia flew toward him as she hissed, I'm going to kill you. To everyone around Ethan, it looked like he was done for as he did not even raise his wand, and the Lamia's hand had turned into claws, about to lacerate him. And just as expected, the Lamia reached Ethan in an instant. And her claws ripped right through his chest, the Lamia laughing madly as blood and gore splattered out. Horrified screams broke out. Ethan may not be liked by everyone. But this was on a whole other scale entirely. However, for those who froze and didn't look away, they saw a sudden change. The Lamia, who was licking her lips and had turned toward the dead corpse of Ethan, suddenly froze as a silver light flashed past her. Then, as if it was a mirage one had gotten too close to, Ethan's bloody corpse faded away, revealing a healthy Ethan, standing a few meters to the side. Looking at the Lamia leisurely, Miyuki standing on top of his head, licking her bloody claws. As for the Lamia itself, it did not move for a moment, before its head suddenly slid off its neck. Chapter 29. I don't understand why they still haven't taken him in. I heard they aren't sending him to Azkaban because he would scare the Dementors away. 2 Gryffindor students were talking to one another in the common room. Not really bothering to whisper. You two are stupid. The 2 students turned to look at a little black-haired girl, in Gryffindor clothes. They were about to say S. Omething when they noticed the rest of the group, among which was Harry Potter. So one of the 2 snorted and said, Isn't it obvious, Potter? Who else than a student could have sneaked in 5 magical beasts into Hogwarts? Sophia, who was the one who defended Ethan, replied, Why would he kill the Lamia then? One of the 2 snickered, obviously to get people to like him. The Lamia said it herself, she had a deal with Grindelwald. This time, it was Cassia who intervened, and said, You bunch of morons, everyone knows Grindelwald was in Dumbledore's office before the feast. Said who? Grindelwald's goons. Wake up sheeple, the school hasn't been attacked for like 50 years, and there is an attack in his first year in. I guess some people won't wake up to reality until there are casualties. Cassia wanted to add something. But Harry patted her shoulder and shook his head, as they watched the group walk away. As they were left alone in the common room, the group of 5 remained silent for a moment. Before Hermione muttered, What if he really is the one who attacked? The 4 all looked at her, and she hurriedly added, They do have a point, outsiders can't so easily sneak into the school. Especially with 5 magical beasts. Moreover, There was an attack on each of the houses, but all 3 other beasts were found by teachers, except for the Lamia. Sophia shook her head and said, I can't believe you. How many times will I have to tell you he isn't a bad person? Harry chose to intervene. I know he has been nice to you, but Grindelwald was known for easily swaying good people to his side. I know we shouldn't just blame him because of his family, but it does look like he is trying to do something. Neville asked, but what about the monsters? Even Headmaster Dumbledore had to strike twice to take down one of them. You can't say he successfully tamed all 5 of them by himself and led them in. This time, it was Cassia who replied, he's not just any first year. They looked at her, and she sighed before revealing, he looks talented, but I think he is hiding a lot of his talent. Back during our first potion lesson, I tried to look into his mind. What? Why didn't you say anything? The other immediately reacted, but Cassia raised her hands to quieten them up, and added, I surprised him, yet I barely got the time to harmlessly bump into his mental defenses when he attacked me. My defenses crumbled right away, and he easily looked into my head. If not for Professor Snape helping me, he would know everything about me. There was a moment of silence, before Harry asked strangely, Snape helped you? Cassia rolled her eyes and replied, who cares about that? Harry, even Dad's occlumency and legilimency didn't feel this strong. If he has such mastery over his mind in his first year, who is to say he isn't hiding anything else? Sophia asked, I get what you're saying, but you can't be saying Ethan almost pulled a theft on Gringotts. Cassia shrugged and replied, who knows? There was a moment of silence, before Neville asked, Hagrid did mention someone called Flammel. Have any of you found who Flammel is? This time, they all shook their head. Headmaster, something has to be done against these rumors. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was in a meeting with the 4 heads of each house. Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout. Following McGonagall's inquiry, Flitwick added, the boy's only been good ever since he came here. He even saved the lives of his fellow students when the 7th-year prefects were knocked out, and the others cowering. Snape's face turned cold at the reminder of his students' failure against the Lamia. Dumbledore said, unfortunately, there isn't much that we can do to help with the situation. Besides, we have bigger problems. Sprout muttered, no one is born evil. If the boy has to go through 7 years of abuse from his fellow students, I fear for the future. Dumbledore shook his head and replied, no matter what we say. Many students have already made their own mind. What we need to do now is find who sneaked those beasts in, and once we do and apprehend them, all of the suspicion on Mr. Grindelwald will naturally disappear. Snape said at that, whoever that was, they got closer to the package. Unfortunately, I did not manage to catch them while in action, I was slowed down by that giant. McGonagall said, I find it more worrying that whoever is acting to get the package is trying to harm Mr. Grindelwald. Although many hate him for his name, only a few would go as far as this to undermine him and try to hurt him. Dumbledore said nothing, but he obviously knew what she was talking about. He had been fearing Voldemort hadn't died all these years ago, and was in hiding. And if he was, then it would be surprising that he would feel offended by the rise of a 3rd Dark Lord. Snape then said, since that's covered, I do have one issue to raise. The other 4 looked at him, and Snape said, Grindelwald is, in the end, but a boy. We cannot simply ask him to endure the slights of his peers while waiting for us to deal with this issue. It would be wiser to explain what is happening to the boy. Besides, having someone help from the student's body. McGonagall abruptly cut him off. You can't be serious, Severus. Dumbledore looked deep in thought as he said calmly, Severus does have a point. Out of the entire school, he happens to be the person I have the least suspicions about. After all, he was with me the only time he could have brought the beasts in. Flitwick exclaimed, as much of a talent the boy is, you can't seriously be considering to have him participate in the defense of the package. Snape crossed his arms and replied, I am serious, Filius. If the boy has any of the cunning of his grandfather, he could very well be the key in finding our spy. McGonagall looked exasperated as she said, how are we even having this discussion? The boy's 11 by Merlin's beard. How do you expect someone so young to carry such a burden? You are only going to crush him. Snape replied immediately, The boy's occlumency has reached an expert's level. I think he will do just fine holding up. Besides, I never said he would be working for us all year round. We will simply tell him about the problem, and he will be free to investigate or ignore the problem." Flitwick muttered, "But he's only a boy." Sprout, who had mostly remained silent until now, finally spoke up, "But he isn't just any boy, is he? Have you thought of what he would think of this?" All eyes turned to her. And Dumbledore, who caught on to what she wanted to say, even smiled. Sprout continued, "The poor lad has been accused of all kinds of wild accusations since he got here, and probably for his whole life. I do not find him excelling in occlumency to be surprising in the least with what he must have gone through. He has been nothing but a sweetheart since he arrived here. Yet all I've heard was that he had an agenda, that he was gathering followers for what people qualify to be an inevitable rise of the third Dark Lord of the century. But I think the truth is far simpler than that." The others also understood what she wanted to say, and McGonagall sighed, while Sprout finished, "I think he really is a good boy, who wants nothing more than to prove all those rumors on him to be false. That he isn't a Dark Lord on the rise, but a boy like any other." Chapter 30. Mr. Grindelwald, a word. The first-year Slytherins had just finished their Transfiguration Class, and Ethan was about to leave with his friends, when Professor McGonagall called him out. Signaling his friends not to wait for him, Ethan approached his teacher's desk while the classroom emptied itself of students. Once the two were left alone, McGonagall did not immediately speak, and instead looked hesitant. Something that greatly surprised Ethan, as if there was one thing he had learned in the past 2 months of Transfiguration classes, other than Transfiguration that is, it was that McGonagall never doubted herself. Not really sure of what to say, or whether he should even say anything, Ethan remained quiet. Eventually, McGonagall sighed, and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, I will no longer watch over your detentions, so I would appreciate it if you would stop working so hard at getting them." Ethan's face changed rapidly as he asked, "What? Why? Did I do anything wrong?" He was cut off by the dry voice of his teacher, which seemed to hold a tinge of amusement, although her face showed none of it. "That is not exactly how it works. But to answer your question, no, you did not do anything wrong. And I must admit, I have grown to like these additional lessons, despite them taking some of my cherished free time." Ethan scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, realizing he maybe had been a little selfish. Headmaster Dumbledore, myself, and the rest of the teachers had a discussion following the events that took place a few days ago, and we were forced to realize our lack of effectiveness at foreseeing the attack, and protecting what had been the target of the attack. Ethan's heart skipped a beat as he heard her mention a target, but as he was not supposed to know anything about it, he thought of asking about the students, but then, he changed his mind. "The package, I assume." Whether McGonagall was surprised or not, Ethan did not know. If she did, her control over her expression was even better than Ethan's, as not a single muscle even twitched. However, she did ask, "How did you come to know about this package, Mr. Grindelwald?" "I don't know much about it, but during my confrontation against the Lamia, I was able to glimpse into its mind, and I learned of their objective there. That the attack on the students was merely a distraction." McGonagall's eyes sharpened as she commented, "Severus did mention your surprising mastery of legilimency. A family talent, maybe. Your grandfather was a prodigious legilimens himself. I'm afraid you know more about him than I do, Professor." McGonagall said nothing for a moment, before finally revealing, "It has come to the staff's attention that you have been negatively impacted by the Halloween incident, and we are unfortunately helpless about it at the moment. However, finding the real criminal would definitely help your case. You have also proved to not only be able to defend yourself, but also." Ethan grinned, crossing his arms as he interrupted, "It's not like you to beat around the bush, Professor." McGonagall threw a stern glance at Ethan, but still cut to the chase. "We have concluded that having the help of a student would be beneficial to our investigation." Having already seen it coming, Ethan asked, "What does this have to do you no longer holding my detentions?" "Because there is not point in keeping up with these detentions, we might as well officialize it and give you additional classes." Ethan raised an eyebrow, and asked, "With all the teachers?" McGonagall shook her head and replied, "Only the heads of house, as they are the only ones privy to information about the package." Transfiguration lessons with me, charm lessons with Professor Flitwick, and occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. What about Professor Sprout? You would have to excel at herbology first to get additional classes. Ethan nodded, and said, I accept then. Should I keep our classes a secret? McGonagall replied, the less people know about it, the better. You aren't forbidden from speaking of the lessons. But it would be wiser not to speak of it. Out now. We have a Quidditch match to attend. Ethan rolled his eyes as McGonagall shooed him away from her office, leaving him alone. To drag himself to the Quidditch stadium. It was already nearly packed full by the time he arrived, and as he did he noticed McGonagall had somehow managed to arrive before him. The match had already started by the time he arrived. Fortunately, his friends had kept a place for him. Energetically waving her fists in the air while chanting the Slytherin hymn, Tracy took a moment to realize Ethan had arrived as she exclaimed. What got you so late? Ethan sent a glance at Theodore, who looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here, and Daphne, whose attention was completely set on the game, and answered, nothing important. Tracy nodded along, too into the game to really pick up anything, but Ethan saw Theodore react from the corner of his vision. He knew he was hiding something, but he didn't say anything either. The match itself was intense, despite having just begun. Ethan remarked that Harry looked quite small compared to the rest of the players, but Cassia really hadn't only been bragging when she said he was gifted. Harry weaved through the other players with practiced ease, making it look easy. Next to him, Ethan heard Daphne explain, he is doing it on purpose. His gaze not leaving Harry, Ethan asked, what do you mean? Daphne explained analytically, our seeker is eating right out of his hand. His bursts of speed and slowdowns are making everyone think he has spotted the snitch. If this continues, it won't be long before our seeker, fuck. Ethan wasn't sure of what was happening, but Daphne's worries turned almost prophetic as after a couple of seconds, the Slytherin seeker, who was struggling to follow Harry, suddenly got hit by a stray bludger. With the Slytherin seeker off his broom, Harry was free to move around without worrying about someone following him as he suddenly sped into a certain direction, and following his path, Ethan spotted a glint of gold. The boy who lived did know where the snitch was. The situation seemed to have set into the MINDS of the Slytherin team as well as Marcus Flint, the captain of the Quidditch team, sped off in Harry's direction, intending on blocking him off. But Harry was too swift for him to catch, yet as he approached the golden snitch, his broom suddenly stopped in mid-air. Any other player would have been thrown off their broom from their momentum, but Harry reacted swiftly, barely managing to catch himself before he could fall off. Still, he was now hanging off his broom, and it once again started acting erratically. It looked like he had lost control of his broom, but Ethan knew better. He knew that this was an opportunity. His eyes swiping across the Slytherin part of the stadium, Ethan searched for the exchange student, Diego Bosco. Even in the original story, Harry would have never lost control of his broom. Despite having just started using it, not to mention in this world with several years of experience, meaning someone had to be tampering with it. This being the first Quidditch game in the school year, this was a good opportunity to harm Harry, so whoever was doing this, was probably the one after the stone. And sure enough, Diego was there. He did not look like he was concentrating much, merrily sucking on a red lollipop in his corner, but Ethan still decided to take action, even if just to disperse his suspicions. Keeping his wand into his holster, Ethan silently waved his hand and seeped his magic into the bleacher. Then, with a thought, he severely weakened the structural integrity of the part under Diego. In the next moment, the weight of Diego's body was suddenly too much for the wood under him, and he abruptly fell down. Yet Diego showed an astonishing agility and reaction time as he caught himself before he could fall under the bleacher. But even if he hadn't fallen all the way through, had Diego been concentrating on casting a spell, it would have been broken. Yet, as he looked back at Harry, Ethan noticed the boy who lived was still struggling for dear life. Casting a glance at the professor's booth just in time to see Professor Snape's robe suddenly catching fire out of nowhere, and as he accidentally knocked Quirrell over in an effort to put it out, Harry's struggle magically stopped, allowing him to go and catch the snitch. But as the Gryffindors screamed in joy and the Slytherins sulked at their defeat, Ethan Grindelwald was left with a deep frown. the encounter having served to only confuse him more than he had already been. Chapter 31. Christmas arrived quickly, and out of his group of friends, Ethan found out that he was the only one to stay at Hogwarts. His original plans had been to come back home for the holidays, but his father had sent him a letter at the last minute to tell him his mother and himself would be going to Switzerland. Ethan was pretty sure that it was a pretext to keep him in the school, to socialize, but since his friends were all leaving, that kind of defeated the purpose, but there was no going back. Still, that wasn't to say Ethan had nothing to do. It had been a month now since he had started working hand in hand with the professors to catch the thief. Although majorly disappointing, they did get some results. By now, their suspicions mainly centered around Professor Quirrell. He was different than he was in the books, that Ethan was well aware of, and it was quite obvious he didn't have a living dead creature whispering at the back of his mind. Yet, at the same time, he showed himself to be the most possible candidate. Ethan had seen him approach the third floor, which led to the stone, several times already. And when he had shared his concerns with the professors, he had learned that they too heavily suspected him. However, Ethan could feel he was missing something. No matter how much he racked his mind, Ethan could not find what, unfortunately. So, Ethan decided to take a break from it, and start with enjoying his vacation. Vacations in Hogwarts were great as the students were free to do whatever they wanted in the castle for the entire day. Even the curfew was pushed back a couple of hours, giving the students a great freedom. Moreover, because many returned home for the holidays, the usually filled to the brim great hall was nearly empty, even in the evening as Ethan went for dinner. Out of the 4 tables, the Slytherin table was the most empty, and although Ethan would have preferred having his friends stay over, he didn't refuse some privacy. Unfortunately, it was bound not to last for long, as in the middle of his meal, Ethan saw someone sit in front of him, and looking up, he spotted none other than Cassia Potter. Already feeling the exasperation creeping up within, Ethan glanced over her shoulder, and spotted Harry Potter trying to sneakily look over, but miserably failing to do so as he turned around in panic when his eyes connected with Ethan's. Turning his attention back to Cassia, not hesitating to look her in the eyes, Ethan asked, "What can I do for you?" Cassia smiled slightly and said, "I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. I wanted to apologize for trying to read your mind." Ethan raised an eyebrow, both surprised and dubious, but since she seemed genuine, Ethan slowly mouthed off, "Apology accepted." Cassia did not move, however, so he added, "Was there anything else?" Cassia looked around, and having made sure no one was eavesdropping, she leaned over and whispered, "Meet me after curfew, on the 4th floor. I have something to show you." And like that, she ran off, not leaving Ethan the possibility to question her or even refuse. Honestly, Ethan was of half a mind to simply ignore her, but in the end, he couldn't help but feel curious. What did she want with him? Maybe it had something to do with the thief, seeing how Harry had been looking over. Besides, although she had been quite rude during their first meeting, and had been more insufferable than anything since then, it would be quite rude to just leave her hanging, so Ethan decided he would go. Besides, it wasn't like he had anything that was so important to do anyway. After finishing his dinner, Ethan headed off to his room, where he continued what he had been doing for most of his days since the start of the holidays, that is perfecting his weapon. Ethan had managed to condense his fire runes well enough so that they could be held on a small knife. It could still be improved, but it was fine as it was, so Ethan was now focusing on containment runes. The idea was to make a knife, but he couldn't just carry around a knife that was always blazing hot. He would hurt himself more than others. And that night, as the curfew approached, Ethan finally had his first rudimentary success as he managed to create a working weapon. It wasn't perfect, as he did not manage to enchant the knife with an on and off switch. Instead, it was an ordinary knife that would turn into a blazing hot weapon for a few seconds, until the metal melted away under the heat. The weapon wasn't the best it could be, but Ethan was confident enough that it would save his life, were he to face some kind of monster. It wouldn't be of much use against fellow wizards because they didn't fight in close quarters in the first place, but against a monster with good magical immunity, the knife should work wonders because the fire wasn't really magical in nature. That was the neat thing about runes. It was easily one of the most versatile disciplines, and was exposed to different limits from others, like charms or transfiguration. Of course, Ethan still intended on CTing the weapon by making further prototypes, but since this was the first one he had managed to make work, he decided to carry it on himself. He doubted he would need it for whatever the Potter girl had planned. But it was more for himself that he brought it along anyway. Once the curfew was set, Ethan stealthily left his dorm, and carefully navigating through the castle, doing his best to avoid any professor or Filch. Ethan managed to make his way to the 4th floor without anyone taking notice of him. As he arrived, Ethan did not see anyone, and sharing a glance with Miyuki, who had come along, she didn't seem to have either. But as he looked back at the stairs to see if he could spot Cassia, he suddenly felt someone strongly grab his shoulder. Shocked and surprised, Ethan's magic mauve, ed by instinct as it gathered in his hands, ready to be unleashed in whatever spell would help him. But as Ethan was about to blast off whoever it was that had surprised him, he stopped just in time to notice Cassia. Standing right behind him, hurriedly retreating his magic back inside, which had started making his hands glow ever so slightly, Ethan asked, "What was that?" Of course, now that he had calmed down, he could take a guess. The cloak of invisibility, something that was passed down in the Potter family all the way back from the Peverells, one of the Deathly Hallows. Ethan was pretty sure in his guess as he doubted someone could evade both his and especially Miyuki's senses, but Cassia only said, "You should have seen your face." Ethan's face hardened as he looked at the girl. He was somewhat regretting taking back his magic. Seeing his face, Cassia lightly punched his shoulder, snorting, "Come on, don't get grumpy. I still have something I want to show you. Follow me." Although a bit reluctantly, Ethan still followed Cassia in her step. Having come this far, he couldn't just go back to his room, although his patience was thinning. As Cassia took him deeper into the floor, Ethan asked, "Where are we going? This better not be an ambush of some kind." Cassia chuckled, swiping her red hair to the side as she side-eyed him over her shoulder. "Why would I be leading you into an ambush? Besides, why did you come if you feared it was one?" "Because I'm prepared to deal with it. If it truly is, this is your last chance. I won't hold back." Ethan knew he was maybe being unnecessarily hostile. But Cassia's behavior was strange. Even after his threats, her eyes merely turned into crescents as she stopped in front of a door, and whispered, "We're there." Ethan shared a look with Miyuki. And although she did not react, the message was passed. If there was anything amiss, she had to be ready to react. As for Ethan, he kept his eyes on Cassia's back. Although he didn't see why she would want to harm him. The possibility of her being under some being's compulsion was very real. Unaware of the thousand thoughts rapidly going through Ethan's mind, Cassia pushed open the door, revealing an empty classroom that looked like it hadn't been used for years. But as he entered, Ethan did not see anyone else inside. Instead, he spotted something that didn't have its place inside the room. It was a magnificent mirror, going as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, and standing on 2 golden clawed feet. On top was a peculiar inscription, "Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi." Chapter 32. Ethan, who had been ready for a fight, looked at Cassia, who moved closer to the mirror, observing herself in it. After taking a glance at its reflection, she twirled around on herself. And looking deep into Ethan's eyes, she said, "Come and see." Ethan glanced between her and the mirror, and after a moment of hesitation, stepped forward. He could see a playful glint in her eyes. Behind her dark red hair, she stepped out of the way, allowing Ethan to look into the mirror's reflection. He was familiar with this mirror, not because he had ever seen it in the past, but because of his meta-knowledge. This was the Mirror of Erised, which was the reverse for desire. And as its inscription said, this mirror did not show one's face, but their heart's desire instead. Curious about what he would find in the mirror, Ethan looked with attention, and he indeed did not see his current self. Instead, he spotted an older version of himself. His hair was slightly longer, and he was not wearing his usual Slytherin robes, or any other Hogwarts clothes for that matter, as he had a deep blue coat on instead. His hands had large purple sparkles around them, crackling with untold might. while in his back were several runic circles, each looking similar yet bigger to the ones his mother had used to defeat the seven-tailed Kitsune. Speaking of Kitsune, Ethan could so see Miyuki from the corner of his eyes, with 9 tails swishing behind her, instead of her current 3. But as he was drawn into the reflection, Ethan suddenly felt someone grab his hand. Ethan felt like a thunderbolt coursed through his entire body as he looked at Cassia, feeling the instinctual urge to move away. Cassia firmly gripped his hand, however, softly muttering through her thin lips, "Wait, look." Ethan followed her gaze, and noticed the reflection had changed somewhat. The runes were still there, and one of Ethan's hands was still crackling in that purple energy. However, he could also see Cassia in the reflection now. Just like in real life, she was holding onto his hand, and her form was slightly different, as she was around the same age as him. But other than that, and failed to notice what her desire was right away, because she was just that. An older version of herself with nothing special. While he struggled to understand what that meant, Cassia muttered, "Is this what your heart desires?" Power. Pausing, Ethan looked away from the mirror, and down at Cassia, and noticed she was looking back as well. Smiling softly, he said, "It isn't power. It is the achievement of ultimate magic." Cassia broke eye contact, muttering, "I wasn't expecting that." Glancing back at the mirror, Ethan remarked, "Yours is different as well." "How so?" Ethan shrugged. "The I see in the mirror slowly moving to envelop the two of them as he said, "You are the sister of the boy who lived. You must have been compared to him your whole life, or worse, ignored. I thought you would want to prove yourself as someone just as good. To affirm your own identity." Ethan suddenly felt very conscious of the fact they were still holding hands as he felt her grip tighten slightly, before relaxing as she said, "Maybe a part of me does, but Harry and I have a special bond, as twins, and I know better than anyone that he isn't to be envied. I would very much rather live an ordinary life than being chased all my life for something I can't even remember." As he heard her words, it finally clicked in Ethan's mind. He had failed to notice it, too focused on his own desire, but the background in the mirror had changed. They were on a small, windy hill, with a house behind them. It was a simple vision, one so simple he had inadvertently dismissed it. The two remained silent for a while, simply gazing into the mirror. Before Ethan took his hand away from Cassia, the image in the mirror disappearing as he asked, "Why did you do this?" Cassia placed both of her hands on her back, tightly clutching them as she replied, "You don't want to know." Sighing, he asked, "Is it about Nicholas Flamel?" Cassia looked like she was about to refute, but she eventually nodded, asking, "How did you guess?" Ethan's eyes glazed towards the mirror, groaning, "It was a cruel thing to do, what you just did." Cassia looked down, biting her lower lip as she tried to find something to say, but Ethan added, "I would prefer it if you didn't try to speak to me again." Cassia looked up sharply from the ground, definitely not expecting such a clear-cut reaction, but Ethan was already halfway through the door. Cassia tried to follow, but only found Miyuki to be blocking her way, her tail swaying menacingly as the fox looked at her with surprising intelligence behind its eyes. Walking away from the abandoned classroom, Ethan had his heart in a mess as he wandered back towards the Slytherin dungeon, feeling conflicted. Ethan had never been much of a people's person, be it in this life or in the past. And girls had always been a sensitive issue. His isolation from other people his age during this life also hadn't helped. Still, Ethan thought that with his accumulated life experience, he would be beyond matters of the heart. It wasn't even that he had fallen in love with Cassia Potter, he barely knew the girl, and she had been mostly annoying in all their encounters since they met. And not the cute kind of annoying. Besides, she was an 11-year-old girl, it would be absurd to fall in love. But they had shared something in that room, in front of that mirror. Thinking back on it, Ethan wasn't even sure how she had done it, as Ethan did not remember visions could be shared in the mirror, although he doubted Harry and Ron had tried to hold hands in the original story. Still, whatever means she had used, the two's hearts had been connected in a special way, and all boundaries of souls had been breached as they looked into each other. It might not have seemed to be much, but their hearts had metaphorically touched in that experience. It had been a sweet thing to experience when it happened, but it only made the betrayal he felt at having been used bitter. All she wanted as to know if his desire was in the stone, and she had used a devious means to get into him. A part of him understood. Hells, Ethan hadn't hesitated to break the bleachers under Diego Bosco, the exchange student. Which would have most certainly broken his legs had he not managed to swiftly catch himself. Still, Ethan could not help but feel hurt. He felt like he had been played with, and that was not a good feeling by any stretch of the imagination, especially not coming from someone with whom he had created this kind of connection, even though said connection was made to trick him in the first place. The girl probably hadn't even realized what she had set out to do either, but it didn't stop Ethan's heart from feeling betrayed. Quickly, Miyuki returned to his side, and Ethan was glad Kasia hadn't followed her to him. He didn't want to deal with her. Ethan was not paying much attention to his surroundings as he returned to his dorm, but fortunately he did not bump into Filch, or any professor who might have been patrolling out at night. Chapter 33. The Christmas break quickly passed by, Ethan focusing mostly on his runes and transfiguration as he didn't really want to do anything else. At every meal, Ethan would notice glances coming from a certain girl over at the Gryffindor table, but he ignored them, focusing on his own thing. Soon, his friends returned as well, but he did not tell them what had happened during the vacation. He did not want any misunderstanding to arise, so keeping the whole encounter to himself was better. Ethan's first class after the winter break was a DADA class, in which Quirrell was uncharacteristically late. As they waited for their professor, Ethan nudged Theodore, who was falling asleep, and muttered, "You just returned from the holidays, how are you still so tired?" His head still against the desk, Theodore rotated it just enough to glance at Ethan, and replied, "I told you already, my vacations were anything but rest. Father brought me to a potions competition in Bulgaria. Quote, from which you returned 4 days ago. Isn't that enough to catch up on your sleep?" Theodore rolled his eyes, as if Ethan had said something outlandish, and rolled his face back against the desk. His inner sloth taking over. Ethan looked back at Daphne and Tracy, but they both looked tired as well. It looked like he was the only one who had a restful vacation. Although even that was debatable considering his experience with the mirror. "I'm sorry class, I had trouble getting out of bed." Ethan turned his head to look at Quirrell, who entered the classroom looking ragged. His face was pale, paler than usual, and Ethan could see the hint of a limp. Quirrell got to the front of the class, and seeing some of the gazes on his gait, he said with a nervous laugh, "No need to worry about me. I just fell out of my bed, quite literally." That got a few laughs out of the class, some genuine, some mocking. That was from Malfoy's group, but it's successful. Lee woke up everyone. It seemed as Quirrell did not waste any time, taking out their book and saying, "Today we will work on creatures you all ought to know well, and which I have personal experience with. Stalkers of the night, never aging. Swift as the wind and devilishly charming, they are vampires." Several people cried out the answer, which prompted Quirrell to clap his hands with an uneasy smile. Exactly. This time, even Malfoy seemed intrigued as he raised his hand, and asked, "Have you ever met one, Professor?" Quirrell's already pale face seemed to lose more of its color as the Professor chuckled without any humor behind it. "I did. Once, in the Black Forest of Albania. That encounter forever changed me." Turning around, Quirrell quickly drew out a diagram of a vampire, explaining, "Vampires are dangerous creatures of the night, but do not think you are safe during the day either. Unlike popular belief, vampires will not be turned to cinders at the mere graze of sunlight, but will only be weakened by it. The most dangerous aspect of a vampire, however, is their ability to deceive. They are perfectly capable of blending into our society. Many have actually, and distinguishing them without the proper knowledge is nearly impossible." Next to Ethan, Theodore finally seemed to wake up as he came across something that truly interested him, and raising his hand, Theodore asked, "But aren't vampires regulated and protected by the ministry?" Quirrell replied, "Some, yes. But the people who made these laws do not understand vampires. They never came across one. You have to understand that in their eyes, we are nothing but prey." Ethan couldn't help but wonder what kind of encounter their professor had in the Black Forest to make him this scared of the predatory species. Originally, Quirrell was supposed to have met Voldemort in the Black Forest, but by the looks of it that hadn't happened, so he might actually have met a vampire. A scary one as well. With everyone's attention on him, Quirrell carefully took out something from his bag. It was covered in a cloth, and carefully unwrapping it, Quirrell revealed a piece of metal. This is the one true weakness shared between all manners of living dead, including the vampires. Its mere touch is enough to burn off the skin of one, and any injury caused by it would become nearly impossible to heal. Can anyone guess? Ethan raised his hand, and answered, silver. Quirrell nodded, grabbing the piece of silver in his hands, before suddenly throwing it across the room to Ethan. Although shocked at the sudden throw, Ethan still caught the expertly thrown piece of metal, playing with it as Quirrell said, "Good catch, Grindelwald." 1 point to Slytherin. This got a chuckle out of Ethan, and the professor continued in a more serious tone. "You should keep it, take it as a reward for your dedication to my class, and not being insufferable." Quirrell glanced in Malfoy's direction as he said that, drawing a shocked gasp from the boy. Before continuing, "I strongly believe that everyone should have silver on them, even if solely due to the number of harmful creature weak to it. Any living dead falls under this category. But it also affects werewolves, and many other creatures of darkness." Quirrell waved his wand, and said aloud, "Custodia Malum." A silvery light was created in front of Quirrell, CKLY forming a thick shield as the professor explained. Of course, it would be even better to master a spell that conjures silver, such as this one, but they can be tricky to learn. Custodia Malum is among the easiest to learn. But my 5th-year students are struggling to learn it, and I still haven't got a single 4th year who has managed to learn it. Quirrell suddenly seemed to have an idea, and although Ethan felt the urge to peek in his professor's mind to see what was going through his mind, he refrained as Quirrell exclaimed, "How about a challenge? If anyone manages to learn Custody Malum before the end of the year exams, they will automatically receive an outstanding for their year." Many students took a sharp breath at the unexpected announcement. The end of the year exams were always a worrisome affair, and they were graded among 6 possible grades: Troll, Dreadful, Poor, Acceptable, Exceed Expectation and Outstanding. Although ministerial exams only took place in their 5th and 7th year with the ordinary wizarding level OWL and nastily exhausting wizarding test NEWT respectively, the exams held by the schools in the years before that were also important. Any failed grade would have the student study all summer in that particular subject to catch up on the other students. Moreover, grades did not just disappear after a year, the professors remained same through the student's education for the most part, and the impression a student made on a particular subject would matter in their selection for a particular NEWT class. For example, a student with grades just under the expected threshold but who made a good impression on the teacher of said class could manage to still get in, while a student with better grades but an absolutely awful impression on the teacher could be failed. So getting any outstanding was great for any student. Besides, there was also the bragging rights. Not everyone could get an outstanding, after all. Even Ethan couldn't help but feel fired up as he looked at the still active spell. Not only could it get him a good grade, but it would also give him a good spell to have learned. As Quirrell passed down the instructions for the spell, however, he also warned, "I would appreciate it if you did not tell others about this challenge. I could get in trouble if the word got out." Naturally, that was the worst thing to say. Chapter 34. Cassia sat in the library with Hermione and Sophia, while Harry, Neville and Ron sat at a nearby table, everyone skimming through books in the search of Nicholas Flamel. Their group had grown quite big, but it had happened naturally over time. Cassia and Harry were twins, and pretty much inseparable, while Neville had always been a childhood friend. Then, Cassia had met Hermione earlier on, and although the bushy-haired girl could be a bit intense at times, Cassia considered her as a great friend, and so did the others. Then, Sophia had joined their group after an incident with Malfoy and Grindelwald. As for Ron, although they hadn't been close at first, Harry and him had gotten closer over the winter vacation as they were among the only ones still there. Moreover, they shared a dorm room, and through magical chess they had become quick friends. Besides, although Ron could be short-tempered at times, he also had a quick wit about him, and he was quite funny as well. Sighing as she buried her face in her book, Cassia inwardly groaned as she failed to concentrate on the task at hand, her thoughts inadvertently going back to Grindelwald or Ethan. They had never been friends. by any stretch of the imagination, so Cassia shouldn't have been feeling as she did, but she still felt bad for what she did. She wasn't even sure why, either. The plan had been good. When Harry discovered what they discovered later was called the Mirror of Erised through Dumbledore, and saw that one could peer into another's heart's desires through it, she had immediately thought of you. Sing it on one of their main suspects for the package's attempted thief. Things had not gone according to plan, however. Not only did Cassia not see anything related to the package, but Ethan had shown her he somehow knew about their research as he spoke about Nicholas Flamel. Moreover, in the way he talked about it, Cassia was sure he knew who Flamel was. But even though she knew that, Cassia couldn't find it in herself to go ask him. Not after what happened. It frustrated her to no end not to know why he had been so hurt by what she did, but she had seen it in his eyes. Whatever had been so bad about what she did, he hadn't taken it well. Are you okay? Cassia glanced at Sophia through her strands of deep red hair, groaning, I'm fine. Just frustrated we can't find him. She hadn't told anyone what had happened that night, and she wasn't intending on doing so. Hearing her, Ron proposed with a whisper, we still could go with the original plan. Harry and Cassia could use the cloak to follow Grindelwald. That would probably lead up to something. Cassia clenched her fists under the table at the idea, and as her gaze met Harry's, he spoke, Grindelwald isn't evil, he probably has nothing to do with the package. She hadn't told Harry either, but she knew that he knew there was something amiss. He had known about her plan to use the mirror, since they had made that plan together. And although she stopped at telling him Ethan hadn't seen the package in the mirror, he could still glimpse that something else had happened between them. Ron shrugged, if that's the case, then he has nothing to fear. Besides, he wouldn't ever know about it. At his words, something clicked in Cassia's mind. That's right, if he doesn't know about it, then it won't hurt him. Raising her head, Cassia said, fine, I'll do it. Ron grinned, but Sophia pouted, arguing, can't you guys ever let it go? I told you it wasn't him. I'm sure that if I asked him nicely, he could even tell me who Nicholas Flamel is. He always knows a ton of stuff. Cassia was about to say something to defend herself, when Hermione gasped, is that Professor Quirrell? They all looked in the same direction, and indeed, there was Professor Quirrell. Walking deeper in the library, presumably towards the forbidden section, they instantly saw what shocked Hermione as well as they spotted the bruise on the side of his face. What do you think happened to him? They all shrugged at Hermione's question, and Ron asked, have you managed to learn that spell he gave us? Hermione rolled her eyes at that, and replied, he gave it to us a week ago. How do you expect me to have learned it already? Moreover, it is a very complex spell. I don't see anyone learning it in our year. Neville, who had been silent until now, muttered, maybe Grindelwald will. Quote, the name seemed to be a trigger word for Hermione as she clenched her fists, and said through clenched teeth, maybe. Cassia couldn't help but smile seeing this. There was no doubt that Hermione was a bright witch. Despite being a Muggleborn and having never come in contact with magic before Hogwarts, she picked up everything magic-related at an astonishing speed. She was probably the student with the best grades through their year. However, for all her wits and excellent written results, she struggled a bit more in the practical part of things. Of course, she remained better than the vast majority of first years, but Hermione did not settle for that. Stretching her arms, Sophia took out a chocolate frog, sheepishly looking at her two girl friends as she asked, do you want it? Cassia smiled at the innocent girl, shaking her head while Hermione scoffed, you should slow down on these, or you will get tooth decay. Sophia grinned sweetly, unwrapping the chocolate. And as she munched on it she said, oh, I got a Dumbledore card. Leaning on her elbow, Cassia tilted her head and said, I wonder what they put on his card, the old man did so many things. Sophia turned the card around, and said, oh, they speak about Grindelwald, and Nicholas Flamel. The 6 Gryffindors suddenly froze at her words, before Ron exclaimed, what? Rapidly swallowing the chocolate, Sophia read out loud, Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for the discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. There was a moment of silence, before Hermione suddenly exclaimed, I knew I had heard of him. He is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Cassia's and Harry's eyes widened. But Sophia, Neville and Ron only looked at her in confusion. The what? Hermione looked at them scandalized. Even Muggles know about this. The Philosopher's Stone is said to be capable of turning any metal into pure gold, and to produce the elixir of life, turning immortal anyone who drinks it. That's what the three-headed dog must be guarding. Earlier in the year, they had stumbled on the forbidden third floor, and came across the giant Cerberus guarding a trapdoor, which was what had started their whole investigation. Harry shared a glance with his sister, and said, "The stone is immensely powerful. I don't want to be throwing stones, but if Grindelwald actually is behind all this, and manages to get his hand on the stone." Although some in the group did not want to believe it, they all couldn't help but nod at the grim possibility. Seeing her opportunity, Cassia reaffirmed herself, "I will follow him with the cloak. Meanwhile, you guys should also keep an eye on Snape. Anyone could want a stone of such power." They all nodded, agreeing with her as they set off to observe their suspects. Chapter 35. Ethan looked around vigilantly for any signs of other students or professors before stepping out of the castle. Miyuki was running around, supposed to watch out for potential eavesdroppers but being more busy enjoying herself running in the grass. April had just come around, and the weather was starting to turn warm again. Kitsunes were used to cold weather, but perhaps because she was used to living with Ethan, Miyuki preferred this kind of weather as well. As for the reason as to why Ethan was out of the castle after curfew, it was because of a letter he had received from Hagrid. The half-giant's handwriting had been troublesome to spell out, as he was hardly literate, but Ethan still managed to get the gist of the message, which was that Hagrid needed some help and wanted to see Ethan. Ethan wouldn't go so far as to say he and Hagrid were friends, but he had started coming to visit the groundskeeper once a month, both because Miyuki liked to go there to bully Fang, and because Hagrid was a good source of information. Although Ethan was somewhat in the loop with the Philosopher's Stone, the professors did not tell him much about what they knew. It was mostly him telling them about what he heard. Ethan quickly arrived at the hut, and after once again making sure no one was spying on him, Ethan strongly knocked on the door. He heard some shuffling inside, before a crack was opened in the door. Seeing it was Ethan, Hagrid grumbled, "Come in, come in." Quote, Ethan stepped inside the hut, his eyes immediately darting around as he searched for a plausible cause for the letter he had received, and it did not take him long to find it. Staring directly at the obsidian black huge egg settled in the fireplace, a memory within Ethan was jolted as he asked, "Hagrid, what is that egg?" Closing the door, Hagrid did not answer directly, seemingly searching for his words, before he finally said, "It's a dragon egg. A Norwegian ridgeback." Ethan shared a look with Miyuki, before asking, "And you thought bringing the egg of a giant fire-breathing lizard within your hut was a good idea?" Hagrid raised a finger, as if to tell Ethan he had thought of everything, before he took out a large book and said, "I got this from the library." Ethan glanced at the book, which was titled Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. Shaking his head, Ethan told Hagrid, ignoring the obviously dubious nature of this book, "Raising an exotic animal is not so simple. I was able to form a bond with Miyuki because of extraordinary circumstances, but this is a dragon we are talking about. Miyuki and I can actually communicate. What you have is an incarnation of destruction." Hagrid frowned, disagreeing, "Dragons are very smart. Some can even learn our language." Sighing as he sat down, Ethan found his gaze inexorably drawn to the egg as he said, "Elder dragons, yes. Not so much for hatchlings. Besides, even if it somehow came to think of you as kin, dragons are belligerent, and play, roughly. Rougher than humans can handle." Ethan had learned quite a lot about fantastic beasts from Newt's commander whenever the old man would come visit for Miyuki. Their main point of interest and discussion had always been Miyuki, of course. But Newt would very often drift onto other creatures. Dragons were one of them, and it was one of the species Newt seemed certain was impossible to tame. Well, he thought the same for kitsunes, Ethan was aware of how unlikely it was to happen again. Besides, the bond between Hagrid and the dragon wasn't the only problem. His eyes darting over to Miyuki, who was eyeing the egg restlessly, Ethan said, "Even if you want to, you cannot raise it here. Not with Miyuki in the castle." Hagrid looked at the little Kitsune, and Ethan explained, dragons are territorial, and barely accept other dragons within their territory. And are even less compliant towards other species. Kitsunes are worse. If it is a lesser creature, then they will be charmed. If they can resist that charm, then they will represent a danger, and be killed. Quote, it was something Ethan himself had witnessed when he first met Miyuki and her mother. The Oni, a formidable beast in its own right, had been allowed to live because it had been completely subjugated by Miyuki's mother. But there was not a single other magical creature around, simply because they had all been killed. Since then, Ethan had never really come across this problem because he had mostly lived away from society, but ever since they had entered the hut, Ethan could feel Miyuki's instincts screaming at her. Glancing back at Hagrid, Ethan added, dragons grow a lot faster than kitsunes too. Maybe she will tolerate it when it is still a chick, but it won't take long for it to grow bigger than her. And believe me, Hagrid, she will kill it. Unfortunately, all his arguments did not seem to be enough to convince Hagrid, as even without legitimacy Ethan could clearly see on the half-giant's face that he still wanted to keep it, so to hammer the nail in he said, besides. Think of the school. Even if they decided to allow the dragon to be kept, dragons are mighty beings, and a single graze would be enough to at least severely injure a student. What would happen then? Headmaster Dumbledore, who put his trust in you, would be reprimanded, and possibly lose his position. The same would go for other professors. And the problems will probably extend to more than one student. 2. As Hagrid's personal messiah was mentioned, he finally seemed to get a measure of what exactly he was doing. And as the realization settled in, Hagrid visibly deflated as he cupped his own face. Groaning, what am I to do? Lightly rubbing Miyuki's nape to break her out of her trance, Ethan grabbed her in his arms seeing it didn't work, something he hadn't done in a while because of her size. And said, I'm afraid I can't do much about it, but you could try to contact the Potter twins. I've heard you were chummy, and they always get out of problems with a tap on the hand. So that would be the safest bet. As he thought of the issue, Ethan's first thought was actually to call Newt's commander and have him handle the dragon. The old man was an expert magizoologist, possibly the very best in the world, but Ethan decided against it. As much of an expert as Newt could be, he could also be reckless, and knowing him, Ethan was worried the old man would try to bond with the dragon and end up seriously injured, or worse. It wasn't just pure fiction either, as during one of their talks Newt had told Ethan about how he had once almost died to his noondew. So Ethan decided the risk was not worth it. The problem could be solved by simply stirring things in the way they should have been, by hinting at the Potter twins, who had perfectly managed to deal the draconic task in the original timeline. Ethan didn't see why they would fail to do so in this one, considering they had more knowledge, more people, and it wasn't exactly an inherently dangerous mission either. All they had to do was finish reasoning Hagrid, and send the dragon away. So it was with his conscience clear that Ethan mentioned the Potter twins to Hagrid. Not seeing any point in extending this discussion any further, as that would only be leaving Hagrid the opportunity to convince his way out of it, Ethan silently walked out of the hut, closing the door behind him. As he did, Miyuki, whom he had been struggling to carry in his arms, finally completely woke up from her trance. As she rubbed her head affectionately against his chest, however, he saw her point her snout towards the forbidden forest. He could feel it in her. The dragon had roused something within her, and she was in a hunting mood. Unfortunately for her, Ethan wasn't just about to head alone in the forbidden forest, especially at night. Chapter 36. Malfoy's lucky Harry Potter is such a dunce. I still feel like poisoning him in his sleep. 3 weeks had passed since Ethan had visited Hagrid and learned about the dragon egg. And although things had taken a little longer than he thought they would have, things still seemed to have gone as expected. He was in a potions class at the moment, and he had been paired with Theodore. Much to his pleasure, Ethan himself was decent at potions, his grades hovering around exceed expectations on mock exams, sometimes netting an outstanding here and there. Theodore was in another ballpark, however. Ever since that first double potions class with the Gryffindors, Theodore had practically turned into a demon, throwing nearly all of his free time into reading about the class. Even if that sometimes led to deficiencies in other subjects. Observing as his friend sent a death glare at Malfoy, who did not dare to turn around despite clearly hearing them since he was right in front of them. While perfectly brewing the potion, Ethan asked with a whisper, "Shouldn't we focus on the potion? I still don't get why the eagle-eyed potion can't be turned into an elixir." Theodore rolled his eyes at Ethan, grumbling, "Seriously. It's so." Ethan immediately cut him off. "If you dare to tell me it's basic, you can forget getting any help on your transfiguration." Theodore narrowed his eyes at Ethan, before clicking his tongue and returning his attention to Malfoy, snarling, 50 points in a single night. Malfoy lowered his head. Even his pride had limits, but unfortunately for him, not only was he right in front of them, but he was also paired up with Daphne, who said, "Slytherin has won the cup for 7 years in a row. I swear, if we end up losing, I might just learn one of the unforgivable curses." Ethan was about to say something, when he suddenly felt like a shadow loomed over him. Before he could turn around, he heard Snape's raspy voice say, "The only unforgivable magic I see is your potion making. Focus, Greengrass." Daphne blushed and looked down, but Malfoy did not dare to raise him either, as he knew he had drawn the professor's ire as well with his loss of points. "As for you, Grindelwald, you would have found the answer to your question if you had bothered to read page 213 of last week's homework. But if you are thinking of making one for your own use, I would strongly advise you to refrain from doing so. Elixirs are extremely powerful, which works as a double-edged blade." Ethan felt the urge to check his mental defenses, as his potions professor somehow managed to guess exactly what he had been intending to do. The eagle-eyed potion was a potion that enhanced its user's eyesight to one similar to an eagle's for a set duration, depending on the potency of the potion. As for an elixir, it was nothing more than a permanent version of a potion, meaning that an eagle-eyed elixir would give its drinker an eyesight as potent as an eagle's for the rest of their life. Watching as Snape walked away to try and send other students spiraling down into depression, Ethan whispered to Theodore, "What would happen if we force the cauldron to maintain its current temperature?" Theodore looked at his partner quizzically. "You do realize that this is exactly what I am doing, right?" Ethan sneered at the outstretched wand. "By maintaining your concentration on the incendio spell. But if the cauldron were to be forced to keep its current temperature by another factor, would the potion also be brewed successfully?" Theodore finally seemed to catch on to what Ethan was trying to say as he said flatly, "You just want to show off your runes." "You bet I do." Deciding not to leave Theodore any choice in the matter, he then took out his wand and quickly etched a bunch of runes around the cauldron. Before long, a set of blue runes had appeared all around the cauldron, forming a circle around it. Theodore stopped fueling the flame with his magic. Yet the cauldron did not start losing its heat. After some time, Snape passed by, and after giving it a look, he groaned, "I am hesitating between punishing you for damaging school property and awarding you for your ingenuity. I am leaning towards the first." Flashing his most charming smile at the professor, Ethan replied, "Is it not by blindly following in the steps of our elders that our art perishes?" Snape did not look very impressed as he replied, "Many chicks only end up splattering against the ground." Still, Snape did not take away any points from Ethan as he left them be. Curiously observing the set of runes, seeing that Snape wasn't totally against it, Theodore whispered, "You got to teach me that." "What, you mean my never-ending charm? I am afraid I was born with it, my friend." Theodore only gave him the stink eye. "You know I mean the runes. I don't need to be turned into a freak by every newspaper in the country." A head suddenly popped out between the two of them, which inevitably belonged to Tracy, who whispered, "Face it, pup, we are turning into his minions. There's nothing we can do." Both boys jumped from the fright as they looked at Tracy, who had suddenly appeared. She was supposed to be on the other end of the room, but looking over, they saw a pissed-off Pansy Parkinson looking over. Pressing down her head below the table, Ethan whispered harshly, "Are you mad? Snape's going to flip if he finds you wandering the classroom." Tracy evaded his grasp eerily easily, however, as she leaned against their table, replying, "I'm all right. Worst-case scenario couldn't be worse than Draco being found out after curfew and losing the entire house 50 points." Malfoy seemingly had enough as he turned around, his eyes ablaze with fury, but before he could say anything, Tracy had already fleeted across the room, back in front of her cauldron, as if she had never left. His target lost, Malfoy turned his attention to Ethan, and seethed, "Without me, Potter and his friends wouldn't have been found by Filch, and they wouldn't have lost 150 points. Unimpressed, Ethan replied, "Without me, we would be more than 100 points behind." Malfoy then added through clenched teeth, somehow feeling the need to justify himself, "They were trying to bring out a dragon. I was acting for the safety of the school. You should be thanking me, if anything." Although he knew the matter to be true, Ethan couldn't help but feel the need to tease the boy. "Sounds more like you got baited, but they were dumb enough to get caught. Weren't you bragging earlier this year that you got the Potter twins to agree to a midnight duel and never showed up?" Malfoy's pale face suddenly brightened up to a vivid red as he found himself at a loss for words. Understanding that saying any more would do more harm than good, Malfoy turned back to his cauldron, forced to ignore the smug looks Daphne was sending him. The rest of the class passed by uneventfully. But as it ended and they stepped out of the dungeons, Snape called out, "Grindelwald, a word." The man made it clear he wasn't asking from his tone, so after sharing a glance with his friends, he stayed behind. Closing the doors from a distance, Snape sat down at his desk, Ethan standing in front of him as the professor said, "You have done remarkably well in salvaging your reputation since the Halloween incident. It seems you have inherited more than your grandfather's magical talent. I am humbled. I doubt I would succeed in rousing half of the world to fight against the other." Snape was not amused. "I care not for your jests, Grindelwald. I brought you here to tell you that the staff shares your concerns about Professor Quirrell, and we believe that he may soon come to action." Ethan frowned as this was a conclusion they had all come up to a while ago. He decided to guess, "You two feel he isn't acting alone?" Snape peered at him, and for the faintest moment, Ethan Fay. Lieutenant a foreign energy brush against his defenses, only to disappear just as fast as it appeared, resembling more a mirage than anything else. But Ethan wasn't fooled. His defenses growing tighter, Ethan's gaze hardened as he looked into his professor's eyes, and said, "It is a natural conclusion, Professor, not an admission of guilt. Professor Quirrell has grown restless with the months, and his mind is not very well defended. Reading one of your professors' minds is highly unethical, and could get you expelled from this school." Although he said that, Snape's face remained stony. "Still," Ethan explained, "I only resorted to empathy." Passive legilimency was another name for empathy, as in the ability to feel the emotions of others. A wizard or witch with a strong enough mind and competent enough in the mind arts was more attuned to the mind of others, and would be capable of sensing the emotions of those around them. The degree at which the legilimens could feel these emotions depended on the strength of their mind, their mastery of the mind arts, the power and skill of the other's mind, and on the strength of the emotions felt. With his current mind prowess, Ethan was only capable of sensing strong emotions directed at him. Seeing Snape make no comment this time, Ethan elaborated, "I have often felt hostility from Professor Quirrell, which set me on edge. But many people feel hostile towards my name. So I did not bear too much attention to it. That hostility has more than once morphed into other emotions however, such as fear, and quite strangely, hope." Chapter 37, "I'm not going into that forest," Malfoy said to Hagrid, feeling shivers down his entire back as he looked between the tall, dark trees. Despite trying to stay composed, a hint of panic had appeared in his voice. Hagrid held no pity for the boy who had tried to stop his precious dragon Sheik from finding freedom, as he said, "You've done wrong and now you've got to pay for it." Malfoy did not seem to grasp how much he had angered the half-giant as he scrunched up his face, "But this is servant's work. I thought we'd be copying lines, not." Malfoy lost his voice as he stared into the forest, and Cassia, as much as she enjoyed seeing Draco lose his bearings, muttered, "It does seem a little irresponsible to send students into the Forbidden Forest." Cassia looked at her two fellow Gryffindors, and saw Neville cowering behind Harry, shaking like a leaf as her brother looked into the forest, the light of the moon reflected in his glasses and making his expression unreadable. Hagrid, who had his huge crossbow over the shoulder, gave it a good pat as he reassured her, "I know that forest like the back of my hand. But it is still a dangerous place, so don't go and get yourselves lost. Follow me from here." Hagrid led the four students to the edge of the forest, followed by his large dog Fang. The half-giant crouched at the start of a path, although he still towered over all of them, and bed a silvery liquid on the ground between his fingers as he said, "See this? This is unicorn's blood." Huffing from the effort, Hagrid rose from the ground, and said, "This is why we are here. A unicorn has been badly hurt by something. And we are going to find it and help it. Second one I've found. I hope we won't have to put this one out of its misery." Malfoy immediately asked what was on everyone's mind. What if whatever attacked those unicorns attack us? Hagrid merely waved him off. However, there's nothing in this forest that would hurt you if you were either with me or Fang. Now, we'll split into 2 groups. It must have wandered all over the place since it was injured. Malfoy pointed at the massive Fang and said, "I want to be with the dog." Hagrid scoffed, "Fine, but Fang's a bloody coward. Draco, Harry, you go with Fang on the left. Cassia and Neville, with me." Cassia could see it on her brother's face that he was not particularly happy being paired up with Malfoy, but glancing over at Neville, he probably realized that it was better him than Neville. Rubbing his hands together, Hagrid muttered, "You've learned the Firespark charm, I trust. If anyone finds the unicorn, fire up green sparks. If you find yourself in trouble, fire up red sparks." Everyone nodded, but Hagrid still asked them to show him smaller versions. Neville did struggle a little, but even he managed to do it in the end. And so they separated into 2 groups. After a time, once Harry and Draco had gotten out of sight, Neville asked Hagrid, "Could it be a werewolf that killed the unicorn? I mean." Hagrid remained silent for a moment, before answering, "Unicorns are too fast for werewolves to catch. Too fast for most things to catch. Must have been something even faster, or something that could sneak up on it." Cassia was suddenly reminded of a particular beast as she asked, "Could a kitsune have done it?" Oblivious to what she was hinting at, Hagrid replied absent-mindedly, "If it had a few tails, probably. They can get pretty territorial too." Hagrid finally seemed to catch on to what she was hinting at, but he suddenly pressed himself against a tree, readying his crossbow as he said, "Hide behind me." Scared at the sudden instruction, Cassia and Neville did as they were told, and although confused at first, they soon started hearing the sound of someone walking. Peeking from behind the large tree they were hiding with, they spotted a cloaked figure moving eerily through the forest. The cloak and the mist made it hard to see who it could be, but just from looking at them Cassia felt a spark of fear lit up within her. Fortunately, the figure disappeared as fast as it appeared. "I knew it, there's something unnatural in this forest. It doesn't belong here." Cassia looked up at Hagrid and asked, "What could it be?" Hagrid's grip on his crossbow tightened as he replied, "They had a wand, so probably a human. But no human would stoop so low as to kill unicorns. They are probably the master of the beast who did this." The image of a particular blonde boy surfaced within Cassia's mind as she looked at Neville, but noticed that his face had become unnaturally pale. He was scared half to death by the encounter. That night, Cassia realized that the Forbidden Forest was not as barren as they had been led to believe, however, as only a few minutes after seeing the hooded figure, they spotted someone else approaching them. It was a half-man, half-horse, also known as a centaur. It, or he, had the upper part of a red-haired human, and the lower body of a chestnut-colored horse. The centaur looked deeply at Hagrid, and asked in a strangely sorrowful voice, "Were you going to shoot me, Hagrid?" Hagrid lowered his crossbow, shaking his head, "Sorry, can't be too safe these nights. There is something strange wandering the woods tonight, something that has been hunting unicorns." "Have you seen anything, Ronan?" The centaur, whom Cassia now knew was called Ronan, did not answer the question. Instead, he looked up at the sky, and said, "The child of the stars has arrived. Meddling in his affairs is dangerous." Although not sure whether it was safe for her to ask, Cassia picked up her courage and asked, "Who is this child of the stars?" Ronan did not answer, and simply started walking away, still staring at the sky. Hagrid warned her, "Never try to get a straight answer out of a centaur. They're not interested in anything closer than the moon." Cassia pursed her lips, when Neville suddenly exclaimed, "Hagrid, look! Red sparks!" Both Cassia and Hagrid looked over, and indeed, red sparks had appeared in the forest, quickly illuminating the surroundings. Hagrid had already started running when he said, "You two wait here." Neville looked racked with indecision, but Cassia felt different. All twins shared a special bond, and that was especially the case for magical ones. And at the moment, Cassia was feeling very, very wrong. As if something terrible was about to happen. She barely even realized it when she already found herself running after Hagrid, in the direction of the red sparks. Hagrid was a good deal faster than her, Cassia realized, as she lost sight of him. Probably because of his large size. Still, not too long could have passed between the time she arrived and he did, yet the scene she was met with was scary to behold. In the middle of the trees was a silvery figure of a horse, a peculiar horse with a horn on top of its head. Even as it laid down against the ground, blood pouring down onto the ground from its neck, it still looked holy. But surrounding it were Harry and Malfoy, both sprawled over the ground and doing their best to crawl away. What truly worried Cassia, however, was Hagrid, forced on his knees as the hooded figure from earlier held him by the neck. Flipendo. Suddenly, a red light crashed into the hooded figure's back, sending it flying and releasing Hagrid, a splash of red gushing out as the half-giant fell to the ground. It wasn't Cassia who had cast that spell, but Harry, who had managed to get back on his feet. Cassia cautiously held her wand, pointing it at the figure, her heart up in her throat. Cassia didn't know who this figure was, but she wasn't about to let it hurt her, her brother or her friends. Even Malfoy. But then, Cassia suddenly found the figure to have disappeared, and heard a painful scream. Whipping her head around, she found the figure right where Harry had been a moment before, while Harry was sent flying into a tree. He did not get back up either. Then, as the figure turned to look at her, Cassia realized this wasn't a fight she could take part in. This wasn't a story where courage would be enough to stand up to her foe. Petrie. Cassia tried to cast the full-body bind curse at the figure. But she barely got to start the incantation that the hooded figure was suddenly in front of her, its fist burrowing into her gut. Cassia almost fell unconscious right there and then. But she managed to anchor herself as she stumbled backwards, her wand still pointed at the figure. She found herself unable to speak. But as the figure was once again upon her, its clawed hand going for her face this time, a large figure appeared between the two, forcing it back. Cassia only had the time to recognize it as the back of a centaur, before the world turned black. Chapter 38. Ethan sat alone on top of the astronomy tower as he looked down at the Hogwarts grounds, and while he did not want to, he couldn't help his gaze wander to a certain hut. Things had gone terribly wrong. Ethan thought that things would follow their natural order. He wasn't a sucker for canon always remaining canon, especially since he was involved in the world, but he still thought that things would remain relatively close to their normal course of events. They hadn't. Well, at first, they somewhat did. The dragon was hatched and successfully sent away to Romania, at least as far as Ethan knew, this was what had happened. Then, the Potter twins were sent to the Forbidden Forest, which was where things had gone astray. Malfoy and Longbottom were fine, just scared half to death, while the Potter twins had suffered quite a bit more, both having suffered from broken bones from what Ethan heard. As for Hagrid, the kind half-giant Ethan had come to appreciate as a person, more than as a memory of a character, had died. No one knew what had attacked them that night, but it had ripped open Hagrid's carotid, who bled out to death in the Forbidden Forest. To the Wizarding world, this was not a very important death. Hagrid was only the groundskeeper of Hogwarts, it wouldn't take long for the school to find another. Even for the students, although a funeral had been made for him, most of the students could not care less. It was just the silly giant who had died. Ethan, on the other hand, took it hard. He hadn't managed to bring himself to the funeral. It wasn't just that Hagrid had become a friend, although he was. But it was the guilt that truly gnawed on Ethan. Because while no one else knew about it, Ethan did have a hand in his death, through his inaction. All it would have taken him would have been a single letter. And this all could have been avoided. But he hadn't, because he didn't think it was worth it. Because he thought meddling too much would create more chaos than anything else. The result was, 4 students had been traumatized, 2 were badly injured, and Hagrid had died. As a result, Ethan found himself full of guilt and anger. I thought I had felt some strong emotions from here. No wonder the birds were scared away. Although he hadn't sensed his approach, Ethan did not need to turn around to know it was Dumbledore who had spoken. his legs hanging from the edge. Ethan reined in his mind as he said, sending students in the Forbidden Forest was dumb. Ethan would have minced his words, but he couldn't help but direct some of his anger towards the headmaster. Dumbledore stopped a couple of meters behind Ethan, and said, I am saddened by my dear friend's passing, but it is not at me that you are truly angry, are you? Ethan glanced over his shoulder at the old man, but found no twinkle behind his eyes. Only a soft smile as he added, not everything is about magic. Ironic, coming from the greatest wizard alive. Maybe, but the point still stands. Now, I am here to make sure you do not do anything dumb, as you would say. Such as attacking one of your professors. Ethan clenched his fists, his magic boiling inside of him as he said through gritted teeth. But I know he is the one trying to steal the package. Inaction has already led to an innocent's death. Dumbledore remarked, it seems to me that you are forgetting something important. You can be quite similar to your grandfather in some ways. Ethan narrowed his eyes, what is that supposed to mean? Dumbledore's gaze was on the horizon however as he replied, selflessness. For all your talents, you are only in your first year. Hagrid was a man of great experience, highly resistant to most spells, and much more clever than most attributed him. But you already know this. So you surely understand that your own chances against whatever assaulted Hagrid and the children were subpar. Ethan stopped himself from fingering the small hidden blade strapped on his forearm, and merely said, I have made preparations. Dumbledore seemed amused by his words, I am sure you have. And maybe they would be enough. Or maybe they wouldn't. What would happen then? Ethan felt a NSE of irritation rise within him as he spoke through clenched teeth. I do not have a hero complex, if that is what you are implying. Dumbledore let out a small chuckle, oh no. Young Harry is growing one. What you have is the exact same condition your grandfather had. Something I have struggled with as well. And what would that be? A mix of morals, overconfidence, ability and pride. In short, you fear losing control. Ethan couldn't help but snort. Dumbledore being a control freak felt like the understatement of the century. Ethan heard Dumbledore walk away, although he added one last thing before leaving. You should try putting your trust in others, Ethan. They can be a lot more competent than you expected them to be. Left alone, Ethan remained on top of the tower for a while longer. He wasn't supposed to be here. But he supposed that since Dumbledore was fine with it, no one would come to bother him. Unfortunately, things were only set to grow worse. Murder in Hogwarts. Rise of the Dark Lord. Single quote. Daphne had to refrain herself from tearing apart the newspaper as she read the title. Dropping it like it was a hot piece of garbage, she groaned, this is so dumb. He was probably the closest person to Hagrid. Theodore had his head in a book as he replied, not sure the Aurors exactly care. Daphne, Tracy and Theodore all sent a glance at the squad of Aurors surveying the Great Hall with spite in their gaze. And Tracy scoffed, it's not like they are going to find him anyway. Suddenly, they heard Malfoy ask from nearby, you sound like you know where he is hiding. Hiding a criminal is against the law. All three turned to look at Malfoy, who was looking at them with wide eyes. There was none of his usual malice behind his gaze however, but true fear and paranoia. That did not stop Tracy from being annoyed by him. You are just blaming Ethan because you were scared of him, coward. You're even taking the side of the Potters. Malfoy clenched his silverware as he replied, I saw it as well. It was Grindelwald who attacked us and killed the oaf. It had all started when the Potter twins had woken up. Apparently, the two had seen their attacker, and were absolutely certain that it had been Ethan Grindelwald who had attacked them. That had caused quite a stir, and Malfoy seemed to suddenly remember the same thing, claiming that it had been Ethan who had attacked them as well. The school had tried to contain the matter, but the school board got involved, and managed to send Aurors to the school to arrest Ethan, even if just to detain him for the time of the investigation. They had not managed to find Ethan, however. No one had, actually, ever since the incident, which did not play into his favor. And so things came to their current situation, with a squad of Aurors patrolling the castle, Ethan hiding from them, and the whole castle being on edge as they witnessed the game of cat and mouse. A game that was bound to end soon. Chapter 39, Striddy. Into the last room containing the Philosopher's Stone, Harry expected one of a few people to appear. Ethan Grindelwald, most probably. Probably Voldemort as well. Might have been Snape. Quirrell was not anywhere near his suspects list. Clenching his wand, Harry cautiously approached, and asked, "How could it be you?" Quirrell remained still as stone however, his gaze absorbed by the large mirror in the middle of the room, which Harry recognized as the Mirror of Erised. After a moment, Quirrell finally reacted to his words, but there was something wrong about him. "Shocked you did not see Grindelwald." His voice was almost robotic, lacking any tone or emotion behind it as Harry felt like he was talking to an inanimate object. Harry pointed his wand at Quirrell, hoping to be threatening, but he heard the snap of fingers. And ropes were suddenly conjured from all around him, and bound him tightly enough to stop all movement. Harry struggled for a moment, but upon realizing that the ropes were bound tight enough to stop any movement, he asked, "Why would you be working for Voldemort? Have you not heard of the way he treats even his own men?" Quirrell froze, before a peal of laughter came out of his mouth. His voice lacked any amusement as he spoke. "However, Voldemort, you really think the whole world revolves around you, don't you? This has nothing to do with Voldemort. Why would I even work for a half-dead ghoul?" Quote, But why are you doing all of this then? Why did you kill Hagrid? And I was sure I saw Grindelwald that night." Harry's memories of the night in the Forbidden Forest were a little hazy. But he did remember seeing Ethan Grindelwald's face for a moment, under that cloak. And so did his sister. There was a moment of silence in the room, before Quirrell suddenly looked down and said in his apathetic voice, "Grindelwald must be destroyed. 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 Save me." Harry was not sure of what was happening, but the previously cold Quirrell suddenly seemed to regain some of his emotions as his speech became deformed. Then, Harry heard someone click their tongue, and out of the shadows appeared a figure. A cloaked figure Harry easily recognized as it was the one who had attacked them in the woods. However, this time they had their hood down, revealing a face Harry was not familiar with. It was a male student, probably in his 6th or 7th year. But while they did feel a little familiar to Harry, he did not exactly strike him as someone he should know either. Just one among many. This older student approached Quirrell, who started spasming, and shook his head, saying, "He has been offering more and more resistance recently. He actually hopes he will be saved." "The fool." Glancing at the mirror, the student said, using a mirror to hide the stone from a vampire. "The old goat is quite crafty." "A vampire?" The student snickered at Harry's question. "Really? Is that all the famous boy who lived amounts to?" "Of course I am a vampire. You saw me sucking the blood of a unicorn. Charm your professor and Quirrell even warned you all about the dangers of a vampire. Had to punish him badly for that one. But you did not even connect the dots." Harry felt some shame rise within him at the words, as the investigations he had led with his friends all year seemed to have suddenly turned ridiculously pointless. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "What is the role of Grindelwald in all of this?" The student faintly smiled, and said, Your grade in history of magic will probably be terrible. Haven't you been listening in class? Haven't you heard of what Grindelwald did to my kind?" He laughed as he added, "The Philosopher's Stone would have been a nice artifact to own, but I doubt I could go past wards and enchantments set by Dumbledore himself. Besides, it never was my true goal. Speaking of which, he has finally arrived." Harry suddenly realized that he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, but the ropes stopped him from turning around. Still, he recognized Ethan Grindelwald's voice, Diego Bosco. The older student, who Harry realized might be even older than he thought as he was a vampire, made an exaggerated bow, calling out, "Ethan Grindelwald, we meet again. I must admit, I was afraid you would actually get caught by the Aurors for a moment." Ethan stepped next to Harry, allowing him to see him, as well as his kitsune. But Ethan's eyes never left the vampire as he said, "Having the help of the professors did help. Now, what exactly is it that you want? Are you really just pissy because my grandfather killed Dracula?" Harry suddenly felt like the room got colder all of a sudden as Diego's green eyes flashed red, his voice rasping, "You shall respect my liege, you pathetic worm." Ethan only rolled his eyes however, glancing at the bound Harry as he explained in a voice so casual it made Harry wonder whether he understood the situation they were in. "Long story short, my grandpa killed the King of the vampires, and put another guy in his place, to get an army of vampires. Harry wanted to scream at Ethan that now was not the time for a history lesson, especially when it involved mocking the man who had him bound. But as he looked into Ethan's eyes, he felt something brush against his mental defenses, and a whisper in his mind, "Play along." Harry was flabbergasted at Ethan, but he still asked with as much confidence as he could muster, "Why is he doing this then?" Ethan did not even have his wand out as he placed his hands on his hips, sighing exasperatedly, "You really ought to pay more attention to your classes. Potter, vampires form a strict hierarchy based on blood ancestry and purity. It is a bit complicated, but you can think of Diego here as Dracula's lapdog. Well, that's my guess as to what he is, at least." Quote, enough. Quote, across the room, Diego Bosco had undergone a terrifying transformation from his anger as his hands had elongated into animalistic claws, fangs had grown out of his mouth and his ears had turned pointy. His previously green eyes had also turned into a bloody red. One of his clawed hands was now at Quirrell's neck as he spoke in a voice disturbingly similar to an animal's growl. "One more word, and he gets the same treatment as the dumb giant." Harry felt a spark of anger lit within him at the insult thrown at Hagrid, but as indignant as he was, he could do nothing. Ethan, on the other hand, spoke with clarity in his voice, "What kind of fool do you take me to be? I know you have already turned him. There is no saving him now." Diego paused, before bursting into laughter. Quirrell, who had previously been frozen and presumably struggling for control over his own body, suddenly relaxed and stood behind Diego. His face still lacked any emotion as he said, "I apologize for my failure, Master." Diego patted Quirrell's shoulder, reassuring him as if it did not matter to him. "It's fine, I should have expected the freak to find out. He can be quite smart." However, Ethan clearly saw that Diego was angry with Quirrell, even though he failed to understand how Ethan knew Quirrell had been turned, as those reassuring pats slightly caved in Quirrell's shoulder. Taking out his wand, Ethan silently poured in magic into the ground, slowly morphing its structure as he asked, "So, what's the plan now? I have a feeling you crave to tell it to me." Although still angry, Diego showed a feral grin as he replied, "Oh, you mortals always think yourselves so smart. You see, it does not matter whether you know what my plans are, because you will be forced to follow them." As he said this, Harry was suddenly yanked to a corner of the room, still bound but out of reach, and Diego ignored his yelp of pain as he said, "You see, I'm first going to have you fight your dear defense against the dark arts to the death. And don't fall under any delusions, Quirrell is my thrall, there shall be no stopping him until he has either killed you, or fallen. It will be a painful death as well. If you do die, then I would have gotten some enjoyment out of it. If you do manage to kill him, which I believe you will, I will ask you to give me your wand, and you will accept. I can also tell you that you will survive tonight." The vampire's eyes had a dangerous glimmer to them as Harry was brought close to him, and he clapped his hands. "Quirrell, attack." Chapter 40. As the command was given, Quirrell did not go for his wand, but instead leapt directly for Ethan, moving with supernatural speed as he crossed the room in seconds. Drawing a wide arc with his wand, Ethan raised a knee-high wall in front of him, but Quirrell jumped over it without losing any speed, his hand growing long claws as he went for Ethan's throat. Ethan was not alone, however. Using the cover of the short wall, Miyuki managed to reach Quirrell's midsection, and with a swipe of her claws, slashed open his midsection, aiming to disembowel him. Taken by surprise, Quirrell stumbled down, holding at his now opened belly and screaming like a banshee. The gash in his waist was enough to spill out the guts of an ordinary man, but Quirrell had already become a living dead. And his morphology worked differently from mortal men. Under the intrigued eyes of Ethan, and the horrified ones of Harry, the wound closed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye as Quirrell got back on his feet. And Diego cheered merrily, "Beautiful execution. But be careful, he learns." Ethan was too focused on his task to care about Diego's words. However, a part of his attention always kept on manipulating the ground, while the rest was on Quirrell. Frowning a bit at the exertion from dividing his attention, Ethan enunciated clearly, "Incendio." With a flicker of his wand, Ethan conjured a jet of flames from the tip of his wand, forcing Quirrell to cover himself with his cloak, hissing like an angry feline as he did. Flipendo. Quirrell, still defending himself from the flames, was forced back by a strong force that lifted him off his feet and blew open his defense. Defendo. Finally, Quirrell's coat was slashed open by an invisible attack, leaving a deep gash in the middle of his chest, breaking his chest bones. But even after all of this, Quirrell still landed on his feet, and was not done. The part about him learning seemed true as well as he suddenly lowered himself closer to the ground, going on all four as he rushed Ethan once again. Although Quirrell still looked human, his physiology had been completely changed, allowing him to move like a feral but agile animal, almost gliding along the floor. Ethan fired another flipendo at him, but Quirrell managed to dodge the spell while not losing any speed. Stepping back, Ethan stopped pouring magic into the ground and fully focused on Quirrell, holding out his left hand towards him and slightly rotating his wand in his right. The ground on which Quirrell was running was turned soft, and much like a hamster running in his cage. The ground under Quirrell gained a strange rubbery texture, rolling along Quirrell's movement and rolling around him. For a moment, it almost looked like the world had turned into a cartoon, the very ground forming a wheel around Quirrell. He tried to move away, but his own momentum was used against him as he was sent rolling off course. Still, Quirrell quite literally tore it apart, and just as Diego warned, he was relentless, and learning. The only offensive charms Ethan had learned this year had been Defendo, Incendio, Flipendo and Petrificus Totalis. And these were quickly turning useless as Quirrell was learning how to defend against them. Ethan did have means to end the fight, but Quirrell was not the biggest threat in the room. Pointing his wand at the rapidly approaching Quirrell, Ethan took a deep breath and said, Protega Malum. A stream of gray light gently poured out of his wand, forming a silvery barrier deceptively quickly in front of him. Quirrell, despite his agility, ended up crashing into it, and the moment he came in contact with it his skin scalded as he screeched, jumping back from it. Ethan had managed to learn the spell, and while the irony of the situation was not lost on him, feeling the drain the single use of the spell had put on his reserves, he decided against using it again. Once again managing to pull the distance between himself and Quirrell, Ethan shared a look with Miyuki, before pointing his wand at Quirrell and yelling, Legilimens. Legilimens, just like any other charm, could be cast with an incantation and a wand for a stronger impact. Most people used the spell without them, however, because it was much easier to infiltrate the mind of an unaware target. Ethan was not trying to be subtle here, however. Diego seemed intrigued on the other side of the room, and sat contented as he observed. A bluish hue started spreading from Ethan, and as it reached Quirrell, the professor held his head and screamed in agony. Its long claw-like fingernails drew gashes into his face, before he screeched at Ethan, foregoing all caution as he rushed at him. Ethan held his ground, not moving in the slightest as his eyes narrowed, his mind energy burrowing deeper into the chaotic mind of Quirrell, metaphorically stirring it all up. At the start of the year, Ethan had been surprised by how weak Quirrell's mind had been. Moreover, it had eroded even more through the course of the year, his intentions becoming obvious to anyone with some achievements in the mind arts. The reason for this was the constant compulsion Diego forced on his mind. One of the racial abilities of vampires was compulsion, which was a form of mind magic that worked quite similarly to one of the unforgivable curses, Imperius. And just like Imperius, it left sequelas if used too regularly or intensely. From a metaphysical standpoint, it was like Diego had left knives stabbed deep into Quirrell's brain, and all Ethan was doing was wriggling these knives. Thus, Quirrell was pushed by both instinct and command from his master as he rushed at Ethan with everything he had. Understanding what he was doing, Miyuki, who had been releasing her illusory mist for a while, gathered it all around Ethan, turning his form blurry while she rushed at Quirrell herself, foregoing all pretense. Although dangerous as a three-tailed kitsune, she was still too young, and could do nothing to stop the frantic Quirrell, as all he needed was a swipe of his arm to send the young kitsune flying. Still, Ethan did not move, his full concentration on his spell. Finally, Quirrell was right before Ethan, his clawed hand outstretched, while the blue hue around Ethan had become thick enough to actually be seen by everyone in the room. Time seemed to come to a stop for an instant, before Harry heard a muffled groan from Ethan. As for Quirrell, with a silence that made it even eerier, he crashed past Ethan like a puppet whose string had been cut. Being somewhat learned in the mind arts, even Harry had been able to feel the chaos going on within Quirrell's mind. But all of a sudden, that chaos had disappeared, and the frantic will to survive within Quirrell had been crushed to nothingness. This time, Quirrell's physical form was next to pristine. His earlier injuries had already healed, even the more grievous ones, yet he did not rise again. He just laid on the ground, motionless. He was dead. Bravo. I must admit, I did not expect you to be this ruthless, Grindelwald. Killing your professor is one thing, but shredding their mind apart. That's just cruel. But that will make for an even better story. The dark child, injured by his professor, lost it and decided to torture him in one of the worst imaginable ways. Harry looked back at Ethan, and realized he had missed something. Ethan hadn't come out of the fight spotless. Blood was flowing down his left leg, and the boy was leaning his entire weight on his other leg. Placing a hand on his injury, Ethan channeled some of his magic in an attempt to slow down the bleeding as he asked, "Is that the plan then? Let me live and make me take the blame for the death of Quirrell. Turning me into a murderer." Ethan's eyes met Harry's, and the boy who lived suddenly felt a chill going down his spine. Quirrell had been turned into a vampire, which would be clear for all to see. That wouldn't be enough to turn Ethan into a criminal. Only if, oh ho ho, looks like our scarred celebrity finally caught on to the reason for his presence. Yes, Harry Potter, you shall die tonight. And once the news of your murder at the hands of Grindelwald spread in the morning, it will be an entire nation that will chase after him and his family. The entire world by the end of the week, if he doesn't get caught before that. Harry gulped, and mustering his courage, Harry said, "You won't get away with this. My family, your family will chase Grindelwald. And so will the rest of the world. Speaking of which, Grindelwald, I am going to need your wand. I hope you are not too attached to it, but we do need some evidence to point out the culprit." His face paling, Harry looked at Ethan, and said, "Don't give him your wand." Ethan's face was grim however as Diego laughed, "You think he has a choice? Him resisting will only make things more enjoyable for me." Harry safely out of the way, Diego Rima, in a fair distance away from Ethan as he asked, "So, what will it be? Will you try to resist, or are you going to kill Potter willingly?" "To be honest, I'm going to enjoy it thoroughly, whichever option you end up choosing. So it's up to you." Chapter 41. Ethan looked at Diego up and down, before glancing at Harry, and at the downed Miyuki. Although he already had a plan set in action, he could not help but fidget with his wand nervously as he asked, "You go on and on about arrogance, but you don't lack it yourself." Diego rolled his eyes, pacing back and forth in front of the mirror as he asked, "I hope you don't mean to use that piece of silver Quirrell gave you during the year." Ethan narrowed his eyes, before talking a small chunk of silver. It was indeed what Quirrell had given him. The mere sight of it seemed to irritate Diego, but he did not jump into action, merely spitting out, "Please don't tell me you intended to use this against me. That would be dearly disappointing." Ethan snorted, before throwing the piece of silver over at him. And as it reached mid-air, Ethan waved his wand, forcefully morphing the silver into small but sharp needles, sending them flying right at Diego. This only caused the vampire to roll his eyes however as he disappeared from the spot, easily dodging the small silvery needles and gliding across the room. The needles falling harmlessly against one of the walls. Diego tilted his head and asked with a smile, "That was cute. But that wasn't a real attack. This is." Diego disappeared from the spot, only to reappear right in front of Ethan, his clawed hand going for his face. It wouldn't be a deadly attack, Diego wasn't aiming to kill him after all, but it would hurt. Ethan was pretty sure Diego had slowed down to give him the time to realize what would happen as well. Or maybe that was just adrenaline doing its job. Still, Ethan fought against every instinct within him, and instead of dodging, he thrust his left hand forward. As he did, the blade hidden in his sleeve slipped into his hand. The runes on the blade were activated instantly, turning it into a blazing sun as Ethan stabbed it at Diego's chest. The vampire had impressive reflexes, and even as his claws sliced into Ethan's face, he still managed to pull his body back to avoid the blade. However, Ethan, before his body could even register the pain of having his face sliced into by the vampire's claws. Suddenly took a step forward, using the leg that should have been useless. Quirrell had never managed to hit Ethan. His mind had been shattered before he could reach him. However, with the help of Miyuki, Ethan had created the illusion of his leg having been hit. Speaking of which, as Ethan slashed his knife forward, Miyuki had appeared behind Diego, her claws lashing with the cold reflection of the nearby torches as the two attacked at the same time. In the next moment, Ethan suddenly felt like half of his face was on fire, and he could not help but scream from the pain. At the same time, he heard a painful yelp from Miyuki, followed by a loud thud. The whole world turned blurry as Ethan heard Diego rasp, "Fucking kid." Ethan then felt a strong whip-like force strike both of his wrists, breaking them on contact and forcing him to drop both his knife and his wand, followed by another strong impact on his chest that sent him flying into a wall. Half of Ethan's face was covered in blood, and he could not tell whether he was unable to see because his eye had been injured or if it had been blinded by blood, but it did not really matter for the moment. In any case, he was half blind for all intents and purposes. The pain itself was horrible, but Ethan's mind was a trained one, and through sheer focus he managed to keep himself tethered to the situation. The world was different, when seen through one eye, and while disorienting, Ethan managed to concentrate on Diego. The vampire had lost all of his earlier countenance, his hair was disheveled, and his entire chest was charred black. The blade had not gone very deep within, but it had still dealt devastating damage. Damage that wasn't healing. It was an enchanted blade coated in silver after all. Still, Diego wasn't down. Moreover, all of his vampire attributes were now on full display, making him look more like a wild beast than a human being. Coughing from the pain he felt in his chest, Ethan forced a smile as he taunted. "If Dracula looked like you before dying, my grandfather probably did the world a favor by killing him." Ethan felt a wave of pure, unadulterated killing intent emanate from Diego. His emotions so strong they were easily picked up by Ethan. His arms spread to both sides. Diego hissed as he approached Ethan, "You pathetic worm, I will enjoy crushing you under my foot. You think you have bested me? I am your better, and you owe me your reverence." As Diego stood over Ethan, he realized the vampire was holding his wand. He traced his clawed index over its length, and growled, "I will devour you, and kill Potter with your wand. It might have been easier if I kept you alive, and seeing you chased all over the world would have been ambrosia to my soul, but congratulations. You have profoundly enraged me." Blinking, Ethan raised one of his hands, but he found himself unable to control his hand. His wrist had been completely shattered. It didn't matter, he didn't need it. Taking Diego by surprise, Ethan silently and wandlessly cast a flipendo, sending the vampire flying back as Ethan struggled to his feet. The spell had barely done anything to Diego, other than create distance. But it did allow Ethan to stand back up as he pointed his broken wrist at Diego, scared. He would have beaconed him, but that was hard to do with a broken hand. Diego let out an angry laugh. "You think you can fight me?" Ethan took a martial pose, mimicked from the monks in Japan, and sneered, "I know kung fu, bitch." Diego screamed at the defiance, and launched himself at Ethan. This time however, he was considerably slower than before, weakened by the many attacks, as well as the one thing he did not take into account. As he arrived in front of Ethan, the boy strongly stomped his foot on the ground, sending a surge of magic into the ground, strongly visualizing a particular magical circuit. A silvery spike suddenly broke out of the already ravaged ground, erecting itself right in Diego's path. His eyes opening wide, Diego tried to dodge, but his body failed him at the worst possible time. Driven by his own momentum, Diego impaled himself on the large silvery pike, which pierced straight through his chest, punching a hole clean. Diego's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down, and finally realized why he had been so slow. The cracks on the ground allowed him to make a grim and late discovery. The entire ground had somehow been turned into silver. This was the last thing Diego saw before the properties of silver dispersed the last remnants of his undeath. Unbeknownst to Diego, since the very start of the fight, Ethan had been slowly altering the ground, turning the stone into silver, only leaving the surface itself to stone. At first, Diego hadn't felt anything. But once the ground was damaged, some of the silver was exposed, which weakened Diego even further. The enemy finally vanquished, Ethan felt a wave of exhaustion spread from his core, but he held on. Pain alone was not enough to put down the experienced mind. As he holstered his knife and his wand back in their places, Ethan felt something brush against his leg, and looking down, he saw a feeble-looking Miyuki. She had taken quite a beating herself. Glancing over at Harry, he asked, "He's not dead, is he?" Ethan heard a snicker from Miyuki, and chuckling to himself, Ethan crashed against one of the pillars in the room, and closed his eye. Chapter 42. The next time Ethan woke up, he was in the hospital wing, with Miyuki nestled comfortably on his chest. Remarkably enough, it did not hurt in the slightest, despite the fact that he was pretty sure he had gotten his chest bones at least fractured by Diego. He then looked around, searching for any sign of anyone else, but he saw nothing. No one laying in another bed, no one sitting by his bedside, waiting for him to wake up. No flowers, no chocolates. Ethan blinked, before laying a hand on Miyuki, and he silently stroked her fur. He could see with both eyes, he realized. That was good. Looking around, Ethan noticed a change in a nearby mirror, however. While his eye had completely healed, 3 long scars had remained around his left eye. He tried rubbing them off, he wasn't even sure why, but sure enough, he only felt the rougher texture of the scar tissue, compared to the surrounding skin. They were real. Ethan wasn't sure what to think of it. He had thought in the past that maybe someday getting a scar would be cool, but this was a little too early to his taste. And it did not really help much in making him look friendlier. Since it was night, Ethan laid in his hospital bed a while longer, expecting either for Madame Pomfrey to come in or to slip back into unconsciousness, but neither happened. So he decided he might as well get up. As expected, Ethan did not feel any pain, despite the grievous injuries he had been sporting. Although none had been lethal, he still had quite a few broken bones. Meaning Madame Pomfrey really was quite the prodigious healer. That, or Ethan had been unconscious for longer than he thought. Miyuki following with bouncy steps, Ethan couldn't help but think of Quirrell as he walked out of the infirmary. The professor had died quite the tragic and painful death, and it made Ethan feel sick. Killing another man, even if they had been turned into a vampire, wasn't a pleasant experience to begin with, but Ethan would do it again if he had to. Quirrell wasn't just anyone, however. Although Ethan had kept some distance from the man through the years, everything pointed to him being the thief. Now that he had the whole situation in mind, he couldn't help but feel bad as he finally understood why the professor had been feeling the way he had regarding him. Diego must have spoken about Ethan extensively to Quirrell, who had been under his compulsion, and it was clear that to the professor, Ethan was a beacon of hope. In the last few seconds, Ethan had access to the deepest reaches of Quirrell's mind as he ruthlessly destroyed it, and he felt the last embers of Quirinus Quirrell, buried under the thrall. And in his last moment, all Quirinus felt was pain, despair and betrayal. Of course, Ethan had no legal, moral or any other kind of obligation to save him. The man had been turned into a thrall by a powerful vampire after all, he was as good as a lost cause. But Ethan still felt bad. Ethan was then broken out of his thoughts as he spotted a figure standing across him. He stopped. Albus Dumbledore and Ethan Grindelwald looked at each other, and after an initial probing silence, Dumbledore said, "I am glad to see you have woken up. Are you feeling well?" Ethan held eye contact with the professor, and replied, "Much better." "How is Harry?" The question seemed to please Dumbledore, who smiled. "Good, he made a speedy recovery. He was the one to tell us what happened, although some gaps had to be filled. You made an impressive show of transfiguration down there, although I suppose that what truly made the difference was your wit." Looking past Dumbledore at the moving stairs, Ethan asked, "Did the news of what happened spread?" Dumbledore sighed, turning around as he replied, "It did." Walking next to the headmaster, Ethan added, "And you were behind it, I trust." Dumbledore nodded. "I thought it was the best thing to do." "Wouldn't you?" Ethan nodded back. "The news of Quirrell's death would have spread in any case, and my absence would have been noticed. I'm not quite sure I trust Potter to hold his tongue either, so you might as well spread the true story." "But I guess that wasn't enough, was it?" Dumbledore looked genuinely sad as he replied, Diego Bosco was proven to have been killed this summer and replaced by the vampire Lord Holderbaum. Professor Quirrell's fate raised some questions however. His physiology does not show any sign of a vampire, and he died in a cruel way. Ethan frowned at this, although Dumbledore's tone wasn't accusing. He still defended himself, but he was a vampire. A thrall who had been so thoroughly broken that he did not know how to use magic anymore. Dumbledore nodded, a temporary one. And quite the vicious trap from Lord Holderbaum. Although known to few, there exists a procedure involving unicorn blood to halt the effects of vampirism on a human. Lord Holderbaum was quite the accomplished alchemist as he somehow managed to change this ritual to turn Quirinus into a temporary vampire. Of course, I told the Aurors, but the investigation is still ongoing. So people, think I just ravaged my professor's mind because he stood in my way. And that I will become the next Dark Lord. More or less, yes. Both fell silent, gazing at the moving stairs, Ethan not sure of what to say. He had spent the school year clearing his name with his fellow students, but it seemed that things had only worsened. I'm sorry for what happened, Ethan. We promised you we would fix the situation, but we failed. Ethan felt a hand land on his shoulder, and although it made him feel a little uncomfortable, he did not move it as he said, It's fine, it doesn't matter. Dumbledore's hand did not move. Is it? Ethan felt a pang of frustration rise, but he instantly suppressed it, and took a step, forcing the old man's hand off his shoulder as he assured, Yes. Magic is my calling, not people. They are free to dislike me, to hate me, to fear me. As he walked away towards the Slytherin house, Ethan felt the headmaster's eyes bore into his back, but he never looked back, and Dumbledore remained quiet. After that, it did not take long for Ethan to regain the Slytherin common room, but to his surprise, as he entered, he spotted a couple sitting by the fire. One of them was Erwin Selwyn, the 7th-year prefect, and the other was a girl. Ethan didn't know her name, but he had the impression that she was a 5th year. The two were cuddled in front of the fire, but as they spotted him, Erwin literally jumped off the couch, fumbling to get his wand. Ethan almost whipped out his own, but he decided against it as Erwin pointed his own wand at him, and exclaimed, Jay, just go. We never saw you. Ethan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the panic the young adult showed towards him. Even the girl he was with was looking at him like he was a dragon on the loose. Understanding that playing friendly, as he usually did with his fellow Slytherins, would not work, Ethan let out what he was really feeling, exasperation, as he sighed and pointed at the stairs leading to the boys' dorm. I don't care whether you saw me or not, I'm not a fugitive. I just want to go to sleep, so if you'll excuse me. Erwin lowered his wand uneasily, and Ethan walked past the two, and got into his room. Since he knew he wouldn't find any sleep, he decided to do the one thing he found most relaxing, and that was working on his runes. He may have finished his weapon, which had proved itself to be deadly. But that didn't mean he couldn't improve on it, or create something else. He didn't think he was going to alter the dagger itself, because he intended on keeping it as a memoria once he outgrew it. Chapter 43, Ethan ended up not sleeping at all that night, doing his best to drown himself in his work so as to stop his mind from reaching undesirable places. However, as the first lights of the day shone through his window, and he looked at the rise of dawn, Ethan couldn't help but be reminded of the past. Not of his childhood, but before that. His past life. Ethan thought that with time, his memories of his past life would fade away. That was how such things went after all. And to an extent, they did. The details were hard to remember, as if it had all been a dream, turning blurrier with time. But at the same time, certain things about it remained, no matter how much time passed. Stupid things, like an accident that nearly turned deadly when he was 12, the strange DADA of a schoolmate when he was 13, but the one thing he seemingly couldn't shake off was loneliness. Ethan couldn't even tell how it had happened anymore, yet he knew for sure that his life had been dominated by one thing. And that was loneliness. As if feeling what he was going through, which she definitely was considering their link, Miyuki spurred in Ethan's lap, nuzzling her face against his belly. Smiling softly, carrying a hint of sadness within, Ethan stroked her fur, forcing it all down in the depths of his mind. He might look like it, but he wasn't a child. crying about his problems wasn't going to magically solve them. Besides, this was an issue he had been expecting for a while. Try as he might, he was surrounded by 11 years old after all, so creating any meaningful relationships was tenuous. He did his best to fit in, but it was hard to not look at them like children, because they were. Sometimes he would manage to fool himself into believing he was one of them, but the truth was, he wasn't. It was fine though. He wasn't here to make friends. He was here to learn magic, because it was all that mattered. Once he graduated from Hogwarts, and dealt with what if our problems would plague the world by then, he would meet others like him. All he needed to do was hold on. Besides, it wasn't like his friends were insufferable, they had their moments. And as if on cure, Ethan heard someone knock on his door. Considering his current reputation, Ethan was pretty sure of who it could be. Stretching his stiff legs, Ethan opened the door, and as expected, Theodore was the one who knocked. Theodore examined Ethan's face, his eyes lasting a little longer on the scar over his left eye, before he remarked, "I can't say whether you look like an experienced adventurer or an evil mastermind." Ethan smiled slightly at the attempt at humor, and asked, "What day is it?" "I didn't really get to ask." Theodore snorted, pulling out a sheet of paper from behind his back. He handed it over to Ethan as he said, "June 10th, last day of the year." Ethan looked down and recognized it immediately. It was his results for his exams. Transfiguration. Outstanding charms. Outstanding. Defense against the dark arts. Outstanding potions. Outstanding. History of magic. Acceptable astronomy. Acceptable herbology. Exceed expectations. It was good, excellent even, and probably better than a vast majority of the students. Still, Ethan couldn't feel any joy as his gaze remained stuck on the defense against the dark arts line. He must have been more obvious than he thought too, as Theodore said softly. It was one of the Aurors who graded the defense against the dark arts papers, as a sort of apology for all the trouble. For just a moment, Ethan felt his control slip as he asked, "Getting chased around the castle like a dog, that's what you call trouble?" Theodore held his nape awkwardly, his eyes dodging Ethan's as he muttered, "Sorry." Ethan suppressed his emotions, and let out a sigh, "It's fine. I suppose we need to pack our baggage." Theodore nodded, and looking into Ethan's room, and noticing he hadn't started yet, he offered, "Do you want help?" Ethan shook his head, waving his wand at his room, casting a silent spell as his belongings started magically flying into his expanded suitcase. Holstering his wand, Ethan asked, "So, how did you do on your exams?" P.R. Obably relieved Ethan had let go of his earlier blunder, Theodore replied enthusiastically as they started walking towards the common room, "Great. I passed all my classes, and got an outstanding in potions. I even got exceed expectations on charms and transfiguration. Thanks for the help, by the way." "It's fine. I was happy to help." Ethan did his best to show as much emotion as Theodore did, but his voice came out as a little empty. Which Theodore seemed to notice, as he looked at him worriedly. As they reached the common room, the two met with Daphne and Tracy, who both seemed to be glad to see him. But while his friends talked about the upcoming summer vacation, Ethan couldn't help but notice the numerous gazes on him. Whatever year they were in, the Slytherin students looked at him with similar emotions, apprehension and fear. Tracy, who had been talking about how she was going to get stuck at home bored all summer, and the only one who seemed completely oblivious of the awkwardness between Ethan and the rest, asked him, "So, what about you, my lord?" This drew a few more gazes, but Ethan couldn't help but chuckle at the form of address. Taking a moment to think about it, he replied, "I'll try to convince my parents to go to Egypt. Considering what happened this year, I should be able to get what I want." Tracy exclaimed, "Egypt, that's so cool, I always wanted to go there." Daphne rolled her eyes, "You always wanted to go everywhere." Tracy only puffed up her chest in response, "You can't blame a girl for having dreams." She turned back to Ethan, and clasping her hands together she asked, "Can you bring me along?" All three of her friends were stunned by her bravado, and she wasn't even done. "What? I'll probably have to end up conquering the world someday for him. So I might as well get something in return." They looked at her speechlessly, before Daphne burst into laughter. But Ethan looked at the girl and said seriously, I will be going there to learn magic, not for sightseeing. And it will probably be dangerous. Tracy deflated, almost like a balloon, as she heard this, but she still asked, why are you going if it is dangerous? Ethan shrugged, it's dangerous everywhere for me. Tracy got up, her hands on her hips as she proclaimed, then take me with you. Besides, I'll even get to use my magic. Daphne and Theodore looked dubious, but Ethan looked at her in surprise as he said, how did you know underage magic is allowed there? Ethan was surprised because he didn't even know it himself. It was forbidden to use magic outside of SC. School in the United Kingdom until one was 17, and although the Trace, which regulated magic in the country, didn't extend to other countries, nor did the Wizengame's jurisdiction. However, many other countries had similar laws, especially in the West. Egypt was not among them, however. Ethan wanted to say no at first, but thinking about what had plagued his thoughts over the night, he decided to instead say, if you can convince your parents, and I can convince mine, then sure. All three of his friends looked at him in shock, certainly not expecting this answer out of him. Moreover, he added, this extends to you both as well. Although shocked, Theodore quickly replied, thanks, but I'm fine brewing potions at home. Ethan could feel there was something more, something left unsaid, but he respected his friend's privacy. Similarly, Daphne refused, it's nice to offer, but I got things to do at home as well. Astoria Greengrass was one of those seemingly insignificant details about T.'s world Ethan somehow remembered from his past life. She was Daphne's younger sister, and was afflicted with a blood curse since birth. A blood curse was a terrible condition that caused all sorts of problems to those affected by it. Those affected by it rarely lived past 30, which was bad in Muggle terms, but even worse for wizards who had longer lifespans. Daphne had never told them about her, however, so Ethan silently nodded at her refusal. Chapter 44. It was the last day of the year, and everyone had already packed their baggage. Still, there remained one last feast, and one last thing left for the students. The House Cup. As the children entered the Great Hall, they were met with green and silver banners all over the room, to congratulate Slytherin for their 7th win in a row. As a matter of great pride for the 7th-year Slytherins, especially the prefects Erwin Selwyn and Gemma Farley, who also happened to be headboy and headgirl. The mood was so celebratory for Slytherin, and down under for the rest of the houses, that most were too preoccupied to stare at Ethan. He did receive his fair share, but it was tame compared to earlier in the morning, or when he walked down the corridors of the castle. Moments later, Dumbledore moved up to the front of the high table, and everyone turned silent as the headmaster said in a somber voice, I am sure you all cannot wait to dig your teeth into this delicious feast, but I fear some things must still be said. Saying this, his half-moon glasses pointed at the empty seat at the high table, and his sorrow clear in his voice, he continued. Rubeus Hagrid has loyally and respectably held the position of Keeper of Keys for 47 years, and Keeper of Grounds for 24. Through these years he has helped many students, and been in the hearts of even more. Even in his last moments, he did not hesitate 1 second to stand between endangered students and the monster which took my dear friend's life. To Rubeus Hagrid, cups had appeared in front of every student, and raising it as one, they echoed loudly, to Rubeus Hagrid. Ethan noted that even Malfoy and his band paid their respects. Lowering his cup with a silent sigh, Dumbledore continued. This is your last day of the year, and for some of you, the last day you will spend at Hogwarts, and I would hate it for your last memory to be one of sadness, so let us speak of merrier subjects. The House Cup. In 4th place comes Gryffindor, with 392 points, in 3rd place Ravenclaw with 403 points, in 2nd place Hufflepuff with 415 points. And finally Slytherin with a whopping 527 points. The Slytherin table burst into cheers, while all three other houses looked down as if they had lost their appetite. Ethan was the only one not celebrating, however, as he eyed Dumbledore, and sure enough, the old man added, however, I believe that recent events must be taken into account. The smiles of the Slytherins quickly started fading away. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, I award 50 points for providing us with the best game of wizard chess Hogwarts has seen in many years. To Miss Hermione Granger, I award 50 points for showing such brave courage in the face of fire. To Mr. Harry Potter, I award 50 points for pure nerve and astounding courage. To Mrs. Cassia Potter and Sophia Highburn, I award 20 points each for coming in timely aid to their friends, in their hour of greatest need. The whole room was silent, taking in his words and counting the points, and quickly enough. Many came to one realization: Gryffindor was in first place. However, as the three houses started getting excited, Harry Potter, out of all people, suddenly got up from his seat, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The sudden attention seemed to make him hesitate a little, but seeing Dumbledore's smile, he said loudly, "Professor Dumbledore, I would like to give my points to Ethan Grindelwald." There was a moment of shocked silence, before everyone broke into whispers. The Slytherins looked at the boy who lived in absolute shock, and the Gryffindors stared daggers at him. A chuckle from Dumbledore shut everyone up as he said, "That would not be necessary as I was not finished, although I am impressed by your righteousness, Mr. Potter." Harry blushed in embarrassment and quickly sat back. And as the entire Great Hall hung to his words, Dumbledore added, "Indeed, there remains one to be awarded. A wrong to be corrected. A schoolmate, who despite receiving nothing but doubt and suspicion, ignored his own well-being and fortune to save the lives of his fellow students." Dumbledore paused for dramatic effect, and finally proclaimed, "Ethan Grindelwald, for embodying Hogwarts values in the darkest of times, I award you 100 points." This time, there was no pause, no silence, as the response from the Slytherin house was instantaneous. They burst into cheers, the large banners fluttering despite there being no wind as Ethan looked at the headmaster in shock. Ethan felt like the old man winked in his direction, but it was hard to properly see as Tracy shook him in excitement like there was no tomorrow. The somewhat fearful glances Ethan had been receiving had now magically disappeared, most of it turning into either gratefulness or pity. Han couldn't help but feel shocked at how easily the entire student body had been swayed, going from looking at him like he was the second coming of Herpo the Foul to just another student who had helped them win the House Cup. Even the students of the other houses mostly looked sympathetic or guilty, probably realizing with Dumbledore's words that they had been the ones acting badly. Ethan would Avenue liked to say it didn't change anything to him, but he couldn't help but feel his heart warm. Sometimes he wished he was just a cold, calculating machine who only responded to logic. This was not one of those times. After that, Ethan and his friends got to the Hogwarts Express, taking a single compartment as they were four. Ethan thought the ride back would have been mostly silent, since they had already pretty much told each other everything there was to be said during the feast, but Tracy had a talent for always keeping a conversation going, and that all the way to King's Cross. As they approached the train station, Ethan passed a hand through his hair, rearranging it, prompting Theodore to snicker, "Making yourself pretty." Ethan smiled in good nature. "You do realize there will most certainly be people taking pictures of me, right?" Theodore's smirk was wiped off as he grumbled, "Thanks but no thanks. I'm waiting for you to get off." Tracy punched him in the shoulder. "Are you kidding me? We got to appear in those photos. That may be our only shot at getting at the front page of the Daily Prophet." Theodore held his shoulder and hissed, "You do whatever you want, but did you really have to hit me?" But that only prompted Daphne to kick him in the shin. "What the hell?" Daphne smirked at him exactly like he had smirked at Ethan as she said, "Don't be a coward, no one I's ever going to risk annoying your ghoul of a father to find trouble with you." Ethan smiled mischievously, and added, "Besides, how are you going to help me conquer the world if you are too afraid to appear in a picture with me?" The expected laughs did not appear however as the three looked at him weirdly instead. Daphne said with a shudder, "Never do that again, that sounded too real." Tracy nodded, "Yeah, only we can do that joke. Because it doesn't sound like a joke when you say it." Theodore spoke carefully, "You're not actually planning to do it, right?" "Right." Author's note. Hey, so I usually don't write these. But I felt like it for this chapter. This first year has been quite dark, especially compared to the lightheartedness of the first book, so I thought this kind of happy ending with everyone cheering would be in spirit. I feel like I respected the characters too. Dumbledore doesn't have to be as biased towards Harry since he has a family. Harry, who grew up as the boy who lived, probably would feel the need to help his savior too. Anyway, hope you liked the chapter, and feel free to tell me what you think. Chapter 45. As the train came to a full stop, Ethan hovered his luggage behind himself. Miyuki lying on top of it with a contented face. The slow rocking of the expanded suitcase as it followed behind him seemed to please her. Ethan was among the first to leave the Hogwarts Express. And just as expected, it wasn't just the parents waiting for them. There was a moment of calm before all hell let loose, and a veritable horde of reporters swarmed Ethan and his friends. The flashes of their pictures blinding them. Ethan heard them asking some questions, but it was so chaotic that it was impossible to tell them apart. Moreover, it was only the beginning. As Harry Potter and his group also exited the train, and a part of the reporters split off to harass him instead. Harry played a pretty important part in the whole story around the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, and Diego. And according to what Ethan had heard, some even believed that Harry had been the one to stop Diego and Ethan and unfortunately failed to save Quirrell despite trying his hardest. People liked heroes. This made it all the more ironic as Ethan and Harry shared a helpless glance, as both were used to this kind of attention, although Harry no doubt had more experience with it. But as Ethan was thinking of a solution for the reporters, something unexpected happened. Older students, mostly 7th and 6th years, started pushing back against the reporters, forming a human wall. Between the cameras and the first years. It started with the Slytherins, but soon enough, the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws joined in, and although they tried to protest, the reporters were literally pushed away. This was surprising, to say the least, especially since wizards rarely make use of their bodies, but it was a welcome surprise. Maybe things were not so bad after all. Taking a second to spot his parents, Ethan waved at them before turning to his friends and saying, "Well, looks like that's it. We'll see each other in 3 months." Tracy grinned and said, "Come on, we can still exchange letters through our owls." She sent a teasing smile at Ethan and added, "Besides, knowing him, you'll probably hear about us in some newspaper." "Oh yeah, definitely, obviously." Ethan smiled at the quick response from his friends, and after a quick hug, he walked up to his family. Both of his parents looked at him with a proud smile on their faces, although Ethan could also see the way their eyes lingered on his scar. As he reached them, it was Henry who put a hand on his shoulder and asked, "So, how was school?" Elena hit his arm, but it only made him chuckle as he looked at Ethan intensely. Offering a smile of his own, Ethan said to his father, "A bit too many claws, but I had fun. I even got a cool memento." Henry laughed, ruffling Ethan's hair. "I'm sure it will impress the ladies. I sure wished I had a scar this cool when I was your age." Elena was not able to conceal her emotions as much, however, as she gently grabbed his face, her finger rubbing against the scar tissue. She soothed, "Don't mind what other people say. You did the right thing, and we are proud of you." Taking her hand in his own, Ethan reassured her, "I'm fine," and Professor Dumbledore helped set the record straight with the other students. "But I do have a request." Ethan felt his mother suddenly tense, and even his father looked a little ill at ease. Concerned about their reaction, he asked in a little voice, "I know it's a bit out of the blue, but I wanted to go visit Egypt during the summer. And bring a friend with me." Ethan thought they were going to refuse for a moment, but as he finished speaking, he felt the both of them suddenly relax, and his mother chuckled. "Sure, it's a beautiful country, although it can get a little hot in the summer. But I suppose that's not why it interests you, does it?" Henry did not let his son respond. A civilization with traces of magic dating thousands of years old, you just can't resist it, can you? Ethan rubbed the back of his head, acting sheepishly. Although that was only half of the truth. Of course, the rich magical culture of a country like Egypt was extremely appealing to someone like Ethan, but there were many other similar countries. The reason Ethan picked Egypt out of all of them to visit first was because of an ancient art that might come in very handy for his next year, snake charming. "Excuse me." Ethan turned around in surprise at the unfamiliar voice and noticed a family of 4 standing behind him. The one who had spoken was a beautiful lady who looked like she was in her early 30s. She had shoulder-length red hair and bright green eyes that would draw whoever looked at them in. Next to her was a similarly aged man with untidy black hair and round glasses covering his hazel eyes. With them were 2 children the same age as Ethan, who made their identity as the Potter family obvious, if it wasn't already. Ethan's eyes perused each member of the family before returning to Lily Potter, who had her hands firmly on Harry's shoulders as she said, "We wanted to thank you. We heard about what happened, and had you not been there." Ethan smiled politely, looking at Harry as he said, "I know they would have done the same for me. Besides, what use would there be to my magic if I didn't use it to help people?" That second part was a half-truth because, while he liked giving meaning to his power, he did not mind learning magic for the sake of magic. James jumped in. "I must say, you impressed all of us at the Aurors department. It would usually take several of us to handle an elder vampire, yet you dealt with one on your own. Well, I suppose a Kitsune counts as a powerful helper." Miyuki did not respond to his words, but Ethan knew she was listening as he felt pride ooze out of her from their connection. James added, his gaze turning to Henry, "I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Henry laughed softly, his hand finding its way to Ethan's hair again as he commented, "It's been years since I last participated in a tournament. I'm afraid I've gotten rusty." While the two pairs of parents started chatting amiably, Harry and Cassia stood before Ethan, both looking awkward. All three of them obviously had things to say to one another, so much so that they were struggling to get them out. In the end, it was Harry who broke the ice. "Thank you for saving me." Ethan looked at the pair of twins who were sneaking glances at each other, and for a moment, he felt the desire to hold their actions over their heads. Cassia's stalking, her play with the mirror, their accusations that led to a manhunt from the Aurors, their profound belief to the very end that he was the thief. As I said, it was the right thing to do. Besides, we can't have the boy who lived die on us, can we? He was not a child. Yes, he had been bothered, maybe even hurt, but guilt-tripping them would not lead to anything. Sure, it might have felt cathartic, but in the end, they were a bunch of children who had been manipulated. It had been Lord Holderbaum who had planned everything, and they were victims, among others. Besides, forgiving this easily was also a form of revenge, as the guilt felt by the twins was only exacerbated as they realized Ethan was not holding anything against them, despite everything they had done. Cassia was about to say something, but Ethan added quickly, "Besides, standing up for me in front of the entire school took courage. You don't seem to realize the pull you have or what standing up for me means. It was not just Dumbledore's speech that changed opinions, you did as well." Most children would have been happy, but Harry was still feeling the sting of shame. He had been brought up as the boy who lived, and while his parents had ingrained in him that he was not above anyone else, he also understood that he held a certain importance in people's hearts and that he was supposed to be an example. Meanwhile, Cassia clenched her fists and said with determination, "Whatever you say, I will make it up to you. It was horrible to blame you for Hagrid's death, manipulation or not." A crack appeared on Ethan's smile, and it was quickly shattered as Ethan sighed, "I hold some of the blame. I could have taken care of that dragon. But you couldn't possibly have known it would lead to this." Ethan did not answer, but he still involuntarily let out what he was feeling, guilt. Because he did know, more or less. Placing his hand over his jaw, Ethan said, "As I said, it's fine. Let's just let bygones be bygones." A part of him was feeling unsatisfied. It hungered for a more explosive response. He dismissed it as his long exposure to children. "Are you ready, dear?" Ethan thanked the heavens for his holy mother, who arrived just at the right time, and nodded at her. Turning away from the Potters, he could feel they wanted to add something, but in the end they said nothing. Dumbledore stood at the top of the astronomy tower, looking over the now empty Hogwarts grounds. Thinking about the future. This year had been intense, and although Dumbledore had somewhat expected it with the Philosopher's Stone, things had still turned surprising. Ever since that fateful night of October, Dumbledore had been unable to feel completely at ease, as the circumstances of Voldemort's disappearance had been mysterious, to say the least. He always feared that one day he would return, and when it became apparent that someone was trying to steal the stone, Dumbledore believed it to be his old student. As it turned out, none of the events of the year had to do with the boy who lived, but instead were all about the other problem child, as he liked to privately refer to them, the grandson of his once best friend and lover, Grindelwald. Ethan Grindelwald had been another source of worry for Dumbledore, as it was hard to look at him without seeing the shadows of the two Dark Lords he had faced. Ethan and Tom were quite different from one another, the main common point between the two being their absurd talent for magic. Their upbringings were extremely different, however, so Dumbledore hadn't been too worried at first. Still, Ethan faced a lot of suspicion from the other students. Something that Dumbledore sometimes worried would make Ethan go down a similar path to Tom Riddle. However, as one would expect, it was with his grandfather that Ethan shared the most. From their extremely similar physical appearance, although Ethan now had that scar, to their innate curiosity and talent for magic, the two were very similar to one another. Now, with everything that happened, one might believe that Dumbledore had his worries squashed, but it was quite the opposite, actually. Maybe it was his own bias speaking, but Dumbledore did not belly. That Gellert had truly been malicious, not like Tom had been. He had merely been changed by certain events in a powerful artifact. But in the very beginning, both he and Dumbledore shared the same dream. One that was born out of compassion, not a wish for world dominance. And that was something Dumbledore had seen in Ethan as well, although he had not been present during the fight itself, having been misdirected by the powerful vampire. He had managed to see what happened clearly through the mirror later on. It was a good thing for Ethan to have the courage and compassion to go out of his way to protect Harry Potter. Despite the clear suspicions his group had shown towards him, but it also showed the strength of his character and his beliefs. This strength scared Dumbledore beyond why magical might, because it was precisely what could become so dangerous if ever twisted. Still, Dumbledore was a man of experience, and he would not let a distant fear control him. While there was potential for Ethan to become a powerful Dark Lord, there was also potential for him to become a greater wizard than any other before, be it Dumbledore himself or legends like Merlin. Chapter 46, Ethan T. Hot. He had gotten pretty good at magical runes thanks to his self-study through the school year. He had managed to create a pretty potent weapon after all. Practicing with his mother crushed his delusions. Granted, she was a monster in magical runes, but sometimes she would speak of concepts like they were basic and he would be left looking at her with gawking eyes, struggling to follow. As annoying as that could be, Ethan did feel himself progress at a rapid speed. Studying by himself was good, but it had its limits. He was good, but he wasn't omniscient. He needed a foundation to work from, which was what his training with his mother was for. However, as much of a gap there was between Ethan and his mother for their lessons, it wasn't as intense as the lessons with his father. Ethan and his father faced each other in a circular arena, a storage room they had cleared for this training. Henry stood sideways as he said, "I originally planned to wait a few years to teach you about dueling and magical fights in general. But time waits for no man. All right, I want you to attack me." Ethan showed no hesitation as he immediately unleashed the combo he had used against Quirrell, starting with Incendio. Unleashing a strong jet of flames to blind his father, before firing a flipendo through the flames. As he was about to finish with Defendo, however, he suddenly felt his entire body go stiff. As the flames disappeared, Henry was nowhere in sight, until Ethan heard him speak from behind him. "Blinding your opponent can be a good tactic, but you shouldn't be blinding yourself in the process." As his father tapped him on the shoulder, Ethan felt the full body bind curse disappear, freeing his movement as he turned around, but he did not see his father. Looking back in front of him, Henry was back in the same spot he had started in, a smirk on his face. Rolling his eyes, Ethan readied his wand, and without any cue used Flipendo. The light blue spell traveled quickly, but Han's father swiped his wand to the side, deviating the spell off its course before using one of his own, Expelliarmus. Protega. The ethereal barrier Ethan built in front of himself flared into a deep blue as the red spell struck it. Protega was not a spell within his first year's curriculum, but it was the basis for Custodia Malum, so Ethan had learned it. Seeing his father was about to attack again, Ethan stomped his foot on the ground, using martial magic this time as a short wall appeared in front of Ethan, just in time to stop the little fireball fired at him. The transfigured wall burst upon impact, revealing Henry was no longer there. This time, Ethan expected it, and so without turning around, he weaved his wand in a circular motion, sending one of the larger pieces of debris from the broken wall behind him. His father was slightly farther than he thought he would be, but the piece of rock was large enough to still block the spell. Holding out a hand, Ethan carefully but quickly disassembled the same piece of rock before it could crash into the wall, turning it into many small pieces. Wingardium Leviosa, and telekinesis in general, was best suited when used for one target, as each item that was lifted by the spell would require careful manipulation. One way wizards had managed to circumvent that was by linking several objects together through magic and lifting them as one. This meant that every object would follow the same trajectory, but it still allowed the wizard to move more than one object at once. Telekinesis was a spell Ethan had worked on for many years now, and he had always relied on his willpower. Adding that experience to his powerful mind, Ethan was capable of lifting several entities at once without grouping them up. His father did not know that, however. So Ethan formed two groups within the rubble, one that flew very fast towards his father, composed of the majority of the rocks, while he made a smaller second one, this one slower, but also following the first one for cover. As expected, Henry teleported away to dodge the missile-like rocks, only to find another group of rocks to have appeared right in front of him. A small smile appeared on his face as he gave a sharp tug to the side, and Ethan suddenly felt his control over the rocks disappear as they smashed into a wall, and before he could raise his wand again, a red light hit his hand, sending his wand flying. Clutching at his hand, which was quickly turning red from the firm grip he had been keeping on the wand, Ethan beckoned his wand over with his mind as he said, "It's not fair. I barely know any spells for dueling." Henry had holstered his wand already as he replied, "Let that be your first lesson then. There will always be people with spells you don't master." Ethan muttered, "Not if I can help it." Quote. Henry smiled, shaking his head slightly, "It's not a matter of passion. Many wizards have created their own spells and never shared them." He looked at the surrounding rubble, and continued, "You did pretty well for your first duel. Your use of Transfiguration is particularly impressive, although it makes quite the mess." He waved his wand around. "Reparo." The room started repairing itself as Ethan was brought back to his first charms class, and so he couldn't help but ask, how come Reparo can repair objects indefinitely? Henry looked puzzled as he asked back, "What do you mean? Why shouldn't it?" Ethan elaborated, "The definition of a charm is that of a spell that adds a property to an entity. Disarm for Expelliarmus, Levitate for Wingardium Leviosa. As for Transfiguration, it alters the very nature of the object, which allows for the changes to become permanent. But how can charms do the same? You haven't learned about it in class." Professor Flitwick said it was too early. Henry stared as he asked, "What did he say exactly?" Ethan shrugged, replying, "I think he implied I should find it on my own." Henry snorted, "Then you should do that. Besides, it feels like you are already on the right track. You got all the information you need already. You just need to connect the dots, so to say." Ethan narrowed his eyes at his father, trying to glean anything else. But he remained tight-lipped, his face merely displaying his usual smile. Sighing in defeat, Ethan decided to change the subject as he asked, "I should be getting the letter from Tracy any day now. But her parents will probably say yes, at least according to her." Henry nodded, "Good. I'm glad you got to make good friends at school. I met my best friends at school, actually. We were the terrors of Ilvermorny." Seeing no trace of sorrow on his father's face, he decided to ask a dangerous question, "How come I never met any of them?" Henry chuckled, "Well, it's hard for us to see each other. Two of them are always on some adventure and impossible to find, and the other two are caught up in Makusa to the neck." Makusa was the American government, thus the American equivalent of the Ministry of Magic. It was massively larger, and things were quite different over there. They had to deal with a lot more wizards, and the American magical scene did not work the same as the British one. "What about Mom?" Henry scratched his beard, left obviously uncomfortable with the question. "That's why we were worried. Her time at Durmstrang was tough. It was the school her father had gone to and was expelled from, so her name did not help." Placing his hands in his pockets, Ethan shrugged and said, "It wasn't so hard for me, had it not been for that loser of a vampire. The entire school would have ended up loving me. It should be fine by next year. I suppose it's thanks to Voldemort, people have somewhat forgotten about Grandpa." It still felt weird to call Gellert Grandpa. especially since they had never met. Henry frowned. You should be careful around his name. There's a reason people did not want to pronounce it. I know, the taboo spell placed on it. But he is not in any shape to scare me, or come for us. Henry's gaze turned to the ceiling as he sighed. I suppose, but you can never be too careful. There definitely is something we don't know about that story. Chapter 47. As he slowly descended from the sky, Ethan held Tracy by the back of her collar so that she wouldn't crash to the ground. She was too mesmerized by the scenery to care about it, however, as she looked around with wide eyes. They had taken the official portkey this time, so as to not have any problems with the law, and had thus landed in the millennial city of Alexandria. It was the magical center of Egypt, and the main place of interest for Ethan's trip. As they landed, Ethan felt Miyuki stretch on his shoulder as she climbed on top of his head, her form shrinking just enough so that she would fit. As she laid on top of his head, 4 tails swayed behind her. It had happened overnight again. One night she had 3 tails, and the morning after she had 4. His 4th tail came with an increase in size, an enhancement of her illusion magic and mind magic, the toughness of her body, as well as one new ability. Metamorphosis. It was perhaps one of the most powerful abilities of a kitsune. Because pushed to its peak, it was what differentiated a kitsune from another beast. A 9-tailed kitsune could become an absolute beast of power only the likes of Dumbledore could subdue. Or maybe even stronger than that, but power alone wasn't enough. Metamorphosis allowed them to blend in anywhere, and in this case, it was mostly with human society. In reality, Miyuki's mother probably could have lived in human society with some precautions, especially in Muggle society. An 8-tailed kitsune would only be able to be discovered by the most thorough inspections. And a 9-tailed was supposedly impossible to distinguish from a human, or whatever they chose to transform into. Miyuki was still young, however, so she was unable to make such drastic changes to her form. For now, she was only able to change her size, within some limits, but that was enough for her as she had managed to regain her spot on top of Ethan's head. His hair made a comfortable nest apparently. Glancing around, Ethan spotted a few people looking at them, but it wasn't so suspicious. They had just used the portkey after all. Quickly enough, a middle-aged man with a curved spine approached and addressed Ethan's parents. Dear sir, madam, it is this city's pleasure to welcome you. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Henry took out papers, and said, we have a reservation to the Khazar Waj Wr. A coin flicked into Henry's hand. Would you be so kind as to lead us there? The man did not grab the coin, merely passing his hand over Henry's, yet the coin suddenly disappeared. Henry looked unimpressed, but the man winked at Ethan and Tracy. The poor man did not realize he had chosen the wrong children to impress. With a swift step, Ethan arrived next to the middle-aged guide. And his eyes shining with burning fervor, he asked, how did you do that trick? The guide would have waved him off, but there was a certain intensity within Ethan's gaze that made it hard for him to just ignore. He decided to play it off. I'm afraid that's a secret. That did little to make Ethan back away, however, as he continued staring with intensity, until Helena spoke up. Stop being rude, Ethan. Although he was really curious about the curious magic, he did as he was told and lowered the intensity of his gaze. He had become quite used to acting his age, and with that came certain advantages. Such as right now as the guard raised his hands to diffuse the situation. It's all right, madam, I'm used to it. Many are curious about the mysterious magic of Egypt. Ethan had to give it to the man. Even in an uncomfortable situation, he was still selling himself. However, as he looked back at Ethan, he sent a pointed look at Miyuki and said, we are going to pass by some Muggles. It would be wise to hide your friend, young friend. Ethan did not have to do anything as Miyuki's form started morphing, her tails merging into one and her foxy appearance turning cat-like. Although she could not turn into a human yet, a cat wasn't too hard as it was not too far from a fox, shape-wise that is. The transformation was not perfect, and it would be obvious to any wizard at L. East somewhat trained in transfiguration to guess that she was not a natural cat, but it was fine for Muggles. After that, as the man led the way, Ethan expected them to go deeper into the city, yet they went for the bay instead. Alexandria was situated in the northernmost portion of Egypt, and was in direct contact with the Mediterranean Sea. And up north in the city was a large bay, where the legendary lighthouse of Alexandria used to be located before its destruction. Ethan was curious as to why they would come here, considering it was full of muggles, and Tracy mirrored his thoughts as she asked, "What is the Khazar Wajwer?" Ethan looked into the bay, at the different ships, or more particularly, the yachts. His parents were rich, so if they had made a reservation, it was somewhere expensive. He just expected their first destination to be a palace, both because of common sense, and because of his rudimentary knowledge of the Arab language thanks to his runic training. Before the guide could answer, Ethan answered. Wajwer was an Egyptian god. The embodiment of the sea and oasis, I believe. Runes were deeply linked to mythology in most runic languages. The guide looked at E. Then with surprise as a genuine smile appeared on his face, "You are well informed, young friend. Khazar means palace, so in English, it would translate as Wajwer's Palace. It is the best hotel in all of Alexandria, and known worldwide for its exceptional service." Looking around, Tracy asked in a lowered voice, "Does it also serve muggles?" The guide took a moment, struggling at the term muggle, before suddenly remembering its meaning. "Ah, yes, muggle. We call them the Nausea. But no, they are not served. You will understand." The two stopped talking and followed silently after that. The guide led the 4 or 5 counting Miyuki, who was now on Ethan's shoulders as to appear less conspicuous, through the crowd into a ship, making both Ethan and Tracy curious. They thought it was a ship. Then they were told they were going to a hotel, but they were indeed led to a ship. It was a large ship, although it looked quite inconspicuous in the large port, among all the other ships. Oddly enough, Ethan did not remember seeing it when he looked over at the ships earlier, and only really noticed it when they were about to board. Something about his ignoring of it felt unnatural, so he guessed there was some spell in place. As they boarded the ship, however, Ethan and Tracy finally understood that it was nothing more than a front, as inside, covered from all muggle eyes, or nausea as they were called here, was a set of stairs. It was about the last thing Ethan, or anyone for that matter, would expect to find in a single-level ship, and it wasn't small ones either, as they went down at least a dozen meters down. Down the stairs, the walls around were made of see-through glass, allowing those walking them down to look at the rich sea life of the Mediterranean Sea with surprising clarity. Squinting his eyes at the glass, Ethan extended his magic out of his body, and as it came in contact with the glass, he felt the traces of a strong enchantment. It not only protected the whole structure, but Ethan was pretty sure that the vision they were shown was not really the bay. He doubted there were so many fish in a place with so many ships, although he was no fishing expert. And did not get to examine the glass walls for long, however, as they quickly reached the bottom of the stairs, where the Khazar Wajwer awaited them.